Before long, Qian Qinghai, Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the others discovered the look of fear on Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu's face. What in the world was going on? Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang were shocked. A flash of suspicion passed through their eyes. They knew Huang Xiaolong's identity, and even though he had the king of supreme godhead, with Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu's identity, there was no need for them to be afraid of him. Huang Xiaolong was just a brat with a king of supreme godhead in the God-King realm. He wasn't an expert in the Emperor realm. As their thoughts ran wild, Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu quickly made their way towards Huang Xiaolong's party. With an apprehensive expression, a never-seen-before smile of subservience appeared on their face. Under the gazes of Qian Qinghai and the others, Wang Shuqian cautiously greeted Huang Xiaolong's group. As it turns out, Brother Huang and esteemed senior are both drinking here. Wang Shuyu bowed slightly and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect Brother Huang and esteemed senior to still be in the floating twilight land. Brother Huang, esteemed senior. Hearing the way they addressed Huang Xiaolong and the little cow with brilliant smiles on their faces, everyone from the Devil Tiger City and the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace fell into a state of shock. Who were Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu? Not only were the two of them hall masters who came from one of the top 10 palaces, the Martial Demon Emperor Palace, they were also mid-level Emperor Realm experts. With their status and strength, they had the power to command the wind and summon the rain as they wished. Right now, they addressed Huang Xiaolong as Brother Huang. Brother. They even addressed Zhang Hong as esteemed senior. Esteemed senior. Too bad for them. Huang Xiaolong threw them a casual glance before turning to look at Qian Qinghai and the other members of the Brightness Emperor Palace. Ignoring the stunned look on their faces, he turned back to Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu. What are the two of you planning to do? Do you want to drink with us? How could Huang Xiaolong not understand what was going on after seeing Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the people from Brightness Emperor Palace? He had never expected that they would pursue the matter and come knocking at the door to look for trouble again. Now, they had even brought over Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu from the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu's faces changed as they heard the underlying dissatisfaction in Huang Xiaolong's voice. Wang Shuqian hurriedly waved his hand repeatedly and explained, No, Brother Huang. Please don't misunderstand. We are merely passing by. I heard from my subordinates that the wine here isn't too bad, and we came all the way down to try some. We didn't think that we would meet Brother Huang and esteemed senior here. Wang Shuqian smiled and stuttered, Yeah, it's such a coincidence to meet Brother Huang and esteemed senior here. The two of them were still suffering from hidden injuries they had sustained from Zhang Hong's attack in the past. Back then, they had unleashed the ancient concealing shadows law, but were still sent flying out of the void the moment Zhang Hong had pointed a single finger at them. The scene of them vomiting fresh blood was still fresh in their minds. Even their palace master had suffered grievous wounds after a single pointed finger from Zhang Hong. Qian Qinghai, Wuxia, and the others who were standing at the side saw how their hall masters were explaining themselves as though they were afraid Huang Xiaolong would pin some random crime on their head, and their scalps started to go numb. Wuxia became dumbfounded, but a wave of terror gripped his heart. He knew that Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong were definitely not ordinary people. Zhang Hong looked at Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu with an indifferent gaze before turning his head towards the rest. Did the people from the Brightness Emperor Palace send you here to avenge them? Avenge them? Wang Shuqian, Wang Shuyu, and Qian Qinghai were startled. The three of them immediately understood what was going on. Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong definitely had some run-in with the people from the Brightness Emperor Palace. After understanding Wu Chao's intentions, Wang Shuqian, Wang Shuyu and Qian Qinghai turned furious and glared at Wu Chao with murderous intent bursting out of their bodies. Seeing the threatening gaze on him, Wu Chao's heart nearly stopped beating. His legs turned into jelly. His legs buckled and he fell to his knees. He tried explaining himself as tears streamed down his face. Hall Master, this It was too bad he didn't know what he could say to explain himself. How could he possibly tell them that he had followed the orders of Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang and had not done it on purpose? With a wave of his sleeves, Wang Shuchen sent Wu Chao flying towards Huang Xiaolong. Brother Huang, esteemed senior, this is the mayor of our Devil Tiger City. He lied to us and reported to his master that someone had severely injured the disciples of our martial demon emperor palace and showed extreme disrespect. He also said that the offenders were experts at the 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, and we decided to come over to take a look. Wang Shuchen had never expected that Wu Chao would lie to them. In fact, he believed that Wu Chao wouldn't have the guts to deceive them. Wang Shuyu sincerely explained, "That's right, we didn't know about this either. I beg Brother Huang and esteemed senior to find it in yourselves to forgive our wrongdoings. As for Wu Chao, you can deal with him however you want." Listening to Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu's sincere explanation, Huang Xiaolong believed them. After the incident in Devil Python City, he knew that they wouldn't rush over from the Martial Demon Emperor Palace just to deal with him. "He is from your Martial Demon Emperor Palace. You can deal with him however you like," Huang Xiaolong explained. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief when they realized Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to blame them. "Many thanks to Brother Huang for your magnanimity. Please rest assured. We will report this to the Palace Master, and the Martial Demon Emperor Palace will punish Wu Chao according to the rules." They were going to report this to the Palace Master. The moment he heard that they were going to report his wrongdoings to the Palace Master, Wu Chao's world flipped upside down and he passed out. Seeing that Wu Chao was no longer conscious, Wang Shuchen ordered some men to bring him to the side to avoid bringing shame onto the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. Now that they were done, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the other members of the Brightness Emperor Palace. He said coldly, "I never thought that you would be so persistent even after the lesson we taught you previously." The little cow smiled. "What's wrong? Wasn't rolling off the Heaven Eye Mountain range enough humiliation for you? You guys want to roll again?" Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu looked at the members from the Brightness Emperor Palace with strange gazes. As it turns out, they were sent rolling off the Heaven Eye Mountain range. That explains a lot. Tianzi and the rest felt a rush of anger as they saw the judging gazes on Wang Shuyu and Wang Shuchen's face. "Huang Xiaolong, don't think that you're untouchable now that the Martial Demon Emperor Palace is afraid of you. Our Brightness Emperor Palace will never bow down to you," Tianzi raged. "Really?" Huang Xiaolong asked with an icy voice. The moment the words left his lips, Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel stood up. After Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel stood up, the faces of the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace changed drastically. They were extremely clear that these two beasts would wipe the floor with them as soon as they started fighting. At this moment, the little cow ordered, "Get them out of here. Roll them out of the gates of Devil Tiger City." Hearing the little cow order Xianxia to make them roll from the restaurant to the city gates, they felt a trace of anger and fear in their heart. How far was the distance between the restaurant and the city gates? If they were to roll all the way out, their reputation would go down the drain. Back at the Heaven Eye Mountain range, there wasn't anyone present to watch their wretched appearances as they had rolled off the mountain. However, they were currently in the Devil Tiger City where there were millions of people. The anxious and angry Tianzi couldn't hold it in any longer. He pointed at the little cow and started to curse. "How dare you, little deformed cow, order someone to humiliate someone from the Brightness Emperor Palace? We are elders in the Brightness Emperor Palace and you have the guts to treat us like this. Huang Xiaolong, if you go through with your actions, the Brightness Emperor Palace will never let you off. Even if your master or Fang Gon come knocking in the future, they won't be able to save you." Bai Yunxiang screamed in fury, "You damn cow! I'm going to feed you to the dogs as soon as I get my hands on you. Huang Xiaolong, you better think carefully of the consequences. Even the disciples of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace wouldn't dare to do something like this. You're just a little disciple from the Fortune Emperor Palace. You had better think twice about your actions." Their furious yells reverberated through the entire restaurant. Jiang Hong, who had been indifferent the whole time, suddenly frowned when he heard them cursing and swearing at the little cow. Since when did two measly elders from the Brightness Emperor Palace get the authority to point and yell at Senior Azure Cow? Not to mention the fact that Huang Xiaolong wasn't simply a member of the Fortune Emperor Palace. He was also his junior brother. He was a disciple of the King of Grand Mist as well. Zhang Hong, who didn't want to intervene in the first place, couldn't help but step in. The two of you better apologize to Senior Azure Cow and my junior brother right now. When Tianzi heard the warning, he burst into maniacal laughter. Apologize? Who the hell are you? Why should I apologize to your junior brother? Is Huang Xiaolong your junior brother? What kind of nobody is he? Who does the cow think she is? Who the fuck are you to demand an apology from me? When Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang noticed Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu's respectful behavior towards Zhang Hong, they had tried to guess his identity. However, after realizing that Zhang Hong was Huang Xiaolong's senior brother, their suspicion disappeared. After all, the two of them had the backing of the Brightness Emperor Palace, the second-ranked Emperor Palace in the Divine World. There weren't many people in the Divine World capable of standing up to them. Xiangxun, Feng Er and the rest of them were stunned silly when they heard Tianzi's insult. Tianzi was ignorant, but they knew Zhang Hong's true identity. They couldn't believe their ears as Tianzi's insults grew more and more preposterous. Even in the Divine World, there wouldn't be more than a few people who could look down on Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong's face sank. Huang Xiaolong then intervened. Senior brother, please don't dirty your hands by dealing with them. It was true. With Zhang Hong's identity, there was no need for him to feel insulted by Tianzi's provocations. Thinking that they were merely putting up an act in front of him, Tianzi sneered, "Keep showing off. I want you to burn all their clothes before making them roll all the way to the city gates." Huang Xiaolong turned around and ordered Xiangxun and the Chaos Black Camel. "Yes, master." Xiangxun and the Chaos Black Camel nodded respectfully. The faces of Tianzi and the rest turned unsightly in the next second. If they were to roll from the restaurant to the city gates naked, their reputation as elders in the Brightness Emperor Palace would disappear. How were they going to face other experts in the future? "Huang Xiaolong, you wouldn't dare!" Tianzi shouted out in shock. Just as Bai Yunxiang was planning to threaten them with the Brightness Emperor Palace again, the Chaos Black Camel reached out and a terrifying wave of God Force locked all of them in their place. No matter how hard they tried to struggle free, they failed. Xiangxun slowly opened his mouth and a raging ball of hellfire shot towards the immobile group of people in the sky. As the dark hellfire engulfed them, their clothing burned away into nothingness and their naked bodies were displayed to the world. Feng Er's face flushed red as she hastily turned away. As for Su Baisheng, his gaze started to roam around and he clicked his tongue. It seems like the few of them have the capabilities to be arrogant. Their tool looks pretty impressive. Lei Budong and Feng Chun couldn't control their laughter any longer, and the alcohol they were drinking splashed out towards Tianzi and the others. As they were still suspended in mid-air, Tianzi, Bai Yunxing and the rest glared at Huang Xiaolong. If looks could kill, Huang Xiaolong would have died many times over. Without wasting any more time, Xiangxun and the Chaos Black Camel clapped outwards and sealed the God Force of Tianzi and the rest. When everyone's God Force was successfully sealed, they waved their arms and sent all of them rolling out of the restaurant. They rolled down the winding path in the city and made their way to the city gates. Since Xiangxun and the Chaos Black Camel held themselves back, the speed at which Tianzi and the rest were sent rolling couldn't be considered to be quick. By the time they arrived at the city gates, they would have spent 4 to 5 hours of their time. The moment Tianzi and the disciples of the Brightness Emperor Palace emerged from the restaurant, commotion broke out in the streets. "Aren't those the people from Brightness Emperor Palace?" "It sure is. They were together with the city lord earlier. What's going on? What are they doing? I didn't expect the members Brightness Emperor Palace to have such unique hobbies. Their God Force is sealed. It seems like they have offended an expert. Haha. Serves them right for being so arrogant." The disciples of the devil sects broke out in discussion and some of them laughed and mocked Tianzi and the rest. Some took pleasure in their misfortune, but there were also others who were puzzled. There were even a few people who became suspicious of the actions of the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace. There were some people who wanted to step forward to help, but they were all sent flying by the seal Xianxia, and the Chaos Black Camel had left in the bodies of the rolling balls. Meanwhile, back in the restaurant, Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu looked at the group who just rolled out of the restaurant, and they rejoiced a little in their heart. However, a trace of fear soon took root in their heart. If they had followed Tianzi's lead earlier, they might have been rolling out together with him now. If that were to happen, they might as well smash their heads into a wall in an attempt to commit suicide. At the very least, it would be less embarrassing than rolling across the city naked. A while later, Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu turned to Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong to say their farewells. Before they left, they didn't forget to emphasize their promise to deliver Wu Chao to their palace master for punishment. After they left, the little cow told Huang Xiaolong, "From my point of view, we should have just killed them." Huang Xiaolong replied, "Are you going to be the one to take action?" She then laughed cheekily. "Are you willing to let this old lady dirty her hands?" Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes and didn't bother replying to her. A few hours later, Tianzi and the rest of them finally stopped in front of the Devil Tiger City gate. After stopping, they roared madly at the sky in a fit of rage, and the malevolent expression on their face revealed their intense hatred for Huang Xiaolong. However, what drove them mad was the fact that they weren't able to circulate their god force to take out the extra sets of clothing and armor they had in their spatial ring. Atop the Devil Tiger City gates, countless Devil Sect guards broke out into giggles as they pointed towards the nether region of the naked men below them. With their god force sealed, Tianzi, by Yunxiang, and the others had no way to fight back, and they could only glare at the guards on the city wall with murderous intent overflowing from their eyes. "Let's go!" Tianzi threw an angry glare towards the restaurant before taking his leave. The most important thing they needed to do was to look for a place to hide before thinking of a way to get their hands on some clothes. Their luck wasn't too bad as they managed to get their hands on some clothes in a nearby village after several hours of searching. "Huang Xiaolong," Tianzi gritted his teeth, "I will definitely make you regret doing this. Don't think that our Brightness Emperor Palace is scared of you just because you have a king of supreme godhead and the support of 2 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm demonic beasts. You better pray that you don't land in my hands." Bai Yunxiang's eyes flashed coldly. "We'll look for a place to stay until the seal fades. Once we can utilize our god force again, we shall head back to the Brightness Emperor Palace. Shall we report this matter to the sect chief? Let's just tell him that Huang Xiaolong snatched the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins in our possession before scheming against us. Okay, let's report it that way. Let's see how the Fortune Emperor Palace can protect Huang Xiaolong when our sect chief demands an explanation." One day later, Huang Xiaolong's party left Devil Tiger City. After leaving the city, they no longer dallied around in the floating Twilight Land and flew directly towards the border region using the Dragon Shark flying ship. More than 10 days later, they finally arrived at the edge of the floating Twilight Land. After splitting apart the barrier, they left the floating Twilight Land behind them. Huang Xiaolong sighed as he watched the Devil Chi floating and drifting around in the floating Twilight Land behind him. The past 7 or 8 years that he had spent in the floating Twilight Land felt like a dream to him. At first, he had come to the floating Twilight Land in search of the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. He had planned to use the steel to break through into the 4th Order God King realm, but he had never expected to meet his senior brother, Zhang Hong, during the process. Not only did he successfully locate the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, he even managed to find the Purple Grand Mist Aura. He even managed to break through into the 6th Order God King realm in one go. Right now, he was already an expert at the late 6th Order God King realm. He was infinitely close to the peak of the late 6th Order God King realm. After leaving the floating Twilight Land, he parted ways with Zhang Hong. However, after thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong decided to let Fenger, Gue Yi, Gue Er, Su Baixing, Su Jiang, and Su Yongji follow Zhang Hong back to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. After all, he was going to spend a long time adventuring to gain experience, and it wasn't too convenient to bring them along. Their cultivation realm was simply too low, and it would be much more beneficial for them to follow Jiang Hong back to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace to cultivate in peace. Upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's request, Jiang Hong immediately agreed and promised to take good care of them. With Jiang Hong's promise, Huang Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief. When Feng'er heard that she was going to leave Huang Xiaolong, her eyes reddened and a sense of loss overwhelmed her. In the end, Jiang Hong brought Feng'er, Gui, and the others back to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Looking at their backs disappearing into the boundless space before him, a sense of desolation washed over him. What's the point of looking when they have already left? If you can't bear to part with her, it's still not too late to ask her to come back. At this time, the little cow teased. Huang Xiaolong then patted the cow's head. In the future, I will also give you away. The little cow said bitterly, Kiddo Huang, you can't be so cruel. You can't leave an old lady like me in the hands of others, right? Huang Xiaolong felt a headache coming when he saw the expression on the little cow's face. We're going back to the Fortune Emperor Palace. A brilliant smile appeared on the little cow's face and she said, I knew you wouldn't be so cruel to me. Huang Xiaolong could no longer endure her nonsense and he stared at her. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's patience wearing thin, the little cow shut her mouth. Let's return to the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong then ordered Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel to fly the Dragon Shark flying ship towards the Fortune Emperor Palace. Based on the speed of the Dragon Shark flying ship, they would arrive at Fortune Emperor Palace in a year's time. Hence, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry as there was more than enough time to make it back for the selection. He would even stay and take a stroll with the little cow for a few days in some of the divine plains they came across. When Huang Xiaolong was making his way back, the Fortune Emperor Palace received a summoning signal from the Brightness Emperor Palace. Fang Gong frowned as he looked at the Brightness summoning signal. Naturally, the content was about Huang Xiaolong. Even though the Brightness summoning signal came from one of the hall masters, Fang Gong felt that it weighed 1,000 tons in his hands. The pressure it brought about was immense. After all, the Brightness Emperor Palace was the second-ranked Emperor Palace in the divine world. What did the second strongest Emperor Palace represent? As an emperor from Fortune Emperor Palace, Fang Gong naturally understood what it meant. The Brightness Emperor Palace was a lot stronger and way more frightening than the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Inside the main hall, Li Shan, Zhou Chun, and Chun Yirong looked at each other in confusion as they saw the look on Fang Gong's face. Emperor, did this summoning signal come from the Brightness Emperor Palace? Li Shan asked with a doubtful expression. The Fortune Emperor Palace never had any dealings or contact with the Brightness Emperor Palace before. Why did they send a summoning signal? You guys take a look. Fang Gong hesitated for a bit before passing the message over. The three of them received it and swept their divine sense through it. Zhou Chun scoffed immediately. Huang Xiaolong is acting too arrogantly. How dare he rob the demonic chaos spiritual veins from the elders of the Brightness Emperor Palace? Who cares if he has those demonic beasts beside him? Even if he has heaven-defying talent, our Fortune Emperor Palace doesn't need a disciple who runs around causing trouble for us. Li Shan frowned and tried to defend Huang Xiaolong. This is just the Brightness Emperor Palace's side of the story. As for what really happened, we still don't know for sure. Chun Yirong agreed. Something seems fishy about this. No matter how unbridled Huang Xiaolong is, he wouldn't rob the elders of the Brightness Emperor Palace, right? Seeing Chun Yirong and Li Shan take Huang Xiaolong's side, Zhou Chun questioned, Don't tell me the Brightness Emperor Palace is framing Huang Xiaolong for no reason? If that's the case, why didn't they frame my disciple, Sun Shihai, instead? Why are they targeting Huang Xiaolong? Fang Gong interrupted. Okay, there's no point arguing over this now. Then let's ask Huang Xiaolong when he comes back. Zhou Chun continued. Since the Brightness Emperor Palace has requested us to hand over those two demonic beasts, if Huang Xiaolong is guilty, we must not allow those two demonic beasts to escape. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong must also be punished according to the rules of the Fortune Emperor Palace. We can't give him special treatment just because he has a king of supreme godhead. Fang Gong knitted his brows and concluded, Let's wait for Huang Xiaolong to return before deciding our next course of action. He should be back soon to take part in the selection. Zhou Chen chuckled when he heard Fang Gong bring up the selections. What level of cultivation do you think Huang Xiaolong has achieved? With his talent, he should have broken through into the God King realm, right? There was a trace of mockery beneath his supposed compliment. Chun Yirong added, according to his speed of cultivation, he should have already broken into the God King realm. Moreover, he might even already be a second-order God King. As for Li Shan, he was certain that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't disappoint them. I don't think so. He has a king of supreme godhead, and with his cultivation speed, he should have already reached the third-order God King realm. Zhou Chun wasn't able to control his laughter. Li Shan, don't you think you are overestimating Huang Xiaolong? The time he spent adventuring barely reaches 10 years, and do you think it's possible for him to progress from the peak of the late 10th Order Ancestor God realm to the 3rd Order God King realm in this short amount of time? Even the most talented disciples of peak-level emperors would take tens, if not hundreds of years to break into the God King realm. It would be a miracle for him to be able to arrive at the God King realm in 10 years. I will bet that he is either at the late or mid-First Order God King realm. Fang Gong shook his head. That may not be true. I feel that Huang Xiaolong has already broken into the Third Order God King realm. Zhou Chun was stunned that Fang Gong had thought so highly of Huang Xiaolong, but he laughed soon after. Even if Huang Xiaolong's cultivation is at the Third Order God King realm, it's too bad for him. He won't be able to pass the selections anyway. Fang Gong, Li Shan, and Chun Yirong opened their mouths in shock. Zhou Chen was right. Even if Huang Xiaolong was a third-order God King realm expert, he would be unable to pass the selections. Even with Huang Xiaolong's extraordinary combat power, he would only be able to contest with people up to the late 5th Order God King realm. Out of the 3,000 disciples who were taking part in the trails, more than 1,200 of them were above the 6th Order God King realm. Not to mention the fact that only the top 1,000 would be able to move on. In other words, if anyone was thinking of passing the selections, they had to possess a cultivation base of a 6th Order God King. A brief moment of silence fell before Chun Yirong broke it. What about Sun Shihai and Peng Shao? Weren't they cultivating in our fortune's secret region? Li Shan slowly raised his head and replied, I tried my best during these 10 years. I used all the precious treasures and spiritual herbs I could. But Peng Shao is only at the peak of the late Third Order God King realm. Even though Peng Shao also had shocking combat prowess, she would only be able to suppress other geniuses who were at the 4th Order God King realm. In Li Shan's eyes, she would also fail the selections. Even Fang Gong felt that it was unfortunate. Initially, they were overjoyed when they recruited 2 experts with Supreme Godheads and Huang Xiaolong who had a King of Supreme Godhead. Right now, 2 out of 3 of them had already lost before the selections began. They wouldn't be able to represent their Fortune Emperor Palace to take part in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Who would have expected that the Battle of the Heavenly Court would be held so early this time around? Chun Yirong sighed with regret. As for Shihai, he should have broken into the 4th Order God King realm, right? Zhou Chun laughed loudly and boasted. Not only did Shihai break into the 4th Order God King realm, his combat strength will scare all of you. Everyone was startled. Do you mean that Shihai will be able to pass the selections? Li Shan asked apprehensively. Even though Zhou Chen didn't state it clearly, his tone and expression was one of confidence. It was even bordering on arrogance. Fang Gong and Chun Yirong turned their gazes to Zhou Chen. For the past 10 years, Zhou Chen had always been the one in charge of Sun Shihai's cultivation. If he didn't know about his disciple's strength, no one else would. Zhou Chen looked at the shocked expression on their faces and a smile appeared on his face. That's right. Shihai will definitely be able to pass the selection. The 3 of them sucked in a cold breath at Zhou Chen's confidence. If Sun Shihai was able to pass the selection, he would definitely possess combat strength comparable to a 6th Order God King realm expert. How was it possible? Even though Sun Shihai was a bit more talented and had a higher cultivation level than Peng Shao, none of them felt that he would be able to break through the 4th Order God King realm during his period of seclusion. But from the looks of it, Sun Shihai was most likely in the 5th Order God King realm. In fact, he might be at the mid-fifth order God-King realm. After Shurhai passes through the selection, he will definitely achieve great things for our Fortune Emperor Palace during the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Zhou Chun then continued, I will definitely do my best to boost his cultivation level during the time we have between the selections and the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Even though his secret method could allow Sun Shurhai's strength to increase at a shocking pace, his path of breaking through into the Emperor realm in the future would basically be severed. Despite that, Zhou Chun felt that everything was worth it. Of course, Fang Gon, Li Shan, and Chun Yirong weren't aware of his plans. They were merely shocked at the fact that Sun Shurhai had improved at such a rapid pace. Since that's the case, we look forward to seeing his strength at the selections a year later. Chun Yirong chuckled. Not long after, Zhao Lei also received news of the summoning signal from Brightness Emperor Palace. Fang Xianxian, Peng Shao, Li Lu and Yao Qi learned about it one after another. The four girls felt a trace of worry in their heart when they heard about it. Will the sect master really punish Huang Xiaolong? Peng Shao asked Fang Xianxian. Fang Xianxian shook her head. Now that nothing has been made clear, I have a sneaking suspicion that the Brightness Emperor Palace is lying. Why would Huang Xiaolong go about ordering Xiang Sun to rob them of their low-grade demonic chaos spiritual vein for no reason? I wonder how Huang Xiaolong is doing since he left the Fortune Emperor Palace. From the message in the summoning signal, he seems to be in the floating Twilight Land. I have heard that the floating Twilight Land is a divine world filled with many dangerous lands. Will he be fine? Yao Qi asked with an expression of concern. Fang Xianxian teased. What's wrong? Are you missing your little brother long now? Don't worry about him. He'll be back soon enough. From what my father said, he is rushing back on his dragon shark flying ship. Yao Qi's face flushed red when she saw the ambiguous look in Fang Xuanxuan's eyes. However, she quickly retorted, You look more anxious about Xiaolong than me. Fang Xuanxuan's face slowly turned red as she vehemently denied, You're really annoying. Isn't he your little brother Long? Why will I be thinking about him? Maybe you have some weird thoughts in your head we are not aware of. The four girls started to quarrel with each other and a lively atmosphere ensued. Inside the Fortune's secret region, a ball of blood-red light wriggled about and pulsed, exuding a terrifying pressure. Without any warning, sharp crimson light flashed and a figure broke out of the ball. Sun Shurhai appeared in the middle of the room. Staring at the message of the summoning signal sent by the Brightness Emperor Palace sent by Zhou Chun, Sun Shurhai scanned through the contents. Huang Xiaolong, you are finally coming back. During the selections, I will make sure everyone knows that you're just a loser compared to me. Peng Shao will watch on as I destroy you, Sun Shurhai resentfully said. You better not disappoint me after leaving the Fortune Emperor Palace to train for the past 10 years. After venting his frustrations, Sun Shurhai calmed down and muttered, In a year, my celestial blood ape physique will evolve once again and enter the 6th layer. Together with my dragon-devouring spear, Huang Xiaolong will definitely fall beneath my feet in 10 moves. No, I will send him down the disgraceful path of defeat in 5 moves. I will embarrass him in front of everyone. Sun Shurhai's roar resounded like a ear-splitting thunderclap and it echoed through the entire Fortune's secret region. When Sun Shurhai was vowing to destroy Huang Xiaolong, the dragon shark flying ship was speeding towards the Fortune Emperor Palace. In the main hall of the dragon shark flying ship, Huang Xiaolong received a message talisman from his master, Zhao Lei. The contents were obviously what was written in the brightness summoning signal, about how he ordered Xiang Sun to rob their low-grade demonic spiritual veins. Looking at the contents of the letter, Huang Xiaolong broke out into cold laughter. The little cow was right. Tianzi and the others were planning to go all the way in their pursuit of the low-grade demonic spiritual veins. He casually tossed the message to the little cow who was lazily lying on the ground. When she swept her divine sense across it, she laughed as though it didn't matter. How are you planning on dealing with this? There will be a lot of trouble waiting for you back at the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Shaoling replied indifferently, I don't think there will be any trouble waiting for me. However, Master said that Sun Shihai's strength has improved by leaps and bounds after cultivating in the Fortune Secret region. He is no longer the weakling he once was, and there is 100% chance of him passing the selections. The little cow frowned in suspicion. What nonsense! At best, that little brat broke through to the late Fifth Order God King realm. Even though he has a supreme godhead and can cultivate quickly, there is still a limit as to how fast he can increase his strength. Unless what? Huang Xiaolong was puzzled. Unless someone unleashed a forbidden ancient chaos art on him. Otherwise, there is no way for him to break through so quickly. The little cow muttered to herself. In the past few years, Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain the Tianwu treasure, and he had used it to break into the God King realm. With the help of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, he had broken through to the Fourth Order God King realm. He only managed to break through to the Sixth Order God King realm because he found the Purple Grand Mist Aura. Moreover, he had a king of supreme godhead. For Sun Shihai to be able to even come close to Huang Xiaolong's cultivation base was suspicious in itself. Are the effects of the demonic chaos forbidden art so shocking? Huang Xiaolong asked in shock. The little cow nodded her head. Despite the stellar effects of the forbidden art, they are essentially drinking poison to quench their thirst. If Sun Shihai has really been cultivating this forbidden art, he will experience unprecedented growth in the Heavenly Monarch realm. Once he breaks through the Heavenly Monarch realm, his cultivation speed will start to slow down. In fact, his cultivation speed will start to slowly stagnate, and he might never be able to break into the Emperor realm in the future. The reason users of the forbidden art can experience rapid growth is due to the fact that it is constantly sucking up their latent potential and talent for cultivation. The more talented the person is, the stronger the effects of the forbidden art. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. However, the demonic chaos forbidden art is said to be lost in the long rivers of time. Even most of the emperors in the demonic sects aren't aware of the forbidden art. How did someone like Zhou Chun in your Fortune Emperor Palace get his hands on such a skill? The little cow felt that something was off. If Sun Shihai was cultivating the demonic chaos forbidden art, Zhou Chun was their only suspect. After racking his brains, Huang Xiaolong said, maybe Zhou Chun managed to obtain some ancient demonic sect's treasure trove during his adventures. It wasn't impossible for something like that to happen. Probably not. The little cow shot him down. Huang Xiaolong stared at her with his mouth agape. Why not? All right, let's stop talking about Zhou Chun. Your little girlfriends should already be aware of your return. Wouldn't they be pretty anxious? Considering the situation, the little cow suddenly broke out into laughter. Ha ha ha, in my opinion, you were already thinking about them. Huang Xiaolong brushed off the question and asked one of his own. Do you know what my master, the king of Grand Mist, looks like? The little cow was stunned for a second, but a chuckle left her lips eventually. He's just an old man. Of course he isn't as handsome as you. Of course, he doesn't have your charm. Huang Xiaolong was struck speechless. Oh right, that little brat Tianwu has a pretty good collection of arrays in the Tianwu array records. Go study them when you're free. I will. Huang Xiaolong replied and nodded his head. He was extremely clear about the advantages and uses of arrays. It didn't matter if one was studying the art of refining pills, creating mechanisms, or the art of combat. The use of arrays would be crucial in any one of those aspects. An array grandmaster was someone extremely revered in the divine world. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong was too preoccupied with increasing his cultivation base to secure a spot for himself in the selections that he couldn't dedicate time to his research of arrays. Since he no longer needed to increase his cultivation base as rapidly as before, he felt that he should find some time to do some proper research on arrays. Time stopped for no one, and before long, a year passed. Throughout the entire year, other than refining dragon crystals, dragon pearls, and fortune divine fruits, Huang Xiaolong spent the rest of his time studying the Tianwu array records. The more he researched the Tianwu array records, the more respect he felt for Tianwu Heavenly King. Before he ascended to the divine world, he had once studied the art of arrays. He couldn't be considered a complete newbie in it, but after studying the Tianwu array records, he felt that he had merely touched on a small corner of the art of arrays. The Tianwu array records was profound and encompassed a broad scope of knowledge. The theories contained within were exquisite, and it seemed to be written by someone with extensive knowledge in the art of arrays. The more Huang Xiaolong read, the more absorbed he became. There were even some parts where he clapped his hands in amazement. According to the Tianwu Heavenly King, the art of arrays were broken up into 4 levels. The first level was to carve the general form of an array onto a divine tool. The user would have to use the divine tool before they could form the array successfully. As for the second level, one would be able to use anything they could get their hands on to form an array. Mastering the third level would allow one to use the God Force in their body to form an array. If using God Force to form an array sounded absurd, the fourth level would be absolutely ridiculous. Tianwu Heavenly King stated that at the fourth level, one would be able to set up an array with their thoughts. Forming an array with a thought. By covering an area with their mind, they would be able to form an array. It was a ridiculous, yet horrifying idea. Thoughts were something that couldn't be felt. How could something non-physical be used to form an array? However, Huang Xiaolong managed to understand Tianwu Heavenly King's logic after a bit of thinking. It didn't matter if they were using God Force or their thought to form an array. They had to use the energy contained in the heavens and earth. The only difference was the power of the array unleashed and the speed A. When they returned to the Fortune Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother wasting time in the divine plains surrounding it. He flew directly towards the palace. The instant Huang Xiaolong stepped into the palace, everyone noticed his return. Zhou Chun and Sun Shihai naturally received the news of his return. Li Lu, Yao Qi, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao gathered together the moment they received news of Huang Xiaolong's return. Yao Qi and Li Lu were over the moon and could barely contain their happiness. As for Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao, they tried to contain themselves. It was too bad the look of joy in their eyes couldn't be suppressed no matter how hard they tried. Yao Qi pulled the 3 of them along as they flew out of the door. In the distance, they saw Huang Xiaolong slowly flying towards them. The sun was perfectly positioned behind him and a golden glow covered his body. Riding on the little cow, Huang Xiaolong slowly flew towards them. Looking at the little cow's head shaking from side to side, Yao Qi couldn't contain her laughter. Poochie! When the little cow heard Yao Qi's laughter, she raised her front legs and greeted, "Hey little beauties! This old cow is back! This old cow is back!" Her voice echoed through the entire palace. When the other 3 ladies heard the little cow's proclamation, they couldn't control their laughter either. As for Huang Xiaolong, he felt cold sweat forming on his forehead. Why does it seem so ridiculous? Something doesn't sound right. How is this a female cow? This damn cow sounded like a damn gangster picking up chicks. Xiangxun and the Chaos Black Camel at the back tried to hold their laughter. As they slowly neared the 4 ladies, the sight of the familiar smiles on their face entered Huang Xiaolong's eyes and a smile slowly formed on his face. Unlike him, the ladies felt their heartbeat speeding up when they saw the smile on Huang Xiaolong's face. Even the icy Peng Xiao felt her face heating up. When they looked at Huang Xiaolong again, all of them felt that the aura he emitted was different from before. The little cow slapped her head when she saw the expression on the 4 of their faces. "I knew it! Didn't I say that you became more charming during this trip out of the palace? Look, their faces are redder than tomatoes. I'm so sad now." Black lines instantly formed on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Fang Xianxian asked with an obvious blush on her face, "Senior Cow, why are you sad? Look at this little brat. What if more girls try seducing him in the future? Wouldn't there be a huge group of beauties around him every day? Of course I'm sad." The 4 ladies broke into melodious laughter. Huang Xiaolong slapped the little cow's head and reprimanded, "I don't think you're feeling sad. What else can I feel other than sadness? I think you feel like getting beaten up." Huang Xiaolong snarled. Once again, pleasant laughter filled the air. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to ask about their experiences while he was away, a summoning signal flew towards him. When he opened it, he realized that his master, Zhao Lei, had sent it. There wasn't anything important written in it, but it indicated for him to report to the Cultivation Palace at once. Huang Xiaolong felt a little helpless as well, and he could only apologize to the four ladies. "Master has summoned me," Fang Xianxian stuttered. "Xiaolong, about the Brightness Emperor Palace. You have to be careful when Ancestor Zhoushan brings it up." "That's right, Xiaolong. It seems as though Ancestor Zhoushan wants you to hand over Xiangsun before accepting the Brightness Emperor Palace's punishment." Yao Qi added, "Why don't?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled. "There's nothing to worry about. Please relax." He was clear as to what Yao Qi wanted to say. He quickly sent them to the Dragon Tiger Hall to wait for his return. Riding the little cow once again, he headed towards Zhao Lei's place. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's back, Li Lu tightened her grip on Yao Qi's hand. She swore since Xiaolong said that it's fine. Everything will be fine. She knew Huang Xiaolong since they were young, and she understood him better than the others. Yao Qi slowly nodded her head. When Huang Xiaolong disappeared into the horizon, the four ladies returned to wait for him. In the distance, Sun Shihai stared at the ladies as they flew away. His eyes were cold, and he thought about how his celestial blood ape physique would be breaking through to the 6th layer soon. Not only was his celestial blood ape physique going to break into the 6th layer, he had even managed to awaken a different type of concealed energy in his body. The strength he felt hidden in his body was so strong that he didn't dare to believe it existed. There are only 4 more months to the selections. Sun Shihai muttered to himself. An icy light shot out of his eyes and he swore, "Huang Xiaolong, I have been waiting too long for this day to come." The scene where they chose their masters appeared fresh in his mind. Even though it had been a long time ago, he could never forget about it. It tortured him at every waking moment, and he couldn't wait to ruthlessly crush Huang Xiaolong beneath his feet. He wanted to play Huang Xiaolong to death. Clenching his fists tightly together, he ground his fingers deeper into his flesh, as though he was crushing Huang Xiaolong in his palm. As Huang Xiaolong made his way to Zhao Lei's place, a group of disciples appeared before him. Looking at them, he knew that they were there for him. After all, they were from the enforcement hall. When they arrived before him, they stopped and surrounded Huang Xiaolong. "Martial Uncle Huang, we received Ancestor Zhoushan's order to bring you to him. He has something he needs to talk to you about." The way they spoke to Huang Xiaolong was somewhat polite. Huang Xiaolong's face didn't change, and he replied, "Go back and tell him I am currently visiting my master. After I meet with my master, I will look for him." All of the disciples from the enforcement hall frowned. "Huang Xiaolong, do you think that you can defy an elder's order just because you have a king of supreme godhead?" One of the disciples from the enforcement hall yelled, "You had better follow us to meet Ancestor Zhoushan right now. You can go meet Chief of Hall Masters Zhao after that." Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered with all of them, and he forced his way forward. The expressions on the faces of the disciples from the enforcement hall changed. "Huang Xiaolong, how dare you!" Just as one of the disciples was about to make a move, Xiangsun and the Chaos Black Camel swiped out with their tail. The moment they struck him, he was sent flying. He only crawled up when Huang Xiaolong, Xiangsun, and the Chaos Black Camel had disappeared in the distance. His expression was one of extreme shock. In a short while, Huang Xiaolong saw Zhao Lei's palace, and there was a lone person standing in the wide space before the massive palace. It was his senior, Chun Hao. When he saw Huang Xiaolong, a look of joy flashed past his face, and he quickly greeted, "Junior brother." A smile revealed itself on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he returned the greeting, "Senior brother. You brat. You grew more handsome after going out." Chun Hao patted Huang Xiaolong's shoulder and laughed. Huang Xiaolong snickered in a low voice in response. "Let's head in. Master is waiting for you." Chun Hao didn't drag the conversation on any further, and he brought Huang Xiaolong towards Zhao Lei's palace. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at Zhao Lei's palace, Zhou Chun received the report from the disciples of the enforcement hall. After blanking out for a moment, he slammed his hand into his table, turning it into dust. He said to Li Shan and Chun Irong, who were beside him, "Look at that! Huang Xiaolong is too arrogant. Even I, an ancestor of the palace, am not able to greet him when he comes back." Li Shan and Cheng Yirong frowned when they saw the raging Zhou Chun. If it was really as he said, Huang Xiaolong was going overboard. No matter how talented he was, Huang Xiaolong was a disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace. As an elder of the Fortune Emperor Palace, Zhou Chun had all the rights in the world to order Huang Xiaolong for a meeting. Instead of agreeing, Huang Xiaolong had even injured the disciples he sent over. Even though Huang Xiaolong wasn't the one who had made the move and Xianxia had done the dirty job for him, there was no difference. Zhou Chen's rage smoldered in his heart, and he said coldly, "The disciple of the disciplinary hall went to invite Huang Xiaolong on my order, but he was injured by Huang Xiaolong's demonic beast instead. It seems like the elders from the Brightness Emperor Palace are telling the truth. Huang Xiaolong definitely ordered them to rob the low-grade chaos spiritual veins from them." Li Shan shook his head. "We haven't got to the bottom of the matter, and we cannot pin the crime on Huang Xiaolong's head." He knew that his disciple, Peng Xiao, was extremely close to Huang Xiaolong, and he wasn't going to go against him for no reason. Chen Yirong asked all of a sudden, "Where's Huang Xiaolong now?" Zhou Chun sneered. "According to the disciple I sent out, he went to look for Zhao Lei. As for whether or not he actually went there, no one knows. Let's invite the Fortune Emperor Fan Gong to head over to Zhao Lei's place together. Once we're there, we can question Huang Xiaolong about the validity of the brightness summoning signal." Li Shan muttered. Chen Yirong didn't hesitate to nod his head. "That sounds like a good plan." Zhou Chen's face turned a shade darker. "Nonsense. Why will the three of us elders bring the Fortune Emperor along to look for him? What rights does he have? He's just a mere disciple of our Fortune Emperor Palace." Indeed, for three elders and the Fortune Emperor himself to personally look for Huang Xiaolong was a little too unbefitting of their status. If word were to get out, they would turn into a joke. However, Li Shan shook his head. "Even though he is a disciple of our Fortune Emperor Palace, he isn't an ordinary disciple. I heard that he was received by the president of the Silver Fox Commerce the last time he arrived at Heaven World's Heavens Avenue. Even with our identity as elders of the Fortune Emperor Palace, the president of the Silver Fox Commerce wouldn't bother entertaining us. As such, we need to look at this problem from a different angle." Zhou Chen argued. "That's just a rumor. It doesn't have to be real. Do you really think that the president of the Silver Fox Commerce will bother meeting that brat? It's definitely fake. Even if the president were to make an appearance, it would be because his daughter, Bei Xiaomei, begged him to." A sneer appeared on his face as he continued. "This guy has some pretty good luck. There are so many girls around him, and he even managed to gain the admiration of the young miss of the Silver Fox Commerce." All of a sudden, a figure shot towards them. When his shadow arrived before the main hall, his appearance was revealed. Fan Gong slowly made his way inside. Looking at the three of them in heated discussion, he became curious as to what was going on. Li Shan quickly went through their entire conversation with Fan Gong. "All right, since Xiaolong is at Zhao Lei's place, we shall look for him. We should clear up the problem with the Brightness Emperor Palace right now." Li Shan and Chen Yirong quickly nodded their heads. Seeing as Fan Gong had already made the decision, Zhou Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. He could only nod his head in affirmation. As such, the four of them flew out of the main hall and headed towards Zhao Lei's palace. As the four of them were making their way there, another scene was playing out over at Zhao Lei's palace. Under Chun Hao's escort, Huang Xiaolong quickly arrived before Zhao Lei. He quickly bowed to pay his respects. Zhao Lei didn't bother about the issue with the Brightness Emperor Palace, and he merely laughed and chatted with Huang Xiaolong about his experiences in the past 10 years. He was like a mother hen who chirped non-stop. Chun Hao looked at Huang Xiaolong, who was growing more and more uncomfortable by the second, and a trace of delight appeared in his heart. After a short chat, Zhao Lei finally cleared his throat and asked, "There are only 4 months left until the selections. Now that you're back, you can observe the selection process." Is he asking me to be a spectator? Huang Xiaolong was shocked for a second, but he quickly snapped back to his senses. It seemed as though his master wasn't confident in his abilities. "Master, now that I'm back, I'm definitely going to join the selections." It was Zhao Lei's turn to feel shocked. Chun Hao stared at Huang Xiaolong with his mouth agape. In the next instant, Zhao Lei broke into laughter. I know that you experienced a leap in cultivation during your adventures, but the selections aren't as simple as you think it is. Are you in the late Second Order God King realm now? Out of the more than 3,000 disciples taking part in the selection this time, there are at least 1,200 of them with combat strength at the Sixth Order God King realm. Even someone at the mid-Sixth Order God King realm would find it difficult to pass the selections. Zhao Lei continued, I know that you really wanted to take part in the selections, but things won't always go your way. Since you have a king of supreme godhead, your prestige will take a hit the moment you suffer a defeat during the selections. Is Master Zhao Lei asking me to forfeit the chance to take part? A bitter smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Late Second Order God King realm? Well, Master can't be blamed for thinking this way. After all, even if he had a king of supreme godhead, it would be a spectacular feat to break through into the late Second Order God King realm in several tens of years from the peak late 10th Order Ancestor God realm. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to explain himself, Zhao Lei asked, What's going on with the Brightness Emperor Palace? Their elder said that you ordered your demonic beasts to rob their low-grade demonic chaos spiritual vein. Did that happen? Huang Xiaolong could only change the topic. Xianxia and the others made a move to injure Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. However, before Huang Xiaolong could finish his sentence, a cold laugh echoed through the air. All of you heard it for yourselves. I said that the Brightness Emperor Palace wouldn't smear the name of our disciples for no reason. Right now, he admitted that his demonic beasts attacked Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. Moreover, he snatched their low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins. The void broke apart and the party of 4 appeared before Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Lei. Fortune Emperor. Seeing that Fang Gong was present, Zhao Lei quickly got to his feet. He greeted the sect master respectfully. Fang Gong received the greeting and he turned to ask Huang Xiaolong, Did you speak the truth? All of us heard it. He admitted to the crime of injuring the elders of the Brightness Emperor Palace. What more do we need? Zhou Chun quickly pressed Huang Xiaolong for an answer. Huang Xiaolong stared at Zhou Chun in the eye and said indifferently, I did allow Xianxia to injure Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. However, which part of my sentence stated that I snatched their low-grade chaos spiritual veins? A cold light flashed through Zhou Chun's eyes. Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with Zhou Chun, and he turned to speak to the other elders and the Fortune Emperor. That day, Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace were looking for low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins in the Heaven Eye mountain range, and they found nothing. They saw me in the vicinity and ordered me to hand over the chaos spiritual veins I found. They even wanted to search my spatial ring. When they heard Huang Xiaolong's recount, a clearer image formed in their mind. What happened next? Chen Yirong asked. They wanted me to hand over the low-grade chaos spiritual veins that I had obtained from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Zhao Lei no longer controlled his anger, and Fang Gong, Li Shan, Chen Yirong, all erupted in anger. However, Zhou Chun sneered coldly at the side. Humph, that's what you say. Who knows if it's real? Huang Xiaolong ignored Zhou Chun's accusation and he continued to explain. They wanted me to hand over the low-grade chaos spiritual veins that I had won from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. I declined and they tried using force to achieve their goals. I had no choice but to order Xianxia to make a move. So that was what happened. Zhao Lei furiously said. How dare those damnable elders from the Brightness Emperor Palace bully my disciple? The next time I see Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang, I swear that I will chop off their lower half. Chun Hao, who was sitting at the side, started sweating the moment he heard that. Huang Xiaolong smiled bitterly as he didn't expect his master to swear in front of everybody. However, he felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He knew that the care his master had for him came from the bottom of his heart. Fang Gong was also enraged. Not only was Tianzi the one who wanted to steal Xiaolong's low-grade chaos spiritual veins, he even made up a story to frame Xiaolong when he failed to do so. What is this nonsense? Li Shan added. The Brightness Emperor Palace is too much of a bully. Even though they might be the second-ranked Emperor Palace, it doesn't mean that they can do whatever they want. Chun Yirong spoke up to support Huang Xiaolong as well. Huang Xiaolong, how do you prove that you spoke the truth? What if you're the one making up a story to lie to us? Zhuo Chun questioned. You probably already planned what to say after returning to our Fortune Emperor Palace. I admit that it is well crafted. Your version of the story makes you sound like the victim instead. Zhao Lei's face turned cold. Huang Xiaolong had expected Zhou Chun to pursue this matter till the end. So he continued, Fortune Emperor, Master, this is the image recording stone that I used to record the incident. He then handed over a spiritual stone to Fang Gong. Once Fang Gong circulated his god force, the image recording stone immediately burst into rays of light and reflected the scene on top of the Heaven Eye mountain range when Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang confronted him. It showed the whole incident from that day, from how Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang had accused Huang Xiaolong of finding the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins to when they demanded Huang Xiaolong to hand over his spirit ring for inspection. They even had their designs on the low-grade chaos spiritual veins Huang Xiaolong had obtained from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Zhou Chen's face started to turn unsightly. However, he was furious in his heart. If Huang Xiaolong had this image recording stone as proof, why did he purposely take it after everyone accused him of the crime? He is definitely trying to embarrass me in front of everyone. After watching the entire scene play out, Zhao Lei impolitely asked, Elder Zhou Chun, is this enough proof that everything my disciple has said is true? Zhou Chen's face changed and he immediately smiled. Of course, everything I said in the past was out of concern for your disciple. After all, this matter is related to the Brightness Emperor Palace and we have to be careful about it. Zhao Lei snorted and didn't bother replying. Fang Gong smiled at Huang Xiaolong. Now that we know the truth of the matter, Xiaolong, you must have felt wronged about this whole incident. You won't blame Uncle Fang for asking you to rush back to clarify this matter, right? Huang Xiaolong smiled. I understand that Uncle Fang did it out of concern for me. He paused before continuing. Regarding this matter, I don't feel wronged at all. In fact, I think that they suffered quite a bit that day. Thinking back to the scene when Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the rest of them had their god force sealed as they rolled down the Heaven Eye mountain range, everyone burst into laughter. Zhao Lei grinned and said, If it was me, I would have stripped them before throwing them off. Another round of laughter filled the room. Fang Gong, Li Shan, and a few others then left a few words of encouragement before leaving. Other than Zhou Chun, who had a solemn expression on his face, the rest of them all had faces full of smiles when they left. Zhao Lei looked at Zhou Chen's back and sneered, This old bastard. He then turned around and told Huang Xiaolong, Xiaolong, let's have a few good drinks today. Huang Xiaolong smiled in response. This time, I brought back some good alcohol from the floating Twilight Land for Master. Zhao Lei's eyes sparked. What's there to drink? Huang Xiaolong then took out the dragon rain wine that he had obtained from the barbarian space. The second Zhao Lei opened the cap, the fragrance of alcohol filled the room. One day later, Huang Xiaolong smiled helplessly as he finally left Zhao Lei's palace. If he had not mentioned the fact that Yao Qi and Li Lu were waiting for him at Dragon Tiger Palace, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave. After leaving his master's palace, Huang Xiaolong rode the little cow and returned to the Dragon Tiger Palace. Thinking about how Yao Qi was waiting for him back there, a fire started to burn in his heart. The urge to return grew stronger with every passing moment. Kiddo Huang, tonight you better prepare a few chaos restrictions. The little cow suddenly piped up. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Why would I need to prepare a few chaos restrictions when I get back? For a moment he was confused. The little cow rolled her eyes and said, The previous time you did it. Yao Qi's loud cries filled the entire palace. Even this old woman felt her heart fluttering. Huang Xiaolong's face started to redden and black lines appeared on his forehead. Meanwhile, Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel pretended to be deaf and mute as they raised their heads to look at the beautiful sky above them. When they finally arrived at the Dragon Tiger Palace, Huang Xiaolong hastily set up several chaos restrictions before doing his deed. Even though Yao Qi's cries weren't as exaggerated as the little cow said, it was still pretty loud. After the restrictions were set, Huang Xiaolong no longer held himself back. The two of them soared through the skies as their bodies intertwined. They started rising up into the air as they carried out their intense exercise. Doing it in the air wasn't something mere mortals could learn. However, it was easily achieved by Huang Xiaolong. A couple of days later, Huang Xiaolong finally left Yao Qi's room. When he arrived at his courtyard, the little cow gave him a thumbs up. There was a smug smirk sitting on her face when she looked at him. For the next 3 months, Huang Xiaolong chatted with Li Lu and Yao Qi in the Dragon Tiger Palace. When Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao came over, the conversation became more lively. These days of peace were the envy of others. 3 months passed quickly, and Huang Xiaolong left the Dragon Tiger Palace and headed towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Even though there was still a month before the selection, it was the first day of registrations. The Hall of Supreme Harmony was where he had taken the registration examination in the past. This time round, Huang Xiaolong didn't bring Li Lu or Yao Qi instead. He was planning to sign up alone. When he arrived at Hall of Supreme Harmony, the entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Other than some disciples who were there to sign up, there were some handing out missions. There were at least a few thousand disciples here. Senior Huang. It's Senior Huang. When they noticed Huang Xiaolong in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, many of the disciples became restless and quite a number of them greeted him politely. As he rarely appeared in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he caused an uproar the moment he entered. Under the gaze of the many disciples, Huang Xiaolong walked in the direction of the registration counter for the selections. There was already a line at the counter. When they saw Huang Xiaolong walking towards the registration counter, everyone was shocked. Is Senior Huang planning to participate in the selections? That's impossible. Why would he sign up for it? Those disciples who signed up were all at least in the 4th Order God King realm. If Senior Huang isn't planning on signing up, why would he go there in the first place? Everyone gasped. Huang Xiaolong ignored the strange looks from the people around him, and he made his way to the registration counter. Those who were in the queue stepped aside and greeted Huang Xiaolong. All of them had a single question in their heart. Is Huang Xiaolong really planning on signing up for the selections? The person who was in charge of the registration was still Elder Bai. Looking at Elder Bai's big ears and tiny eyes, a sense of familiarity washed over Huang Xiaolong. Back when he came to the Fortune Emperor Palace for the first time, Elder Bai was the one who tested his bone age. At that time, he even wanted to accept Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple. When Elder Bai saw Huang Xiaolong coming over, he stood up in surprise and smiled. It looks like Martial Brother Huang is here. Many of the disciples stared at Elder Bai with their mouths agape. One had to know that Elder Bai was a well-known eccentric. No one had ever seen him smile. However, after considering Huang Xiaolong's identity and talent, they felt that it was nothing out of the ordinary for Elder Bai to be acting all respectful. A smile broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face and he returned the greeting. Senior Brother Bai. Junior Brother Huang. Why are you here? Elder Bai got straight to the point and asked with a trace of suspicion in his voice. I want to sign up for the selections. Huang Xiaolong didn't like beating about the bush and he got straight to the point. Even though Elder Bai and the disciples in the hall expected him to sign up, hearing it for themselves gave them quite a shock. Junior Brother Huang, are you sure you want to participate in the selections? Elder Bai couldn't help but ask again. He quickly tried to explain himself as he was afraid Huang Xiaolong would misunderstand him. I don't mean to be disrespectful. However, I feel that it is a little strange. Huang Xiaolong wasn't bothered by it and he clarified. I know that you don't mean any disrespect. However, I am really here to sign up for the selections. He paused for a short while before saying, I'm not kidding. Soft laughter filled the hall. Elder Bai stared blankly at Huang Xiaolong for a moment before breaking out in chuckles. All right, since Junior Brother is serious about it, I shall begin the test. Even though he knew that Huang Xiaolong would definitely qualify, he still had to test him. After all, he couldn't show his bias in front of so many people. In the next moment, he tested Huang Xiaolong's bone age once again. The test was very simple. After shining the jade mirror stone on him, his bone age would be displayed. Similar to the previous time Huang Xiaolong was tested, the display showed unknown bone age, under 1,000 years. When they saw that Huang Xiaolong's bone age was still under 1,000 years, all of them were stunned silly. After all, Huang Xiaolong had already entered the Fortune Emperor Palace for quite some time now. Everyone thought that his bone age would be at least 1,000 years, but he proved them wrong once again. After the bone age test came the test of strength. The test for combat strength was similar to the bone age test. All he had to do was to unleash his god force into the Jade Mirror Stone. Intentionally holding back, Huang Xiaolong transferred god force at the level of a mid-second order god king. The Jade Mirror Stone shimmered and a row of words appeared on it. Realm, mid-second order god king realm. Combat power, mid-fifth order god king realm. The surrounding disciples were astonished and clamor broke out in the hall. Mid-second order god king realm. Didn't senior brother Huang enter Fortune Emperor Palace 20 to 30 years ago? He was only at the peak of the late 10th order ancestor god realm when he entered the palace. His cultivation speed is too terrifying. You think senior brother Huang is like you? Don't forget that he has a king of supreme godhead. Even though his cultivation speed is shocking, all of you are missing the main point. Look at his combat strength. Despite being only in the mid-second order god king realm, his combat power is actually at the mid-fifth order god king realm. That is unheard of combat prowess. All the disciples broke out into fervent discussions. Even Elder Bai was unable to hide the shock in his heart. Even though the Jade Mirror Stone was right before him, he didn't dare to believe the row of words on it. It was simply too ridiculous. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed and his combat power were too terrifying. Elder Bai, since my test results are out, can I sign up for the selections now? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Elder Bai snapped back to his senses and nodded his head. Yes, yes. Huang Xiaolong felt a little uncomfortable under Elder Bai's burning gaze, but he was already used to it. As such, he didn't feel too affected. Elder Bai then entered Huang Xiaolong's information into the token for the selections and passed it to him. In a month, Huang Xiaolong would be able to participate in the selections as long as he had the token in his possession. Huang Xiaolong looked at the token in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Since he had already signed up, all he had to do was to wait for a month. Just as Huang Xiaolong was planning to leave with his token, a female voice lazily sounded out behind him. You're worthy of your king of supreme godhead. Not only have you broken through to the God King realm, you have even reached the mid-second order God King realm. Elder Bai and the surrounding disciples turned to look at the source of the voice. Huang Xiaolong frowned when he heard her voice. The voice belonged to the hall master of the Snow Moon Hall, Yan Ying. In the records, she was Zhou Chen's disciple. However, she was actually his old lover. Huang Xiaolong turned around and her figure appeared before him. Yan Ying was walking towards him while swaying her curvy waist. Looking at her soft and supple skin, all of them felt that they would be able to wrap her waist in their palm without any difficulty. Her appearance was the same as the last time he saw her. She dressed skimpily and seemed to be trying her best to tempt him. Behind her were quite a number of Snow Moon Hall's disciples. That wasn't the main point. Instead, everyone's eyes were focused on Sun Shihai, who was walking beside Yan Ying. Sun Shihai and Yan Ying walked side by side, giving off an imposing aura. From Sun Shihai's demeanor, one could no longer see the depression he had after losing to Wang Yongsen during the apprenticeship ceremony. Instead, he looked to be in high spirits and he seemed to be exuding a domineering aura. Sun Shihai acted as if he was a general returning from victory as he walked towards Huang Xiaolong. Every step he took seemed heavy, and he glared at Huang Xiaolong with a gaze of provocation and hatred. Hall Master Yan, Martial Uncle Sun, Elder Bai and the surrounding disciples greeted Yan Ying and Sun Shihai one after another. When the two of them finally arrived before Huang Xiaolong, Yan Ying covered her mouth with her hands and giggled. Little brother Xiaolong, it is quite unexpected for you to sign up for the selections this time. However, your growth surprises me more. Congratulations to little brother Xiaolong on breaking through to the God King realm. Little brother Xiaolong? From the way she spoke, everyone would have thought that they were lovers. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered with her and ended the conversation. Thank you. Combat strength at the mid-fifth order God King realm? It's too bad that it's far from enough to pass the selections. Sun Shihai sneered. A strong smell of gunpowder saturated in the air, and all the disciples stood at the side silently. Huang Xiaolong was planning to leave as he was too lazy to bother arguing with Sun Shihai. It was too bad Sun Shihai wasn't going to let things rest as he raised his arms to block Huang Xiaolong's way. He looked at Huang Xiaolong from the corner of his eye and sneered. Huang Xiaolong, I am here to sign up for the selections as well. Aren't you curious about my increase in strength? Even a fool could tell that he was extremely confident in himself. As soon as the words left Sun Shihai's lips, the entire hall fell into silence. He was simply provoking Huang Xiaolong in his face. The gaze of the surrounding disciples landed on Huang Xiaolong as they wondered how he would react to this open insult. Huang Xiaolong looked at Sun Shihai's arrogant expression and said with indifference, I'm not interested. Not interested. As though a bomb exploded in their mind, all the disciples around them stared blankly at Huang Xiaolong. Without skipping a beat, Huang Xiaolong started to walk out of the hall. Sun Shihai wasn't able to control his anger from being dismissed and taunted. Huang Xiaolong, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you afraid to see the results of my test? Are you too much of a scaredy cat to find out that I have a higher cultivation and combat power than you? Are you too cowardly to face the facts? Huang Xiaolong frowned and stopped. At this moment, the hall master of the Snow Moon Hall, Yanning, smiled. Little brother Xiaolong, even if you want to rush back and cultivate, surely you have some time to spare, right? Since we're already here, why not stay for a little longer to look at my junior brother's test result? Isn't there a saying that goes, know yourself, know your enemy? Anyway, you have nothing to lose by taking a look. Looking at the smile on Yan Ying's face, an urge to slap her till her face swelled like a pig's head appeared in Huang Xiaolong's heart. Is big sister Ing free later? Huang Xiaolong said as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Everybody present felt their jaw drop when they heard how he addressed her. Big sister? When they thought about how Yan Ying addressed Huang Xiaolong as little brother Huang, they felt that it was reasonable for him to do the same. Little brother Xiaolong, is there anything you need? Yan Ying smiled. Huang Xiaolong stared directly at her chest and smirked. If you are free later, you can come visit my Dragon Tiger Palace. Visit my Dragon Tiger Palace. When they heard his suggestive tone, everyone turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with a strange gaze. Despite her charm, everyone knew of her secret relationship with Elder Zhou Chan, and none of them dared to approach her. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong dared to tease her in public. Was he trying to turn Elder Zhou Chan into a cuckold? Even Sun Shihai's face turned unsightly. Yan Ying's face twitched even though she knew that Huang Xiaolong had done it intentionally. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's handsome face, a weird feeling appeared in her heart. Many thanks for the invitation to your Dragon Tiger Palace. However, I still need to make a trip to look for my master. Yan Ying smilingly said. In that case, it's a real pity. I was originally planning on discussing some of the ancient secret arts I obtained in the floating Twilight Land with you. A strange expression appeared on the faces of the disciples surrounding them. Ancient secret art. Was he referring to the yin-yang dual cultivation? Some of the disciples looked at Huang Xiaolong with a sense of admiration. They felt that out of everyone in the Fortune Emperor Palace, he was the only fearless soul who dared to tease the hall master of the Snow Moon Hall. If any other disciple tried to follow in Huang Xiaolong's footsteps, their skin would be peeled off by Elder Zhou Chan for sure. It didn't matter if they had 1 or 100 layers of skin. Elder Zhou Chan would definitely peel it off one by one. Yan Ying's face flushed red from embarrassment, and any sane man would be tempted by her charm. Instead of replying to Huang Xiaolong, she merely smiled. Elder Bai, please start the test. Sun Shihai broke the awkward atmosphere in the hall. In the next second, everyone fixed their gazes on Sun Shihai. Seeing that the test was about to start, Huang Xiaolong decided to stay. He didn't want people to think that he was afraid of Sun Shihai and was running away like a cowardly turtle. Like Huang Xiaolong, Sun Shihai took the bone age test. However, that was the end of the similarity. His bones were over 10,000 years old, but no one felt that anything was wrong. After all, everyone knew about his test result when he joined the Fortune Emperor Palace. Next came the test of combat power. Sun Shihai raised his hand with a swift motion and poured his god force into the jade mirror stone. The stone exploded with intense rays of light, and after it started to dim, everyone caught sight of the blood-red glow surrounding it. When the glow started to die down, a row of words appeared on the surface of the stone. Realm, peak of the late 5th Order God King Realm. Combat power, late 6th Order God King Realm. Everyone stared at the stone in shock as though they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Oh my god! Senior brother Shihai broke through to the peak late 5th Order God King Realm. His cultivation speed is too terrifying. Back when senior brother Shihai entered the Fortune Emperor Palace, wasn't he only at the early 2nd Order God King Realm? In a mere span of 10 years, he managed to reach the peak of late 5th Order God King Realm. His cultivation speed is simply too shocking. Martial Uncle Shihai is worthy of his title as a supreme genius. With his combat strength, he will definitely be able to pass through the upcoming selections. Their fervent discussion exceeded the scope of that when Huang Xiaolong's results were announced. When the praises flooded into his ears, a contented expression appeared on Sun Shihai's face. He folded his hands before him and smiled at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I haven't had the chance to exchange pointers with you. I hope that we will meet each other during the selections. An indifferent expression hung on Huang Xiaolong's face. We most definitely will. Sun Shihai smirked. From what I see, your strength is too lacking. You don't have to worry. If we really meet during the selections, I will only use half of my strength. Half of his strength? Huang Xiaolong sneered in his heart. When the time comes, let's see if you can still maintain the smile on your face. Ignoring Sun Shihai, Huang Xiaolong turned around and left. This time, Sun Shihai did not bother stopping Huang Xiaolong. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left, both Sun Shihai and Yanning started making their way towards Zhou Chen's cultivation palace. Once the two of them reached Zhou Chen's cultivation palace, he had long received the news about how Huang Xiaolong had teased Yanning in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. When Zhou Chen heard the news, he couldn't believe his ears. His body started to tremble and rage filled his entire being. His killing intent sword and qi shot out like knives from his body, destroying everything in the hall. Cracks in space started appearing around him. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think I won't be able to kill you because Fang Gon and Zhao Lei are supporting you? Zhou Chen gnashed his teeth in anger. Everybody had their reverse scale, and his was Yanning. A moment later, Sun Shihai and Yanning arrived and were startled at the state the hall was in. Master! The two of them walked forward and greeted him. After greeting the both of them, Zhou Chen spoke to Sun Shihai. Haven't you always been wanting to spar with Huang Xiaolong? I will definitely give you a chance to do so in the selections. Sun Shihai was overjoyed at the chance. Thank you, Master. Zhou Chen warned. There is only one thing you have to do. Show no mercy and destroy him with all you got. Do you understand? Master, please rest assured. I will definitely make him suffer. He will no longer be the mighty disciple he once was. Sun Shihai swore resolutely. Zhou Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and continued. All right, you can head back. I have some important matters to discuss with your senior sister. Important matters he needed to discuss with her. Sun Shihai bowed respectfully and left. After Sun Shihai left, Zhou Chen pointed to the seat in front of him and impatiently called out to Yanning, "Come over!" Yanning threw him a flirtatious look and said, "Didn't you throw me aside a few days ago after working me to death? Anyway, how do you plan on dealing with Huang Xiaolong?" Zhou Chen snorted. Deal with him? He's merely in the God King realm. Originally, I was planning to let him live for a little longer, but he can't blame me for my actions now. Let's not talk about him instead. Let me deal with you first. He then pulled Yanning into his embrace, following which spring filled the hall. Huang Xiaolong returned to his Dragon Tiger Palace after he left the Hall of Supreme Harmony. On his way back, news of what had happened inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony spread like wildfire, and even Fang Gong and Zhao Lei learned of the incident. When they heard the news, everyone reacted differently. Some were shocked at the frightening growth of Huang Xiaolong's combat power, whilst others were frightened at Sun Shihai's rapid advancement. Discussions broke out everywhere. When Zhao Lei received news, he was at Fang Gong's palace discussing matters about the selections 1 month away. Hence, they received the news at the same time. The two of them were stunned when they heard Huang Xiaolong's antics, and they stared at each other in disbelief. This brat. In the end, he still went over to register. Zhao Lei smiled. Mid-second order God King realm? That's pretty close to what I guessed. But it is surprising to see that his combat power is at the mid-fifth order God King realm. Fang Gong laughed. Well, it's normal for young people to be competitive, but who would have thought that he would actually tease Yanning in public? Zhou Chun should be hopping mad right now. Zhao Lei grinned. He's indeed a cuckold now. The two of them broke into laughter. Who would have thought that Sun Shihai would have reached the peak of the mid-fifth order God King realm? Isn't his increase in strength a bit too abnormal? Zhao Lei frowned as he pondered. Fang Gong fell deep into thought as well. Something seems strange here. Could Zhou Chun have used some sort of secret art on Sun Shihai? Even though his cultivation base can rise quickly now, his foundation will definitely be affected. Zhao Lei shook his head. That may not be so. He then smiled bitterly and continued. However, during the selections, if Xiaolong encounters Sun Shihai, I'm afraid he will be in a lot of trouble. Sun Shihai will definitely not let him off easily. Fang Gong helplessly said. Once Xiaolong transforms into the primordial divine dragon, he shouldn't be defeated too badly, right? Fang Gong could already feel a headache coming. As everyone talked about him, Huang Xiaolong passed his days as usual. He chatted with Li Lu and Yao Qi in his Dragon Tiger Palace without a care for the rumors flying around. In his free time, he would refine pills, research the Tianwu array records, or he would start refining dragon crystals, dragon pearls, and fortune divine fruits. His days passed comfortably and peacefully. Deep into one of the nights, Li Lu and Huang Xiaolong sat on the roof of the palace as they stared at the stars shimmering in the night sky. Recently, there have been lots of disciples talking about you and Sun Shihai. The general consensus out there is that you will lose miserably if you meet Sun Shihai in the selections. Li Lu asked in a concerned tone. Then what do you think? Huang Xiaolong grinned. Li Lu was stunned as her beautiful eyes landed on Huang Xiaolong's handsome and confident face. A soft smile formed on her face as she looked at her feet. You'll definitely be able to beat him. Huang Xiaolong held her small, smooth hands, and felt a soft warm current flowing into his own. You're the one who knows me the best. A chuckle escaped his lips all of a sudden. Don't worry, I definitely won't let my woman down. Li Lu's face reddened as she retorted. Who's your woman? Huang Xiaolong held her hands tightly and smiled. Of course it's you. Even my mother acknowledged you as her daughter-in-law. Li Lu felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. When she thought of Su Yan and the other members of the Huang family, a melancholic light flashed through her eyes. I wonder how uncle and auntie are doing in the lower plains? Huang Xiaolong sighed. I wonder how my mother is doing. Xiao Fei, are you doing well in the lower plains? Huang Xiaolong secretly wondered in his heart. During his trip to the floating Twilight Land, he had asked Zhang Hong if there were ways of bringing him back to the lower plains. However, Zhang Hong was helpless about this matter as well. The lower planes were considered mortal worlds. Both divine worlds and mortal worlds had their rules and laws. Even an existence surpassing the emperor realm like Zhang Hong would be helpless in the face of the laws set by heavens and earth. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to return to the lower planes, there was only one way. It was just as the little cow had said, he had to look for the ancient chaos formation. After the selections, Huang Xiaolong was planning to make a trip to the headquarters of the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce. With their connections and resources, there might be a chance for them to locate the lower plains envoy. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about Xiao Fei, uncle and auntie? Li Lu gently asked when she saw that he was lost in thoughts. Huang Xiaolong nodded in response. Oh right. Did Xianxia mention if her older brother will be back for the selections this time? Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked. Li Lu was startled and shook her head. She doesn't know either. However, it's unlikely that he's coming back as there still isn't news about him. Huang Xiaolong's mood dipped a little when he heard the news. He had originally thought that Fang Xuanxuan's older brother would be back in time to join the selections. However, from the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to make it back in time. It was a little strange as the Battle of the Heavenly Court was a major event. Did he meet with some trouble when cultivating in the Hell Azura world? Xianxian is actually very worried about her brother. Li Lu continued, even though her older brother is quite strong, the Hell Azura world is chaotic and dangerous. Even an emperor would think twice before entering. I really don't understand why her brother chose that place. Huang Xiaolong's heart shook. Perhaps her brother is cultivating a unique skill that requires him to enter the Hell Azura world. Li Lu came to a realization. That sounds reasonable. She smiled and continued. Didn't you head over to the floating Twilight Land to temper yourself? Sometimes, I really don't understand men's thought process. The two of them continued chatting, and before they knew it, the first rays of daylight broke through the darkness of night. 20 days passed in a flash and the day of the selections was upon them. Huang Xiaolong was consolidating his knowledge on formations when he saw Sun Shihai flying towards him. Looking at the cocky expression on Sun Shihai's face, his face turned cold. Why are you here? Huang Xiaolong's voice was flat. Sun Shihai chuckled. Why does junior brother Huang seem to not welcome me? Oh, that's right, tomorrow is the day of selection. After tomorrow, your palace will belong to me. He sauntered into the palace and nodded with every step he took. Not bad, the spiritual chi here is a lot richer than that in my palace. I like it. Is that really what you think? Huang Xiaolong asked indifferently. Sun Shihai said with a smile. That's right. After the selections tomorrow, this palace will belong to me. You're going to have to leave immediately. Huang Xiaolong became even more puzzled. Why would the palace be his after the selections? Sun Shihai saw the confusion on Huang Xiaolong's face and explained. Do you still not understand? Let me explain it to you. Once I defeat you tomorrow, I will be able to prove myself. Your king of supreme godhead is nothing more than decoration, and since this is the best palace in the Fortune Divine Kingdom with the exception of the sect chief and elders' palaces, only the most talented disciple deserves to live in it. Once I defeat you, my master will raise this matter to the Fortune Emperor. No matter how biased the sect chief is towards you, he won't possibly be able to ignore my master's decision. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and laughed as he finally understood what was going on. Upon seeing this, Sun Shihai asked, Why are you laughing? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain? Huang Xiaolong's smile didn't fade as he continued to question. Sun Shihai was stunned, but fury overwhelmed him in the next moment. Huang Xiaolong, don't think that I won't dare to cripple you just because the sect chief is looking out for you. Sun Shihai, what are you trying to do? A lovable voice echoed from the surrounding space. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao appeared and they slowly flew towards Huang Xiaolong. When Sun Shihai saw that the newcomers were Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao, he couldn't help but retract his previous arrogance. It seems like young lady Xianxian is here. I was just chatting with Huang Xiaolong about some random matters. Even though he was arrogant, he didn't dare to act out of line in front of Fang Xianxian. After all, she was Fang Gan's daughter. Are you done? If you are, you can take your leave. Peng Xiao chirped in. Sun Shihai felt jealousy and anger boil in his heart when he saw that Peng Xiao was siding with Huang Xiaolong. However, he quickly suppressed the rage building up in his heart and said, Huang Xiaolong, see you tomorrow in the arena. I won't bother holding myself back. I hope that you will be able to last at least 5 moves. After he finished speaking, he ignored the 2 women and flew straight into the air. The 2 of them became slightly angry when they heard his cocky declaration. Wasn't he implying that he could defeat Huang Xiaolong in 5 moves? What 5 moves is he talking about? Sun Shihai is really overestimating himself. Fang Xianxian looked at Sun Shihai's back and mocked. Huang Xiaolong looked at the two of them and a bright smile appeared on his face. I almost wanted to tell him that I can defeat him in one move. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao were stunned for a moment and they broke out laughing before long. It seems that you are even crazier than Sun Shihai, Fang Xianxian teased. Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders and replied, to make lunatics fear you, you have to be crazier than them. The two girls broke into laughter again. Peng Xiao said, in the future, I will use your method and see if it works. Why did the two of you come over anyway? Huang Xiaolong no longer felt like speaking about Sun Shihai and he quickly changed the topic. We heard that you haven't been running around for the past few days, and we decided to visit you since we have nothing else to do. Fang Xianxian tried to explain herself, but her heartbeat started to speed up when she spoke about visiting him. Peng Xiao pouted and asked, what's the problem? Are we not welcome here? Huang Xiaolong smiled. It is my honor to host two beauties in my palace. Of course I'll welcome you. He paused for a moment and gestured with his arm to welcome them. May the two beauties come in and take a seat. Fang Xianxian covered her mouth and giggled. That's more like it. The two of them then followed Huang Xiaolong into the palace. When they found a seat, Peng Xiao asked, what did Sun Shihai ask you? As he had no intentions to hide the truth, Huang Xiaolong repeated everything Sun Shihai had said. After hearing his side of the story, the two of them almost erupted with rage. Xiaolong, if you really meet Sun Shihai in the selections tomorrow, will you be all right? Peng Xiao asked with a face full of concern. They don't think I stand a chance against Sun Shihai. What do you mean by that? If I really meet him in the selections tomorrow, I'll beat him till his master can't recognize him. Huang Xiaolong jested. The two of them giggled immediately after the words left Huang Xiaolong's lips. Fang Xianxian chided. How are you still in the mood to joke? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Peng Xiao rolled her eyes at Huang Xiaolong. Okay, we know you are not kidding. Is that enough? Despite whatever she said, the expressions on their faces betrayed their real thoughts. They definitely didn't believe that he was serious about it. Huang Xiaolong revealed a helpless expression. From the looks of it, other than Li Lu, no one else believed in him. After an hour of bantering, Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao left. Huang Xiaolong didn't try to improve his cultivation. Instead, he took out the Netherworld King's jade that belonged to the King of Hell. After Huang Xiaolong had refined the third set of restrictions in the Netherworld King's jade, he had formed a faint connection with the power of darkness in it. The power of darkness had always been slowly tempering his true dragon physique and his avatars. Huang Xiaolong estimated that once he reached the 7th Order God King realm, he would be able to refine the fourth set of restrictions of the Netherworld King's jade. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong also took out the 9-yin magic mirror that he had obtained from the 9-yin giant corpse tribe. Looking at the 9-yin magic mirror, he shook his head. Despite his years of research, he wasn't able to find a way to refine it. It seemed that if he wanted to refine the 9-yin magic mirror, he would have to listen to the little cow and find the ancient heavenly court treasure. It seemed as though he would only be able to refine the 9-yin magic mirror after obtaining the memories of the ancient heavenly emperor. When Huang Xiaolong placed the Netherworld King's jade and 9-yin magic mirror together, they started to emit a type of soft, yet chilly, light. As both objects belonged to the darkness, with the Netherworld King's jade belonging to the King of Hell, and the 9-yin magic mirror belonging to the 9-yin giant corpse tribe, the two objects seemed to resonate with each other. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong's summoning signal vibrated. He took it out and saw that Zhao Lei was summoning him. He had no choice but to keep the Netherworld King's jade and the 9-yin magic mirror away, as he left straight for Zhao Lei's palace. Once he arrived, Zhao Lei immediately started nagging about everything he should be paying attention to during the selections. Huang Xiaolong couldn't do anything but listen obediently. One day passed quickly. Under the anticipation of countless disciples of the Fortune Emperor Palace, the sun gradually rose. Huang Xiaolong followed behind his master and senior brother into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Just like any other competition, the selection was held in the main hall of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. When they arrived at Hall of Supreme Harmony, many disciples, elders, as well as hall masters were already present. Chief of Hall Masters. Once Huang Xiaolong and his master, Zhao Lei, arrived in the hall, everyone stood up to greet him. Zhao Lei acknowledged the masses and made his way to the viewing platform. As for Huang Xiaolong, he joined the other participating disciples in the holding area. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across the audience and noticed Li Lu, and Yao Qia's smile broke out on his face and he nodded at them. Ancestor Zhou Chun has arrived. The arrival of Zhou Chun stirred everyone up once again. Both Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Lei glanced in his direction in unison. They saw Zhou Chun treading towards them, in midair. He was wearing a green brocade and looked like he was in high spirits. However, a strange look developed on the faces of the disciples, elders, and hall masters when they noticed the green brocade on his body. Their gazes slowly turned to his head. Thankfully, his head wasn't cloaked in green. Sun Shihai, Yan Ying, and a group of disciples from the Snow Moon Hall followed behind him. Huang Xiaolong's gaze rested on the well-built young man that was following closely behind Yan Ying. The young man who cut an imposing figure was known as Lu Yong. He was the disciple of Yan Ying, and it was said that he was one of the strongest disciples in the selections. Moreover, he was at the 10th Order God King realm. When Huang Xiaolong turned to catch a look at Zhou Chun and Sun Shihai, Zhou Chun, Sun Shihai, Lu Yong, and even the hall master of the Snow Moon Hall, Yan Ying, turned to look at him at the same time. It was as though they were sizing up the competition. A cold light flashed across Zhou Chen's eyes the moment they landed on Huang Xiaolong. The disciples of the Snow Moon Hall, including Lu Yong, had varied expressions on their faces. Sun Shihai had an air of conceit around him, and Yan Ying smiled coquettishly. Zhou Chun and Yan Ying quickly made their way to the main table and sat down. Meanwhile, Sun Shihai and Lu Yong settled down in the waiting stand. Martial Uncle Sun, Senior Brother Lu Yong. Excitement broke out in the crowd as many of them rushed to give their greetings. Sun Shihai and Lu Yong merely nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Martial Uncle Sun's power is extraordinary indeed. Allow us to offer your early congratulations on qualifying. Some people in the crowd laughed heartily. With Martial Uncle Sun's combat prowess, it's impossible for you to lose. You will definitely rank in the top 100. Only among the top 100? I bet he's in the top 30. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and chuckled when he heard how hard the disciples were trying to flatter Sun Shihai. They're not flattering him. They're just bullshitting at this point. Although Sun Shihai was at the peak of the late 5th Order God King realm, his combat abilities put him on the same level as an expert in the late 6th Order God King realm. Out of all the strong disciples taking part in the selections, none of them were weaker than Sun Shihai. He would at best be put in the top 1,000. He wouldn't even be able to make it into the top 500s, much less the top 100. On the main table, Zhao Lei nodded towards Zhou Chun and greeted, Ancestor Zhou Chun. Although he did not want to deal with Zhou Chun, Zhao Lei still had to show proper respect. Zhou Chun chuckled, Zhao Lei, my old brother, to tell you the truth, I have been envious of you ever since you managed to take such a good disciple under your wing. Zhao Lei laughed and replied, Thank you very much. I am but an ordinary emperor. I am lucky enough to get a disciple with a king of supreme godhead. Without pushing the topic, he turned to look at Zhou Chen's green brocade and said, You look really good today. Zhou Chun was stunned and his gaze shifted towards his brocade. Does it really look that good? It's very green. When he heard Zhao Lei's comment, Zhou Chen's facial expression changed. He never thought so deeply into it. However, he regained his composure in the next instant and chuckled. If you find my outfit nice, I'll ask my men to make a few sets for you. Zhao Lei laughed. There's no need. I don't like the color green. All the other hall masters, elders, and even the grand elders shifted their gaze away. The sect master, Ancestor Li Shan, and Ancestor Chun Irong are here. One of the grand elders yelled out. Zhao Lei and Zhou Chun stopped their conversation and turned to have a look at the newcomers. When Fang Gon, Li Shan, Chun Irong arrived at the main table, Zhao Lei and Zhou Chun greeted, Sect Chief. Fang Gon nodded his head and laughed. What were the two of you talking about? Zhao Lei replied, I was just complimenting Ancestor Zhou-chan on his outfit. It's very green. Fang Gong, Li Shan, and Chun Irong tried to force their laughter back, and Fang Gong managed to change the topic after trying his hardest to hold back his laughter. Have all the disciples arrived? They should all be here. Zhao Lei replied and turned to Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun, get them to look through the name list. If everyone is here, let's begin. Zhang Chun, the Hall Master of Hall of Supreme Harmony, respectfully followed Zhao Lei's order. Before long, the name list was read out and the attendance was taken. Even though there were 10 minutes left to the start of the selections, everyone was present. After all, they were participating in the selections to qualify for the upcoming Battle of the Heavenly Court. The rules and rewards were read out next. The rules of the competition were simple. Since the Battle of the Heavenly Court carried out battles in a single elimination format, they would be doing the same in the selections. A participant's opponent would be decided by lot drawing. As for the rewards for the selections, they were bountiful. All participants in the top 1,000 places would be rewarded. Of course, the rewards were divided into several levels. The champion would be rewarded handsomely, followed by the top 10 finalists. The top 100, 300, and top 1,000 came after that. The rewards doubled with each tier. The rewards were likely to be spirit stones, spiritual pills, divine artifacts, or divine armors. Since Huang Xiaolong wasn't lacking in any of them, he really didn't care about the rewards. This time, Huang Xiaolong set a small goal for himself. He only wanted to get into the top 1,000 contestants, as his only goal was to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. After Zhang Chen read out the rules and rewards, everyone went up to draw their lots. Huang Xiaolong grabbed a lot and the number 54 was written on it. That meant that he had to head over to the 54th stage. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong discovered that his opponent was Chun Longshi of the Snow Moon Hall. He was at the peak of the late 5th Order God King realm and was merely a hair's breadth away from reaching the 6th Order God King realm. Looking at Huang Xiaolong and Chun Longshi, Zhao Lei furrowed his brows. Standing behind Zhao Lei, Chun Hao saw Zhao Lei's expression and said, Master, rest assured. Although Chun Longshi is strong, it is still possible that Junior Brother will be able to clinch the victory. Zhao Lei nodded. I hope so. To be honest, he was not sure about Huang Xiaolong's chances of victory. Even though the Jade Mirror Stone stated that he had the combat ability of a peak late 5th Order God King realm expert, Chun Longshi wasn't weak either. He was comparable to a 6th Order God King realm expert. Chun Longshi grinned at Huang Xiaolong and said, Martial Uncle Huang, this concerns the Battle of the Heavenly Court, so please don't blame me for being too rough on you. Huang Xiaolong stared at Chun Longshi and retorted, If you are really able to defeat me, please go ahead. Back at the main table, Zhou Chun smiled at Yan Ying and said, Who would have expected Huang Xiaolong to run into a disciple of the Snow Moon Hall in the first round? If an ordinary disciple from the Snow Moon Hall defeated an expert who possesses a king of supreme godhead, his reputation will go down the drain. Oh right. Let's not forget his master. Zhou Chun didn't bother lowering his volume in an attempt to provoke Zhao Lei, who was sitting nearby. A dark cloud of anger formed over Zhao Lei's face, but he remained silent. After an awkward moment of silence, Fang Gong coughed lightly in an attempt to break the awkward atmosphere. All of a sudden, the disciples spectating the match broke out into fervent discussion. Fang Gong turned to look at the source of the discussions, and the sight that greeted him caused his jaws to drop. In the second arena, Sun Shihai was standing triumphantly, with a huge grin on his face. His opponent, however, was sprawled on the ground. Martial Uncle Sun's strength is beyond comprehension. He took out Guizhong, a 6th Order God King realm expert, with a single punch. That punch probably only contained 1,000th of Martial Uncle Sun's power. Guizhong is really lucky. If Martial Uncle Sun used all his strength, Guizhong would be drinking tea in the afterlife. We won't even be able to see his body. He will probably disintegrate if Martial Uncle Sun used his full strength. Everyone broke out into heated discussion about the battle that just occurred. Martial Uncle Sun is unparalleled. The other disciples from the Snow Moon Hall cheered for his victory and praised him to the high heavens. Zhou Chun, Yan Ying, and the Grand Elder from Snow Moon Hall beamed with pride. Shihai is acting too unbridled. He should have acted more politely and given Guizhong a chance to fight back. After all, we are all from the same sect. Zhou Chun cackled with laughter as he tried to conceal his pride and conceit. A frown formed on Zhao Lei's face. They hadn't planned on Sun Shihai being this strong. Zhou Chun turned to face Li Shan and Chen Yirong. So what are your thoughts? What can we do about this? He wanted to see if they had any other opinion on Sun Shihai's strength. Since the start, Zhou Chun knew that Li Shan and Chen Yirong were speculating about Sun Shihai's strength. He knew that they were definitely surprised to see his disciples' sudden increase in strength. When Li Shan heard what Zhou Chun had to say, he exclaimed in amazement, "Shihai's strength really exceeded our expectations," Chen Yirong interjected. With Shihai's speed of cultivation, by the time the Battle of the Heavenly Court begins, it is very likely that he will be able to enter the top 1,000. Zhou Chun gave a hearty laugh. At that moment, Chen Longshi was battling it out with Huang Xiaolong in the 54th arena. No longer holding himself back, Chen Longshi launched himself at Huang Xiaolong, with God Force circulating in his palm. A deafening boom resonated through the arena as the palm attack struck its target. It was an attack unique to the Fortune Emperor Palace. Known as the Heavenly Thunder Palm, one needed an innate thunder bone to be able to practice the technique, and the practitioner had to be surrounded by lighting during the training process. Only after tens of thousands of years of absorbing the lightning around him would he be able to achieve small completion in the technique. I believe that Senior Brother Chen's Heavenly Thunder Palm has surpassed the small completion stage. He might even have reached the grand completion phase of the technique, a disciple exclaimed when he saw Chen Longshi's spectacular attack. Even if he is not at the grand completion stage, Senior Brother Chen is born with an innate thunder bone. He's able to cultivate 100 times faster than ordinary people. His attack power when unleashing a lightning-based move will be more than double than that of any other disciple. Another disciple continued. While the disciples from the Snow Moon Hall were still engaged in their discussions, Huang Xiaolong casually raised his finger and pointed at Chen Longshi, who was rushing towards him. The moment he pointed at Chen Longshi, all the energy in the hall seemed to gather at his fingertip. As brilliant rays of light scattered around the hall, many disciples were blinded for a moment. If Zhang Hong was present, he would have cried out in amazement. He had defeated Mo Xiao in the past with a single finger. Right now, Huang Xiaolong's attack didn't merely look the same, but the theory behind his attack was completely similar to when Zhang Hong had made his move. Chen Longshi saw a blinding ray of light flash by and a sharp pain erupted from his chest. He was sent flying backwards as though someone had slammed a sledgehammer in his chest. When the light finally dissipated, everyone's gaze fell on Chen Longshi's body, which was crumpled on the edge of the arena. Blood flowed from the gaping hole in his chest. He was defeated. He was defeated after a single point from Huang Xiaolong. Everyone felt their jaws drop to the ground. Chen Longshi from Snow Moon Hall had been defeated. What's worse, he was defeated by a single finger. In the second arena, Sun Shihai, who had defeated his opponent with a punch, saw the scene that played out on the 54th arena. It wiped the smile off his face and a look of shock replaced it. Chen Longshi, who was the peak of the late Fifth Order God King realm, was one-shot by Huang Xiaolong with a single finger. What in the world is Huang Xiaolong's combat power? Was he comparable to a Sixth Order God King realm expert? Back on the main table, everyone stared blankly at Huang Xiaolong. Zhao Chun turned to look at Chen Longshi's bloodied body lying at the border of the arena, and his smile stiffened. The result was completely out of his expectations. Zhao Chun had wanted to arrange for Huang Xiaolong and Sun Shihai to face each other in the first round. However, Zhang Chun had personally drawn the lots, and he couldn't find a chance to pull any tricks. When he first realized that Huang Xiaolong was going up against Gong Longshi, he was secretly elated. He felt that Chen Longshi was definitely strong enough to deal with Huang Xiaolong without breaking a sweat. Although it was regrettable that Sun Shihai wasn't personally responsible for Huang Xiaolong's defeat, at least Huang Xiaolong would be out of the selections. All of a sudden, hearty laughter left Zhao Lei's lips. Zhao Lei rejoiced as he smacked the handle of his chair and cheered, "Great! Great! He did extremely well. Good job." It felt so good. It was a little too obvious that Zhao Lei was elated. "I called it. This brat is definitely not at the second-order God-King realm. We should scold him for hiding it from us." Zhao Lei laughed arrogantly. "I didn't expect for the disciples of the Snow Moon Hall to be weak to such an extent." Zhou Chen's face flushed red with anger. Couldn't be denied that Zhao Lei was right. Huang Xiaolong had only been admitted to the Fortune Emperor Palace for a short while. Yet, he was able to defeat Chen Longsher with a single finger. If Chen Longsher wasn't trash, what else could he be? At the same time, Li Shan exclaimed, "Does that mean that Huang Xiaolong is as strong as a 6th-order God-King realm expert? Shouldn't he be an early 4th-order God-King realm cultivator?" Early 4th-order God-King realm. Unbelievable. When Huang Xiaolong registered for the selections, his cultivation base was the mid-2nd-order God-King realm. Despite his low cultivation level, it was already shocking for everyone. Right now, Li Shan and Chen Yirong felt as though an earthquake was occurring in their heart. After recovering from the shock, Fang Gon regained his composure. As he recalled Huang Xiaolong's move, he muttered to himself, "Even with all my years of experience, I have no idea which ancient sect is able to pass down such a unique technique. What a mighty attack." Zhao Lei grinned. He probably picked it up from an ancient sect in the floating Twilight Land. Li Shan, Chen Yirong, and the others nodded. In the arena, Huang Xiaolong felt completely indifferent. Even though he had only seen his senior brother, Jiang Hong, using this technique only once, he had managed to pick it up with his monstrous comprehension ability. The reason he had used it against Chen Longsher was because he wanted to get a sense of its strength. Chen Longsher wasn't even that powerful. If he wanted to defeat Chen Longsher, he didn't even need to make a move. Jiang Hong was only able to utilize the move after comprehending the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Since he had only used it in the floating Twilight Land, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid that anyone would recognize the move. It didn't take long for the first round of selections to end. There were only some 3,000 participants. As long as they survived 2 rounds, they would be placed in the top 1,000. As such, the second round was extremely important. As the audiences watched with bated breaths, Huang Xiaolong, Sun Shihai, and the other disciples walked forward to draw their next opponent. 6th, Huang Xiaolong picked up his lot and glanced at it. As it turned out, Sun Shihai was also holding a slip that said, 6th. When Huang Xiaolong saw the number in Sun Shihai's hand, Sun Shihai's gaze also fell on the lot number in Huang Xiaolong's hand. When he realized that they were holding the same number, a look of ecstasy instantly appeared on Sun Shihai's face. "Brat, you can only blame the heavens now," Sun Shihai thought as he celebrated in his heart. Who would have thought that heaven was kind enough to give Sun Shihai a free pass to the battle of the heavenly court? Zhou Chun was still grumbling about how he wasn't able to rig the matches and felt extremely disappointed. As fate would have it, they managed to pick each other as their opponent. Huang Xiaolong, just wait and see. I'll let you have a taste of what I felt when I was defeated by Wang Yongxin. It finally dawned on the rest that Huang Xiaolong and Sun Shihai were holding on to the same lot number, and the atmosphere erupted. Both Martial Uncle Huang and Martial Uncle Sun drew the same lot. They're definitely going to put up a good show for us in the next round. The next battle will be a ferocious one. What will happen when a tiger meets a dragon? Bullshit. Even though Martial Uncle Huang is extremely strong, he won't be able to hold out against Martial Uncle Sun's overwhelming strength. One of the disciples from the Snow Moon Hall sneered. That's what I feel. Even though Martial Uncle Huang's display of strength was pretty awe-inspiring, he wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight when challenging Martial Uncle Sun. The disciples at the bottom of the arena broke out into fervent discussions. Everyone at the main table was riled up, and all of them started to whisper into each other's ears. The moment Zhao Lei saw the matchup, he furrowed his brows. Although Huang Xiaolong had just defeated Chen Longsher, another disciple of Snow Moon Hall, with a single finger, it was merely an opponent at the 6th Order God King realm. Even though that meant that he had the combat prowess of a late 6th Order God King Realm expert, it was far from enough to be Sun Shihai's opponent. When Sun Shihai took the test, he revealed his combat strength comparable to a late 6th Order God King Realm expert. He had to be holding himself back, and there was a possibility he could fight head-to-head with an early 7th Order Realm cultivator. It was extremely likely that that was the case. After Zhou Chun recovered from his astonishment, he laughed. I really didn't expect that Shihai's opponent in the second round would be Huang Xiaolong. What a surprise. Supreme against Supreme. I can't wait to watch this match. Zhou Chen's relaxed tone and hearty laugh made it seem as though victory was already in his grasp. Zhou Chen knew about the hidden strength in Sun Shihai's body. The moment he unleashes it, even someone like Zhou Chun would be shocked at the astonishing power. He felt that even though Huang Xiaolong was surprisingly strong, he wouldn't be able to face Sun Shihai. Fang Gon, Li Shan, and Chun Yirong were dumbfounded. However, judging from the look on their faces, they felt that it was a pity for Huang Xiaolong to be facing Sun Shihai in the second round. After all, the second round was the most important round in the selections. Defeating their opponent guaranteed a spot in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Huang Xiaolong listened to the chatter around him, but an indifferent expression hung on his face. His body blurred and he appeared on the 6th arena at the same time Sun Shihai did. Sun Shihai was bursting with anticipation, ready to start the fight. The second he appeared on the 6th arena, Sun Shihai released a sky-shaking roar, and he released his aura without holding anything back. A tremendous amount of blood-red light surged out of his body. The aura he emitted felt wild and raw, as though he was releasing all the accumulated rage and resentment he was holding in his heart. His whole body started to transform and blood-red scales covered every inch of his skin. Golden strands of hair started to grow all over his body. The golden hair shimmered in the light and Sun Shihai seemed to be covered in a layer of gold. Despite the shocking transformation, he didn't stop there. His body started to swell and his eyes turned completely red. His already sharp teeth grew longer, and his transformed fangs made it seem as though two ancient blades were poking out of his mouth. Astonishing strength. What a might. Martial Uncle Sun's celestial blood ape physique surpassed the 6th layer. The aura Martial Uncle Sun is emitting can suppress even someone at the peak of the late 6th Order God King realm. Moreover, he has the dragon-devouring spear. I'm afraid that even early 7th Order God King realm cultivators won't be able to stand up to him. A commotion was starting to brew among some of the disciples in the audience. At the main table, Li Shan sighed in admiration. Sun Shihai's celestial blood ape physique has surpassed the 6th layer, and it seems as though his defense and strength have increased by 10 folds. Chun Yirong shook his head and replied, It has probably increased more than that. Moreover, the 6th layer of the celestial blood ape physique holds a secret. Other than increasing his strength and defensive ability, he probably gained a unique innate skill. Some special physiques had the ability to awaken certain innate skills or techniques when the practitioner reached a certain level in their cultivation. Any abilities they awakened would possess unimaginable might. Huang Xiaolong watched Sun Shihai's transformation in silence. Celestial blood ape physique at the 6th layer? A look of indifference flashed past Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He didn't need to wait for too long. Sun Shihai's transformation was completed in just a short while. Sun Shihai puffed his chest out as if he was a fierce primordial ape. The might he emitted caused several 7th Order God King realm disciples to stare at him in shock. Huang Xiaolong, I bet that you didn't expect my celestial blood ape physique to reach the 6th layer. Sun Shihai chuckled coldly. Huang Xiaolong shook his head slowly and replied, Why are you only at the 6th layer? Shouldn't you be at the 7th layer? Don't you think you're advancing a little too slow? What? Everyone in the audience was taken aback. At the main table, Zhou Chun broke into laughter and said to Yanning, Did you hear what he said? He's complaining that the 6th layer of the celestial blood ape physique isn't enough to pose a challenge. Shouldn't he be aware of his own abilities before laughing at others? Zhao Lei wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao had just found Li Lu and Yao Qi when Huang Xiaolong's declaration entered their ears. Fang Xianxian shook her head and tooted. This guy is really something else. In the arena, after Sun Shihai recovered from the initial shock of Huang Xiaolong's comment, he burst out laughing. A trace of killing intent leaked out from him and fury clouded his brain. Fine. Since you feel that the 6th layer of the celestial blood ape physique is too low for your liking, I'll allow you to see the hidden strength in my body. As soon as the words left his lips, black light surrounded his body. The black light was extremely mysterious, but the power hidden in it even caused some of the elders in the heavenly monarch realm to be taken aback. Everyone was shocked speechless, including Fang Gon, Li Shan, Chun Yirong, and Zhao Lei. What is this? Fang Gon gasped in shock. Is this the power from an archdevil's bloodline? What horrifying power! This power definitely came from an archdevil powerhouse from the Grand Mist era. Li Shan said with a trembling voice. Sun Shihai is a descendant of an archdevil powerhouse from the Grand Mist era? Chen Yirong yelled in shock. The descendant of an archdevil powerhouse from the Grand Mist era. With their Emperor Realm cultivation level, they were extremely clear about what that meant. All the excitement and shock was explained with a single sentence. Zhao Lei was shocked and his heart sank. Initially, he was expecting Huang Xiaolong to create another miracle and defeat Sun Shihai. After seeing Sun Shihai's display of strength, he lost all hope. An archdevil from the Grand Mist era. No matter which archdevil it was, all of them were existences at the peak of the cultivation world. For example, there was the King of Grand Mist. He was one of the archdevils born during the Grand Mist era. There was also the dragon ancestor in the dragon world, the archdevil lord in the demon world, the king of hell, ancient heavenly emperor. The power of their bloodline didn't need to be questioned. Anyone with their bloodline was definitely going to be an expert in the martial world. However, only several archdevil powerhouses left behind descendants. Cultivators like the King of Grand Mist, the Archdevil Lord, the King of Hell, the ancient Heavenly Emperor didn't leave any descendants behind. The current Heavenly Emperor was merely the disciple of the ancient Heavenly Emperor. In front of everyone, Sun Shihai unleashed the power of the Archdevil's bloodline. Sun Shihai was considered a supreme genius in the cultivation world, and with the addition of an Archdevil's bloodline, he could almost be said to be at Huang Xiaolong's level. Even though Sun Shihai had cultivated much slower than Huang Xiaolong in the past, that was all history. After awakening his bloodline, nothing else would hold him back. His cultivation speed was definitely going to soar. As for Huang Xiaolong, he felt a little surprised when he felt that aura from Sun Shihai's bloodline. From what Fang Gon and the others said, Huang Xiaolong gained a clue as to what was going on. Archdevil bloodline? He knew about the Archdevils. In the extraterritorial devil battlefield, he discovered the 4 odd beats sealed under the demonic ghost pool. Their master was one of the Archdevils. It seems like I have to ask the little cow about this. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. He used to think that Archdevil was the title of some expert. From the looks of it, Archdevil was a term given to experts born in the Grand Mist era. Despite the shock everyone felt when Sun Shihai revealed his bloodline, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother too much about it. Instead, he looked at Sun Shihai as though he was looking at an interesting toy. The aura Sun Shihai emitted continued to climb, and it quickly rose past the point of an aura befitting an early 7th Order God King realm expert. The ladies felt a trace of worry blooming in their hearts when they noticed Sun Shihai growing stronger and stronger. Even Li Lu felt her heart constrict at the sight of it. She was extremely confident in Huang Xiaolong, but from the looks of it, she was afraid he wouldn't be able to defeat Sun Shihai, who had awakened his bloodline. Even though she didn't know who the Archdevils Fang Gon and the rest were referring to, she knew that they had to be talking about some super experts. After all, they seemed very excited when they spoke about it. Under the surprised gazes of everyone present, Sun Shihai's aura stopped rising. His body was covered in black light and he stood tall in midair. His imposing mannerism already suppressed all the mid-7th Order God King realm disciples in the audience. According to logic, he had the strength to easily defeat a late 7th Order God King realm expert. Another light flashed in Sun Shihai's hand and the dragon-devouring spear appeared. Waving his spear, He stared at Huang Xiaolong, who was still standing in the arena. Feeling as though Huang Xiaolong was nothing but an ant before him, he sneered, "Huang Xiaolong, do you still remember what I said to you the day before? I remember telling you that I'll use 5 moves to defeat you. Do you think you'll be able to take 5 moves from me now?" 5 moves. The spectating disciples broke out into an uproar. However, no one felt that Sun Shihai was exaggerating. The reason no one dared to doubt him was obvious. He had the ability to back his words up. Sun Shihai turned around all of a sudden and spoke to Fang Gon on the main table. "Sect Master, I have a request." Fang Gon was stunned for a second, but a smile appeared on his face in the next second. "Speak." Since Sun Shihai had awakened the archdevil bloodline hidden in him, Fang Gon's attitude towards him took a drastic change. "Once I defeat Huang Xiaolong, I would like the ownership of his palace to be transferred over to me." Everyone felt differently about what he said. As for Fang Gon, he frowned and a complicated expression appeared on his face. "Sect Master, if I defeat Huang Xiaolong here, it will be evident that I possess talent no lower than his. I should be the disciple our Fortune Emperor Palace puts heavy emphasis on cultivating. Huang Xiaolong's palace is only second to the ancestor's palace and your own. Only the most talented disciple deserves to stay in it." Sun Shihai continued, "When Sect Master bestowed the palace onto Huang Xiaolong, you based it on his remarkable talent. Right now, I am going to show you that I am more talented than him. Shouldn't it be perfectly fine to change ownership of the palace now that I've proven myself to be the most talented disciple in the Fortune Emperor Palace?" This? Fang Gon was stunned for a moment and he didn't know how to reply. "Sect Master, I am aware that Huang Xiaolong saved Fang Xianxia in the past. That's the reason you are biased towards him. However, I request that you be fair in this matter." Zhou Chun piped in all of a sudden, "Since Shihai's talent is above Huang Xiaolong's, the palace should belong to him." Fang Gon couldn't help but shift his gaze to Zhao Lei. Despite wearing a gloomy expression on his face, Zhao Lei nodded his head in the end. He didn't wish to put Fang Gon in a difficult spot. Fang Gon sighed in his heart and said, "Xiaolong, what are your thoughts?" "Sect Master, I have nothing against his suggestion." "All right." Fang Gon turned to Sun Shihai. "I'll allow it." A brilliant smile bloomed on Sun Shihai's face and he chuckled arrogantly. "I thank the Sect Master." Turning to Huang Xiaolong, he sneered, "Huang Xiaolong, I'll give you a chance. You can make the first move." Huang Xiaolong couldn't control himself as a chuckle escaped his lips. "Why don't you make the first move? Otherwise, you'll be whining about it being an unfair fight when you lose." The moment the words left Huang Xiaolong's lips, everyone fell silent. Sun Shihai raised his head and roared with laughter. As his body flashed, the dragon-devouring spear in his hand shot out towards Huang Xiaolong's heart. Die! Even if he killed Huang Xiaolong right now, he knew that Fang Gon wouldn't be able to punish him as he had revealed his bloodline. After all, accidents would always occur when sparring. Sun Shihai circulated all the energy in his body and channeled it into this one strike. The heaven-devouring beast imprinted on the spear shot out and charged towards Huang Xiaolong. It brought with it terrifying might as it called on the power of the archdevil bloodline in Sun Shihai's body. The moment the spear shot out, the void trembled and a mighty gale swept through the entire hall. All the disciples watching the match took a step back in shock. When the dragon-devouring spear was about to pierce through Huang Xiaolong's heart, Huang Xiaolong casually raised his arm and sent a slap flying forward. Everyone was stunned by his action. What is he trying to do? The attack that was supposed to end Huang Xiaolong's life didn't go as expected. Everyone watched on at Huang Xiaolong's slap connected with the heaven-devouring beast and a loud shriek pierced the air. Despite fusing with the power of the archdevil's bloodline in Sun Shihai's body, the heaven-devouring beast was sent flying. The remnant energy from Huang Xiaolong's slap continued to shoot towards Sun Shihai. An unstoppable might smashed towards Sun Shihai and he wasn't able to react in time. Raising his devouring dragon spear in reflex, he tried blocking the attack. Bang! Despite blocking Huang Xiaolong's slap, Sun Shihai felt a sharp pain shooting up his arm. The devouring dragon spear in his hand suffered the same fate as the heaven-devouring beast, and it was blasted away. Huang Xiaolong's slap eventually connected with his face. Puff! A ball of blood-red liquid shot out from Sun Shihai's mouth, and he slammed heavily into the arena. The moment he landed, a loud boom filled the hall and the arena shook. Time seemed to slow down for everyone as they turned their gaze towards Sun Shihai. Was this really the same martial Uncle Sun who awakened his archdevil bloodline? Zhou Chun, who was reclined in his seat on the main table, shot to attention as he stared at Sun Shihai in disbelief. His disciple, Sun Shihai, was defeated. He was defeated with a single slap from Huang Xiaolong. Even though Sun Shihai had barely landed on the arena, everyone could see that his face was swollen beyond comparison. It swelled so much that they couldn't even see his eyes. That's Shihai, Zhou Chen muttered in disbelief. Yanning nodded her head like a wooden chicken and stared blankly at Sun Shihai. Yes, it's Junior Brother Sunday. She was shocked as the ending was completely different from what she expected. The person lying there should be Huang Xiaolong, not Sun Shihai. Fang Gong, Li Shan, Chun Yirong, and the other elders and hall masters were unable to conceal their shock. Just as everyone stared blankly at the sixth arena in shock, a roaring laughter entered their ears. Even someone who was deaf would be able to hear the unbridled joy behind the laughter. As they slowly understood what was really going on, everyone turned to look at the source of the laughter. Who else could it be other than Zhao Lei? Under everyone's gazes, Zhao Lei stood up and clapped his hands. Great! This is awesome. Beautifully done. What an amazing fight. He showered praises and compliments non-stop. He couldn't really be blamed for being too sarcastic, as Zhou Chun was the one who predicted that it would be a spectacular fight. Right now, the ending was really amazing. Of course, it was amazing for Zhao Lei. When it came to Zhou Chun and the members of the Snow Moon Palace, it was a completely different feeling. The smile on Zhou Chen's face was long gone. Instead, his expression was frosty. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and he subconsciously tightened his fist. Huang Xiaolong. As for Li Lu, Yao Qi, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao, they turned to look at Zhao Lei when he roared with laughter. Expressions of joy could be seen on their pretty little faces. Fang Xianxian looked at Huang Xiaolong's back and giggled. This brat is always making us worry for him. Yao Qi chimed in. Sister Xianxian, why are you worried for Huang Xiaolong? Fang Xianxian looked at the crafty smile on Yao Qi's face and her face flushed red. She tried to defend herself. Of course I'm afraid that he'll get hurt. He's Uncle Zhao's disciple. If not for the fact that he saved me, I could care less about him. Peng Xiao laughed. Of course. Could it be that you developed feelings for him after he saved your life? Li Lu covered her mouth as she chuckled softly. Fine. All of you are ganging up on me. Watch me take care of all of you when we get back. When they were bantering around, Sun Shihai struggled to crawl to his feet. He swept his gaze across the audience and saw everyone looking at him. A wave of humiliation hit him and he seemed to drown in disgrace. He felt that it was more shameful than losing to Wang Yongsen in the past. Sun Shihai screamed towards the sky and he looked exactly like a beast about to go berserk. His screams shook the heavens and murderous intent filled him as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. In the next second, he rushed towards his target. His speed seemed to double as he lunged at Huang Xiaolong. The power he unleashed previously paled in comparison to the aura he was emitting right now. As black light pulsed around his body, jet-black rays pierced into the eyes of all the audience members. He seemed to turn into a ball of black light as he rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. Everyone felt their jaws drop. What astonishing speed! Is this his hidden trump card? His strength and speed increased by 1-fold after going berserk. His trump card is too scary if that is the case. One has to know that his bloodline has barely been activated. If he were to carry on training, will he be able to grow stronger in the future? What if his speed and strength can increase by 10, no 20, no 50 times? One of the hall masters exclaimed in shock. Fang Gong, Li Shan, and Chun Yirong blanked out for a second. Zhou Chun, whose expression was one of despair, felt a newfound hope rising in his heart. When Fang Gong and the others were lost in their shock, Sun Shihai's attack had already appeared before Huang Xiaolong's chest. Looking at the berserk Sun Shihai whose speed and power had doubled, Huang Xiaolong casually sent out another slap. This time, brilliant light wrapped itself around Huang Xiaolong's palm, and its might completely suppressed the black light around Sun Shihai's body. Smack! A crisp slap resounded through the air. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Sun Shihai was sent flying once again. This time he did several flips in the air. Ignoring the aesthetic department of his flips, his clothes ripped more and more with every flip he did. By the time he landed back on the arena, his clothes were in tatters. The shocked cries of many female disciples filled the hall. Li Lu, Fang Xianxian, and the other ladies hastily covered their eyes with their hands. Even from the main table, the elders were able to see that Sun Shihai's face was deformed. Before he was slapped again, they were able to make out his facial features. However, it just looked like a lump of flesh now. Sun Shihai's nose was crooked and his eyes were shaking. It seemed as though he was suffering from a seizure. Trying his best to crawl back to his feet, he failed and crumpled to the ground. Despite his injuries, Sun Shihai's blood-red eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong, as if he couldn't wait to devour him whole. Huang Xiaolong was completely indifferent to whatever was going on. At that moment, Fang Gong turned to Zhang Chun and nodded his head. The main hall master of the Hall of Supreme Harmony took a step forward and announced, "Second round of the selections, number 6 arena. Huang Xiaolong is the victor." The moment the words left Zhang Chen's lips, the whole hall erupted. "I knew it. Didn't I say that Martial Uncle Huang was going to win?" "Nonsense. I heard you say that you were supporting Martial Uncle Sun." "You heard wrong." Fervent discussions broke out among the audience. Zhao Lei turned and smiled at Zhou Chun. "Ancestor Zhou Chun, I felt that it was an amazing battle. What do you think?" Zhou Chen's lips twitched and he refused to reply. Zhao Lei wasn't affected by Zhou Chen's lack of reply and he continued, "I never thought that Sun Shihai would possess the bloodline of an archdevil from the Grand Mist era. I really envy you for being able to accept such an outstanding disciple." If Zhao Lei had said this when Sun Shihai was displaying his power, Zhou Chun would have laughed in his face. Right now, Zhou Chun couldn't find it in him to break a smile. Before long, the results of the second round were out. There were around 800 disciples who passed the selections and more disciples could be chosen to fill the last 100 spots. It was too bad for Sun Shihai that his injuries were too serious and he wasn't able to join in the final round of selections. He could only give up the chance to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. The next round of selections rolled around, but before they could continue to draw their opponents, Huang Xiaolong decided to leave. Everyone was shocked at his decision, and even Fang Gong couldn't comprehend his actions. "Xiaolong, are you really planning to stop competing?" Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. "Yes, Sect Master. Right now, he already obtained the rights to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. There wasn't any point in going further. He didn't care about the rewards anyway, and he wasn't confident of achieving the first place. After all, Lu Yong wasn't Sun Shihai." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's decision, Fang Gong felt that it was rather regrettable. However, a smile eventually appeared on his face. All right then. Unlike Fang Gong, everyone felt that it was a waste for him to leave the competition. Of course, Zhou Chun was one of them. After all, there was another disciple at the 10th Order God King realm taking part in the selections. If he were to meet Huang Xiaolong during one of the rounds, Huang Xiaolong would suffer for sure. No one thought that Huang Xiaolong would voluntarily withdraw from the competition. This caused his plan to fall through. "Huang Xiaolong, I let you off for now." Zhou Chun muttered under his breath as a chilly light flashed through his eyes. Before long, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round of selections passed and the entire event came to a close. Of course, Lu Yong placed first. As for the second place, it went to a female disciple called Chun Rongxin. She was the personal disciple of the Hall Master of the Medicinal Hall. The 3rd place belonged to a disciple called Zhao Yute. He was the personal disciple of the Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall. Even though they placed below Lu Yong, they were still experts at the peak of the late 10th Order God King realm. All of them were the hopes of the Fortune Emperor Palace, as they would be able to fight for a good position in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. After collecting his rewards, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Dragon Tiger Palace gardens with the 4 ladies in tow. As soon as he stepped into the palace, he saw the little cow with her buttocks raised enjoying a suntan in the yard. Seeing the look of enjoyment on her face, Huang Xiaolong was stunned speechless. "Lure, all of you can go inside first. I have something to ask her." Huang Xiaolong turned and addressed the 4 ladies behind him. Yao Qi and Li Lu nodded their heads obediently and brought Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao into the inner palace. When the 4 of them could no longer be seen, Huang Xiaolong walked to the little cow and asked her about the archdevils. "Why are you asking about the archdevils from the Grand Mist era?" The little cow flipped around in shock. Huang Xiaolong started to recount the events from the Hall of Supreme Harmony and told her about Sun Shihai's archdevil's bloodline. When she heard the story, the little cow widened her eyes in shock. Sun Shihai actually as an archdevil's bloodline? This was an extremely shocking piece of news. That was because an archdevil bloodline was equivalent to a king of supreme godhead. No one knew how long it was since the last person who possessed an archdevil bloodline appeared. No one ever thought that after Huang Xiaolong's king of supreme godhead, there would be Sun Shihai's archdevil bloodline. "Is someone with an archdevil bloodline strong?" Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow nodded resolutely and said solemnly, "Of course." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Normally, a descendant who possesses an archdevil bloodline will be able to receive the archdevil's inheritance when they mature." Huang Xiaolong swallowed his shock. The inheritance of the archdevil? Initially, he had thought that Sun Shihai merely had a portion of the archdevil's power. From the looks of things, that wasn't the case. "Do you mean that Sun Shihai can one day become as strong as that archdevil born in the Grand Mist era?" Huang Xiaolong asked again, as the fact was simply too shocking. The little cow nodded her head. "You can say that. As long as Sun Shihai doesn't fall along the way, he most probably can." The frown on Huang Xiaolong's face became deeper. In the past, he had never thought too highly of Sun Shihai. From the looks of it, he was going to be trouble in the future. "Actually, you don't need to worry too much about it. The archdevils in the Grand Mist era are ranked differently. As for your master, the king of Grand Mist, he is much stronger than the rest." "Oh right, he's just like me." The little cow raised her head proudly and continued, "Don't look down on me. In fact, I am much stronger than most of the archdevils from the Grand Mist era." Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow who was blowing her own trumpet and laughed. "Fine, fine. You're the strongest cow in the world." "Of course." The little cow chuckled and she stared at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated gaze. "Actually, you might also be a descendant of an archdevil." "Me?" Huang Xiaolong pointed at himself with a bewildered expression on his face. The little cow nodded her head. "Your comprehension ability is out of this world. There is indeed a possibility of you being a descendant of a certain archdevil. It's just that your bloodline hasn't been awakened yet. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it is to awaken. However, the moment it does, even the heavens will shake." The look in her eyes became even more profound and she continued, "Right now, you already have a king of supreme godhead. If you really awaken an archdevil's bloodline, won't you be flipping the heavens at that point?" The more she thought about it, the more horrified she felt. "It's just a guess. I might not be a descendant of an archdevil, right?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head and changed the topic. "By the way, are all the archdevil powerhouses born in the Grand Mist era called the Grand Mist Archdevils?" "That's right. All of the experts born in the Grand Mist era are called Grand Mist Archdevils. All of them were at the God King realm when they were born." Huang Xiaolong smiled bitterly. "God King realm the moment they were born? I went through so much and experienced so much danger, just to become a late 6th Order God King realm cultivator. Wouldn't there be a large number of Grand Mist Archdevils?" Huang Xiaolong continued to ask. Rolling her eyes at him, the little cow chided. "Who told you that? Do you think it's easy for an archdevil to be born? Even getting pregnant was difficult in the Grand Mist era. The chance of an archdevil being born every tens of billions of years is already slim to none. There are probably only around 10 Grand Mist archdevils in all of existence. Only around 10 of them? Huang Xiaolong's jaws dropped in shock. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had thought that there would at least be several tens of thousands of them, if not hundreds of thousands of them. Never in his wildest imaginations did he expect there to be only 10 of them. The little cow explained, all the archdevils were born through luck. Not only would they possess a celestial demonic physique, their godheads would at least be at the supreme level. None of them would perish easily. Even if they do, their successor would appear shortly. Celestial demonic physique? Huang Xiaolong seemed a little curious all of a sudden. Are these considered unique physiques? He paused to think for a second before continuing. Isn't the anciently heavenly emperor a Grand Mist archdevil? He perished a long time ago, but none of his successors have popped up yet. A celestial demonic physique is a type of unique physique. At the same time, it is not a kind of unique physique. Instead, a celestial demonic physique surpasses the might of a unique physique. Of course, you had to see what kind of unique physique you were comparing it to. Your true dragon physique is disgustingly strong, and it won't lose out in the slightest if you compare it to the celestial demonic physiques. As for the successor of the ancient heavenly emperor, he should appear very soon. Once you obtain the ancient heavenly court, won't you be his successor? Not to mention the fact that you are also the successor of the king of hell. Huang Xiaolong didn't continue the conversation, and he retrieved the chaos lightning bead he had obtained in the barbaric space. Is this chaos lightning bead an object from the Grand Mist era? After returning from the floating Twilight Land, Huang Xiaolong had never got the time to ask the little cow about the chaos lightning bead. The little cow stared at the pearl in Huang Xiaolong's hand, and an unconcealable look of joy flashed across her face. This isn't a treasure born from the Grand Mist era. It isn't. Then, this might be a saint artifact. When Huang Xiaolong was still thinking about what it could be, the little cow yelled with an expression that could only be described as uncontrollable excitement. Saint artifact! Huang Xiaolong was stunned. After snapping back to his sense, he asked in amazement, is this the saint artifact you were talking about in the past? The little cow had mentioned the saint artifact many times in the past, but this time, she didn't bother explaining it to him. Instead, an enigmatic expression appeared on her face. Huang Xiaolong raised the chaos lightning bead in his hand and wondered, how is this a saint artifact? Is a saint artifact something better than the treasures born in the Grand Mist era? Are Grand Mist spiritual artifacts better than saint artifacts? Huang Xiaolong couldn't withhold the curiosity in his heart, and he asked, why else would the little cow and his senior brother, Zhang Hong, be so excited when he obtained it? The little cow nodded resolutely. That's right. Even though Grand Mist spiritual artifacts are treasures, none of them can be compared to a saint artifact. This is either a spiritual artifact born by the world, or it would be something a saint realm expert refined using the saint force in his body. Saint realm expert? Huang Xiaolong swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. His senior brother, Zhang Hong, was definitely not a saint realm cultivator. In fact, even his master, the king of Grand Mist, wasn't a saint realm cultivator. Could it be that there was the so-called saint realm after someone surpasses the emperor realm? The little cow nodded yet again. You heard right, I'm talking about someone at the saint realm. However, this is someone I've only heard of in the legends. I've never seen an expert at the saint realm in my life. Obviously, I haven't seen any saint artifacts in my life. Huang Xiaolong felt that something was off. How do you know that this is a saint artifact then? Since no one has seen a cultivator at the saint realm, why would you know anything about it? The little cow stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock and failed to reply. After thinking of how to respond, she opened her eyes wide and said, so what if no one has seen them before? That can't prove that they don't exist. Since the legends spoke about saint realm experts, there has to be records of it. So what if I haven't seen saint artifacts before? Can't I make a deduction? Huang Xiaolong was left speechless. A deduction? Do things even work that way? However, this is my judgment of it. It might not turn out to be a saint artifact after all. The little cow shook her head before continuing. Actually, you might be right. No one has ever seen a saint realm expert in their life. It might just be a myth that they exist. Even people like your master and I aren't able to sense the existence of the saint realm. How will anyone else possibly sense that realm? If someone really cultivated to the saint realm, why hasn't he made an appearance in the billions of years of existence? Huang Xiaolong looked at the chaos lightning bead in his hand again and saw that tiny cracks were dancing on the surface of the item. Despite the amount of effort he put in to study this item, he wasn't able to find anything new about it. Could it be that the chaos lightning bead was really a saint artifact? Huang Xiaolong's heart shook. Didn't the barbaric space come into existence during the Grand Mist era? Was it possible that it was a space created by a saint realm expert? The more he thought about it, the more he felt like heading back to the floating twilight land after meeting with his master, the king of Grand Mist. He wanted to take his time to search every inch of the barbaric space as he felt that there might be something hidden there. Why would a barbaric space possess so many different treasures? There was the purple Grand Mist aura, the Grand Mist aura, and even the chaos lightning bead, which might or might not be a saint artifact. It was indeed baffling. Kiddo Huang, you should do your research on the chaos lightning bead when you have time. When do you plan to head to the Grand Mist lands? The little cow asked before she became distracted again. After so many years of not seeing that old man, I'm starting to miss that stubble on his chin. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. We'll head over to the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce before going over to the Grand Mist lands. Why do you want to visit the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce? Her eyes spun and she started giggling. You brat! You're definitely thinking about Bei Xiaomei. Don't worry. Even someone like me will pine for a fresh and pure, mesmerizing and cute little girl like her. Huang Xiaolong couldn't hold himself back as he sent a kick flying towards the little cow. Shut up! In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong remained in the Dragon Tiger Palace gardens with the ladies, and he didn't bother going back to his immortal cave. After the few leisurely days had passed, Huang Xiaolong headed over to Zhao Lei's palace to bid him farewell. After paying a visit to the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce, he would be heading over to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace to pay respects to his other master, the King of Grand Mist. After leaving the Grand Mist lands, he was planning to return to the barbaric space in the floating Twilight Land. He also had to head over to the Hell Azura world to look for the King of Hell's inheritance after that. As such, he would only be able to return after several tens of years. When Zhao Lei heard the news, he stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. After all, his disciple would only be back in time for the Battle of the Heavenly Court. There are around 80 years to the Battle of the Heavenly Court. You little brat. Can't you cultivate peacefully in the Fortune Emperor Palace? Zhao Lei cursed. Huang Xiaolong mused. Master, you should know that I'm not someone who can endure loneliness. I plan to head over to the Hell Azura world during my adventures. As for the part where he was planning to go to the Grand Mist lands, he kept it a secret from Zhao Lei. What? Why are you going to the Hell Azura world? Zhao Lei yelled in shock. He knitted his brows together and said, What do you plan to do there? Anyone who heard about the Hell Azura would think that Huang Xiaolong was crazy. I found a treasure from one of the experts in Hell, and the inheritance is located in the Hell Azura world. I plan to head over there to check things out. If I am able to receive that expert's inheritance, I will be able to grow much stronger before the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Zhao Lei instantly understood Huang Xiaolong's intentions and he nodded. I never thought that you'll be lucky enough to obtain a treasure from an Emperor Realm level expert. Since that is the case, I shall no longer stop you. However, you have to be careful after entering the Hell Azura world. Huang Xiaolong was referring to the King of Hell's inheritance. However, from what Zhao Lei gathered, he felt that Huang Xiaolong had merely found an inheritance from some random emperor. Stunned for words, Huang Xiaolong didn't try to explain himself. Master, please rest assured. I will take care of myself. After staying in Zhao Lei's palace for several hours, Huang Xiaolong decided that it was time to leave. After some considerations, Huang Xiaolong went over to Fang Gan's palace for a short visit. Fang Xianxian was there as well, and when the father and daughter duo heard that Huang Xiaolong was planning to head over to the Hell Azure world, their reaction was basically the same as Zhao Lei. After an hour, Fang Xianxian escorted Huang Xiaolong out of the palace. Xiaolong, can you please help me to look for my older brother in the Hell Azure world? I am extremely worried about him. Fang Xianxian hesitated for a moment before stating her request. Seeing the anxious look on Fang Xuanchuan's face, Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Yes, I will. What's your older brother called again? He's called Fang Mingyu, Fang Xianxian said without skipping a beat. Fang Mingyu? Huang Xiaolong blanked out for a second. He gave me this in the past. He also has one on him. Here, you wear it. Fang Xianxian held out a circular jade pendant and passed it to Huang Xiaolong. Her face was slowly starting to heat up and no one knew what she was thinking. Even though the jade pendant was given to her by her older brother, she had been wearing it her whole life. There was still her scent lingering on the piece when she handed it over to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before accepting Fang Xuanchuan's jade pendant. Her pendant was faint yellow in color, rare for any kind of jade pendants. It was translucent and it seemed to emit a faint glow as streaks of red danced within it. Huang Xiaolong immediately knew that the pendant was made from rarely seen fiery gold jade. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's gaze stuck on the pendant, Fang Xuanchuan's face became even redder, and she whispered, "You have to come back safely." A smile broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face and he promised, "Of course." Fang Xianxian looked at the jade pendant and recalled something. "If you're looking for my brother, remember to use the pendant. As long as the two of you are close enough, the jade will emit resplendent light." Huang Xiaolong heaved a silent sigh of relief. Things weren't too bad if that was the case. He then started to question her about the jade's radius of detection and some of the ways he would be able to locate Fang Mingyu. When he was done, he felt that it was time to leave. Fang Xianxian stared at Huang Xiaolong's back that was growing smaller and smaller as he flew into the horizon. "He's already gone. What are you spacing out for?" Fang Gan's voice appeared behind her. Fang Xianxian snapped back to reality, and her face flushed red when she saw the brilliant smile on Fang Gan's face. "Dad, how long have you been standing there for? Didn't you notice?" Instead of replying to her question, Fang Gan laughed and asked one of his own. Fang Xianxian pouted her lips and complained, "How would I be able to notice? You're stronger than me anyway." Fang Gan was stunned by her quick-witted reply and he cleared his throat. All right, you seem to make sense there." After that, he turned his head to look at Huang Xiaolong who was far off in the distance. "Xiaolong has heaven-defying luck. You don't need to worry about him, he'll be back in one piece. Hopefully he brings Mingyu back as well." "Father, did Mingyu really head over to the Hell Azure world to temper himself?" A trace of worry flashed past Fang Xuanchuan's eyes. Fang Gan sighed and said, "Your brother should have been back for the selections. Now we don't have any news about him. I'm afraid something really happened to him in the Hell Azure world. As the palace master, I am unable to leave the palace as I wish. Since Xiaolong is heading over to the Hell Azure world, we can only hope he helps us to look for Mingyu. The Hell Azure world is a boundless land filled with slaughter and chaos. Do you think Xiaolong will be able to find him?" Fang Gan couldn't control his laughter. "What's wrong? Are you doubting Xiaolong's abilities? You can't do that. You have to believe in him. After all, isn't he your Xiaolong?" Fang Xianxian stomped her feet and pouted. "Father, what are you saying? What do you mean by that? If Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others were to hear you, things would be bad." Fang Gan didn't bother about it and the smile on his face grew even wider. Fine. He belongs to all of you. How about that?" Her face flushed completely red and she cried out, "I'm going to ignore you. Why are you always laughing at me?" "Humph." After speaking, Fang Xianxian turned around and flew away. Her father's roaring laughter echoed behind her. Luckily, Huang Xiaolong had already left. If he were to hear their conversation, she was afraid she would die from shame. While the two of them were messing about, Huang Xiaolong had already returned to the Dragon Tiger Palace. Looking at the pendant in his hand, he thought about Fang Xuanxuan's description of Fang Mingyu. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it wasn't possible for him to be Senior Fang Chu. This allowed Huang Xiaolong to heave a silent sigh of relief. If Senior Fang Chu was really the Fortune Emperor, he didn't know how he would be able to deal with the matter. Now, he had one less matter to worry about. As for whether or not Fang Mingyu was Fang Chu, he still had to locate the Fortune Emperor's disciple in the Hell Azura world before making his deduction. When he returned to the Dragon Tiger Palace Gardens, he took Li Lu and Yao Qi along with him on his journey. Together with the little cow, Xiang Sun, and the Chaos Black Camel, they left the Fortune Emperor Palace and traveled towards the Heavens World's Heavens Avenue. Peng Xiao intended to join them, but after some consideration, Huang Xiaolong decided against it. After all, he was taking the two ladies to greet his master, the King of Grand Mist. He didn't want too many people to know about it, and since Li Lu and Yao Qi were the people closest to him, he didn't object to them going. There was another reason he wanted to bring the both of them along. He wanted to see if there was a chance for them to cultivate in the Grand Mist lands. He felt that they were too lacking in strength, and if the King of Grand Mist could allow them to cultivate in the Grand Mist lands, they would undoubtedly be able to gain a lot. Taking into account that chaos was about to break out in the divine world, Huang Xiaolong felt that he would only feel at ease if Li Lu and Yao Qi remained in the Grand Mist lands. As the Dragon Shark flying ship left the Fortune Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong allowed Lei Budong and Feng Chun out of the Tianwu treasure space. Looking at the two giants who came out of nowhere, Li Lu and Yao Qi nearly fell to their feet in shock. Huang Xiaolong could only start to recount the story of what happened in the barbaric space in the floating Twilight Land. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong had managed to become the king of barbarians, Li Lu and Yao Qi found it pretty hilarious. When they saw members of the barbaric race addressing Huang Xiaolong as their king, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at the two giggling beauties, Huang Xiaolong stared at them and said viciously, "What are you laughing at? If I'm the king of barbarians, the two of you are the queens of barbarians." Their faces flushed red, and they swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. Lei Budong and Feng Chun took a step forward all of a sudden and greeted Li Lu and Yao Qi respectfully. "We pay respects to the queens." With faces as red as apples, Li Lu and Yao Qi stared at the two giants blankly. "Xiaolong, since they are the head chiefs of the barbaric race, they should be pretty strong, right?" Yao Qi felt a little curious about their strength all of a sudden. "Are they in the late heavenly monarch realm?" Late heavenly monarch realm? Huang Xiaolong was startled and didn't know how to reply for a second. However, he snapped back to attention and laughed. "They can definitely fight against late heavenly monarch experts." As the Dragon Shark flying ship flew further and further away from the Fortune Emperor Palace, a different scene was playing out in Zhou Chen's palace. He stared at Yan Ying and asked coldly, "Have they left the Fortune Emperor Palace?" "Yes, they have." Yan Ying hesitated before continuing. "How are we going to deal with Huang Xiaolong?" A sinister laugh escaped from Zhou Chen's lips. "You don't need to know how I'll deal with him. Why are you so concerned for him? Are you feeling heartbroken that little gigolo is going to suffer from my revenge?" Yan Ying covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly. "Don't you know that I only have you in my heart? I was merely asking about him." Zhou Chen's hands roamed freely around her body, and his movements became even more unbridled after hearing what she said. "That's good to hear." He took out a secret talisman, and it turned into a streak of light that shot out towards the heavens. After 3 days, Huang Xiaolong heard a report from Xiang Sun, who was standing guard outside. "Master, there are several flying ships nearby. From the looks of it, they are here to look for trouble." "All right," Huang Xiaolong acknowledged and stopped his cultivation session. As he left the secret room, a cold smile could be seen on his lips. It seems like they are finally here. He hadn't bothered hiding his tracks when leaving the Fortune Emperor Palace as he was baiting Zhou Chun. He didn't have to wait for a long time as several massive flying ships appeared in his field of vision. He felt a little surprised when he saw the fiery skulls carved on the body of the flying ships, and a frown formed in his face. Huang Xiaolong wasn't a stranger to the fiery skull pattern on the flying ship. In fact, he was extremely familiar with it. That was because it was the insignia of the Fiend God Emperor Palace. When he had fought Wang Yongsen in the past, the insignia of the Fiend God Emperor Palace was embroidered on his robes for all to see. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't understand how Zhou Chun managed to contact the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Could this be a coincidence? Did the Fiend God Emperor Palace send people after me when they learned of my departure? Is Zhou Chun even related to this? Of course, it was possible that Zhou Chun knew that the Fiend God Emperor Palace was antagonistic towards Huang Xiaolong and leaked the news of him leaving to them. Their appearance alone wouldn't allow Huang Xiaolong to link them to Zhou Chun's plot. As thoughts were running through Huang Xiaolong's mind, the 4 ships with the Fiend God Emperor Palace's insignia stopped directly before his dragon shark flying ship. All 4 ships looked the same, but the ship directly facing Huang Xiaolong's dragon shark flying ship was a little different from the rest. It was also a low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact, and even though the other ships were a little worse in comparison, they couldn't be considered trash. The other 3 ships were top-grade Chaos spiritual artifacts. The little cow who was lying on the deck raised her head and tooted. The Fiend God Emperor Palace sure is rich. They can easily send out flying ships at the low-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact level. The little cow wasn't wrong. In fact, she was absolutely right. The Fiend God Emperor Palace was filthy rich. When the demon god had unified the Emperor Palaces in the past, he had raised a storm of blood that filled the divine world. The number of powerful families that perished in the war couldn't be counted, and he managed to obtain God knew how many treasures and spiritual stones. If they were to compare wealth, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace might even be lacking when placed side by side with the Fiend God Emperor Palace. The other 3 ships aren't bad either. The little cow continued her running commentary. Hey brat, you earned big this time. According to the little cow, the Fiend God Emperor Palace was here bearing gifts. Hey, kiddo Huang, why don't you give one of those ships to me later? The little cow raised her front leg and pointed at the 3 ships at the back. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Sure, you'll board the ship first and start the battle for all of us. If you can do that, you'll get the first pick. Her excitement faded the moment she heard his terms, and she looked like she was about to burst out in tears. Never mind, I'll take the backlands. Huang Xiaolong couldn't hold back his laughter, and a chuckle escaped his lips. Xiaolong, are we going to be all right? Yao Qi grabbed Huang Xiaolong's arm and asked with a worried expression on her face. Relax, we're going to be fine. Huang Xiaolong patted Yao Qi's hand and reassured her. All of a sudden, the entrances of the 4 ships opened and experts flew out to surround Huang Xiaolong's dragon shark flying ship. All of them had the Fiend God Emperor Palace's insignia embroidered on their robes, and they numbered at least 100. Moreover, all of them were at the heavenly monarch realm. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with any of them, as his gaze landed on a tall and skinny elder who led the charge. The old man he was looking at had eyes that glowed an eerie green, and the fingernails on his hand were as long and sharp as blades. The aura he emitted surpassed the other experts from the Fiend God Emperor Palace by several times. The only people who can emit this kind of aura were emperors. Only an Emperor Realm expert would be able to give off such pressure. Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes, as he wasn't a stranger to the pressure the old expert was giving off. He was merely shocked at the fact that the Fiend God Emperor Palace was willing to send out an Emperor Realm expert to intercept him. Huang Xiaolong sent Li Lu and Yao Qi back into the ship before heading out with the little cow, Xiangxun, the Chaos Black Camel, Lei Budong, and Feng Chun. The moment Huang Xiaolong emerged from his flying ship, everyone's gazes landed on him. A brilliant light flashed through the old expert's green eyes. Huang Xiaolong. A raspy and low voice greeted him as the old expert opened his mouth slowly. I never thought that the Fiend God Emperor Palace would send an Emperor Realm cultivator over. Instead of panicking, Huang Xiaolong wore an expression of indifference. The old expert was stunned for a moment, but he quickly snapped back to attention. His lips parted to reveal his yellow teeth as he laughed. You're pretty good. You are able to recognize my cultivation level before I even make a move. I haven't been active lately, but it's all right. It won't be too disgraceful for you to die by my hands. After all, you have a king of supreme godhead. You had a few more years to live, but you had to force your way to hell. You grew too quickly, and our fiend god Emperor Palace is feeling the pressure. Remember my name. I am ancestor Wang Qi from the fiend god Emperor Palace. Wang Qi. Huang Xiaolong felt a little baffled when he heard the name. Is he related to Wang Yongxin? That's right. I am Wang Yongxin's grandfather. Yup, I was right. Huang Xiaolong sighed in his heart, and he turned his gaze to his party behind him. Xianxia and Lei Budong nodded their heads, and Huang Xiaolong knew that there was nothing to worry about. From what he saw, the two of them were confident in facing Wang Qi. It seemed as though Wang Qi was merely comparable to a second-order Emperor realm cultivator. When he thought about it, things started to fall into place. After all, he was merely a disciple at the God King realm. It was surprising enough that they sent out an Emperor realm expert to intercept him. Why would they send out a high-level Emperor realm expert? In the flying ship, Li Lu and Yao Qi felt their pupils constrict when they heard that Wang Qi was in the Emperor realm. Won't Xiaolong be in danger now that the fiend god Emperor Palace sent an Emperor realm expert after him? Yao Qi asked in panic. Li Lu was extremely anxious as well, and she didn't know what to do. Even though the seal in Xianxun's body was undone by Jiang Hong, and he had managed to return to the Emperor realm, Yao Qi and Li Lu didn't know that. They even thought that Xianxun, the Chaos Black Camel, Lei Budong, and Feng Chun were all merely heavenly monarchs. All of a sudden, Wang Qi swung his sleeves and ordered one of the experts near him. Go! Kill those demonic beasts and those two idiots behind him. Only Huang Xiaolong needs to live. He was planning to deal with Huang Xiaolong personally. However, before the expert could make his move, Xianxun and the Chaos Black Camel unleashed a heaven-shaking roar at the same time. Darkness energy surged out of them like water out of a broken dam, and all the experts of the fiend god Emperor Palace were sent flying. All of them resembled ants as they were washed away by the storm-like darkness energy released by the two demonic beasts. Wang Qi looked at the sudden change in situation and his jaws dropped. He stared blankly as his troops were all swept away. Lei Budong and Feng Chun didn't give him a chance to react as they rushed towards Wang Qi. The two of them attacked at the same time. As lightning revolved around Lei Budong's body, a mighty gale formed around Feng Chun. In just a few minutes, Wang Qi was no longer the mighty emperor he once was. He was lying on the ground without a single breath of life left in him. Even in death, he wasn't able to release the look of shock and disbelief on his face. An expression of regret and reluctance remained on his face, already devoid of blood. In the dragon shark flying ship, Yao Qi's peach-colored lips were opened wide, and Li Lu's expression wasn't too far off either. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother staying around, and he ordered Xianxun and the others to clean up the scene. He swept everything into his spatial ring before controlling the dragon shark flying ship to head to his original destination. Back in the Fortune Emperor Palace, Zhou Chun held a secret talisman in his hand as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He had just obtained news from the fiend god Emperor Palace about the failure of the operation. No, no, no. This is not possible. How can this happen? Zhou Chun roared in denial. The fiend god Emperor Palace failed to eliminate Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, the ancestor they had sent on the mission, Wang Qi, was slain. One had to know that Wang Qi was a mid-second order Emperor realm expert. Huang Xiaolong! Instead of screaming in anger, a sinister laugh escaped Zhou Chen's lips. Good, very good. Amazing. I never thought that your schemes ran so deep. You've really hidden yourself well. No wonder you dared to leave the Fortune Emperor Palace openly without hiding your destination. As it turned out, you had Emperor realm experts to protect you. A vicious expression appeared on Zhou Chen's face as he continued. Since that is how it is, I shall make a move personally. I want to see if your Emperor realm bodyguards will be able to protect you from me. The killing intent around Zhou Chun seemed to solidify, and the air around him became heavier. All of a sudden, a terrifying amount of power shrouded Zhou Chen's palace, and light started to gather high in the sky. A giant face started to form in the air. When Zhou Chun saw the face hanging high above him, His heart skipped a beat, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. "Greetings, great lord." The giant face groaned in reply and said, "You don't need to personally make a move against Huang Xiaolong." The voice suddenly became softer and he continued, "Huang Xiaolong has the king of supreme godhead, and he isn't as easy to deal with as you think. Moreover, your identity cannot be exposed right now. Hold in your anger for the sake of our race's plans." Despite the unwillingness in his heart, Zhou Chun didn't dare to go against the power that formed the giant face in the air. He could only nod respectfully. "Does Fang Gon keep the Fortune Divine artifact on him at all times?" "Yes, great lord. I am currently unable to use the Fortune Divine artifact," Zhou Chun replied. "If that's the case, try to find a way to lure Fang Gon away from the Fortune Emperor Palace." The giant face in the air muttered softly. Zhou Chun was stunned for a second and he asked with an expression of shock, "Great lord, are you planning to kill Fang Gon? He has hidden his true strength well and might even have broken through the 10th Order Emperor realm. With the Fortune Divine artifact, even an ordinary late 10th Order Emperor would be unable to kill him." The giant face replied with indifference, "Since ordinary 10th Order Emperor realm experts aren't able to kill him, we'll let experts at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm make a move. Someone will definitely be able to kill him. You don't need to care about the finer details. Just find a way to lure Fang Gon out of the Fortune Emperor Palace." Zhou Chun thought about it and replied carefully, "Yes. However, Fang Gon has always been a cautious man. If I were to urge him to leave the Fortune Emperor Palace, he will definitely develop some suspicions. There's no hurry. Just use the next 200 to 300 years to carry out your plan. Even if you can't get the chance to lure him out, just inform me the moment he takes a step out of the Fortune Emperor Palace. I will get some people to do the job. After all, he can't possibly stay in the Fortune Emperor Palace without taking a step out. Can he?" When he heard that he had 200 to 300 years of time to make his move, Zhou Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Great lord, please be at ease. I will report to you the moment Fang Gon leaves the Fortune Emperor Palace. As for Huang Xiaolong, is he going to the Hell Azura world to temper himself?" The giant face suddenly changed the topic and asked all of a sudden. "Yes, this subordinate has received news that Huang Xiaolong is only planning to return for the Battle of the Heavenly Court." The giant face laughed coldly. "Since that is the case, I shall allow him to remain at the Hell Azura world forever. Initially, I wanted to send disciples from the Fiend God Emperor Palace and the Brightness Emperor Palace to deal with him. However, he grows too quickly. We can no longer allow him to grow stronger. With his speed, he might even reach the Emperor realm in 200 to 300 years. An Emperor realm expert with a King of Supreme Godhead would pose too much of a variable in their plans." Before long, the giant face in the sky dissipated and all traces of him being there disappeared like a puff of smoke. Zhou Chun was finally able to heave a sigh of relief and he slowly got to his feet. "Fang Gon." A brilliant light flashed through his eyes as he stared into the distance. His mind started moving and he thought about how he should go about taking control of the Fortune Emperor Palace the moment Fang Gon died. In a flash, a month passed. The Dragon Shark flying ship stopped in mid-air and Huang Xiaolong's party emerged from the ship. Looking at the intertwining streets emitting a faint illusory glow, all of them couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The Heavens Avenue was a work of art. It was so intricate that it seemed to be the work of God. Despite the number of divine planes they visited and the amount of majestic architecture they admired, nothing came close to the Heavens Avenue. After a brief stop, Huang Xiaolong led all of them towards it. When the heavenly soldiers went to check Huang Xiaolong's identity as he approached, they received a huge shock. Their attitudes changed instantly and they became extremely polite. When they heard that Huang Xiaolong was going to the headquarters of the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce, the squad leader made the suggestion of escorting him there. Even after trying his best, Huang Xiaolong wasn't able to refuse the squad leader. With the squad leader in the lead, all of them traveled unobstructed towards the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce. When they arrived at the main entrance, the squad leader finally bade them farewell and took his leave. As soon as Huang Xiaolong and friends stepped into the main hall, a frown formed on their faces. A group of people wearing robes belonging to the Brightness Emperor Palace was crowding within. Moreover, all of them seemed to be at least an elder in the Brightness Emperor Palace. Out of all of them, Huang Xiaolong found two of their figures to be extremely familiar. After taking a closer look, he recognized both of them. They were Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. As his gaze swept past the two of them, Huang Xiaolong saw the two people who were standing at the front of the group. From their attire, he was able to determine that they were hall masters in the Brightness Emperor Palace. Tianzi casually looked around and his gaze just so happened to land on Huang Xiaolong. The moment he caught sight of Huang Xiaolong's hateful face, a burst of killing intent emerged from his body. "Huang Xiaolong!" he yelled through gritted teeth. Even though his teeth were clenched tightly together, his voice echoed through the hall and everyone turned around at the same time. Even some of the experts from other emperor palaces looked over and an expression of shock formed on their faces. "He is the person who has a king of supreme godhead? I heard that he passed through the Fortune Emperor Palace's selections to take part in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. His combat strength should be somewhere around the 7th Order God King realm. How is that possible? Nonsense. The apprenticeship ceremony wasn't too long ago. How can he improve so quickly?" Some of the experts from the other Emperor Palace broke out in discussion. Even though the selections didn't take place too long ago, many people had already obtained news about it. Moreover, the news they received raised huge waves among those in the cultivation world. Huang Xiaolong's speed of improvement was too quick. All of a sudden, one of the short and fat hall masters from the Brightness Emperor Palace turned to ask Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang, "Is he the Huang Xiaolong who robbed your low-grade chaos spiritual veins?" "Yes, hall master, that's him." Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang replied respectfully before glaring at Huang Xiaolong hatefully. This short and fat hall master was precisely the hall master of the disciplinary hall of the Brightness Emperor Palace, and he was a rank above the two of them. Stepping forward, he spoke to Huang Xiaolong in an indifferent voice. "Huang Xiaolong, hand those spiritual veins over and our Brightness Emperor Palace will not pursue this matter any further." Huang Xiaolong casually cursed, "Retard." Fang Gon had already sent a reply to the Brightness Emperor Palace and Huang Xiaolong refused to believe that they didn't know about the ins and outs of the matter. Since they knew, why were they asking him for the low-grade chaos spiritual veins? They were merely looking for an excuse to start some trouble. It was also possible that they were helping Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang to get some revenge. After all, Huang Xiaolong had dragged the reputation of the Brightness Emperor Palace through the mud by stripping Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang before making them roll through Demon Tiger City naked. "What? Huang Xiaolong, how dare you behave with such impudence?" When the elders from Brightness Emperor Palace heard Huang Xiaolong retort Sun Bin, the hall master in charge of the law enforcement hall, all of them flew into rage. Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang even pretended to draw their swords in an attempt to threaten and scare Huang Xiaolong. Wu Kefan, the other hall master present, stepped forward and gave out an order with a frown. "This is the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce." He then raised his hand to signal everyone to stop messing about. The elders were stunned and all of them felt a chill in their heart. Sun Bin looked at Huang Xiaolong coldly and said, "It's true, you're too arrogant for your own good." Turning to the rest of the elders, he continued, "I believe everyone can see for themselves how arrogant Huang Xiaolong truly is. When he was in the floating Twilight Land, he took the opportunity to steal several low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins from Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. When I reported him to the Fortune Emperor Palace, instead of dealing with Huang Xiaolong, they blamed us for making up stories. Discussions broke out the moment the words left his lips. "Don't listen to him. He's clearly trying to frame Xiaolong." Yao Qi explained anxiously, "That's not what happened." Tianzi. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. "You don't need to bother explaining things to them." Sun Bin sneered. "There's nothing for you to explain since everything you say will be a lie." A cold light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. "Uncle!" A beautiful voice appeared in the air and everyone turned to look at the inner hall. A cute little girl rushed towards Huang Xiaolong and only a joyful smile could be seen on her lips. Behind her were two old men. Bei Xiaomei charged through the entire hall and only stopped when she arrived before Huang Xiaolong. Turning to Yao Qi and Li Lu, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Li Lu, sister Yao Qi. Sister Xiaomei. Li Lu and Yao Qi both smiled as they greeted her. Uncle, why did you take so long? Bei Xiaomei pouted as she blamed Huang Xiaolong. Looking at her pretty little lips, any sane man would lose control of themselves. Huang Xiaolong felt cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hasn't been that long. Has it? Just several tens of years. For a cultivator at the God King realm, the time they spent away from each other passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong didn't know how to reply, and he turned to Elder Fu and greeted respectfully. Elder Fu. Elder Fu smiled and returned the greeting. Young Master Huang. His opinion of Huang Xiaolong had changed since the incident in the past. His gaze turned towards the little cow who was beside Huang Xiaolong and his heart shuddered. Senior Cowie, you are here too. Bei Xiaomei smiled at the little cow and exclaimed happily. The little cow revealed a helpless expression and she grumbled. Little lass, just call me Senior. Bei Xiaomei giggled. All right, however, if I forget about it in the future, remind me about it again. Although Bei Xiaomei's father had to call the little cow his senior, Bei Xiaomei didn't feel that it was weird for her to change up the way she addressed the little cow. After all, Huang Xiaolong was present. As if she felt the tension building up in the air, Bei Xiaomei turned around and asked, Uncle, what's going on? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and replied, Everything's fine. He didn't wish for Bei Xiaomei and the members of the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce to be swept up in the conflict he had with the Brightness Emperor Palace. Too bad for him, the little cow wanted to watch the world burn. She explained lazily. They just framed your uncle and accused him of robbing their low-grade chaos spiritual veins. They are also planning to deal with him. The moment Bei Xiaomei heard the little cow's explanation, the smile on her face disappeared. She didn't bother asking the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace and she passed down her order. Elder Fu, throw them out. The expression on the faces of the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace changed. Sun Bin yelled in a fit of rage. I am the hall master of the disciplinary hall in the Brightness Emperor Palace. You guys from the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce can't. Before he could finish, his figure blurred as an unstoppable force blasted him away. In the next moment, he was sent flying out of the main hall. The experts from the other Emperor Palaces looked on as Elder Fu threw everyone from the Brightness Emperor Palace out. All of them felt their jaws dropping to the ground. Since the incident in the past, Elder Fu had learned about the place of Huang Xiaolong and the little cow in Bei Lingyang's heart. Since the president held them in such high esteem, he didn't hesitate when Bei Xiaomei ordered him to throw all of Huang Xiaolong's enemies out. As Sun Bin and the rest were thrown out of the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce, they formed a tiny hill of bodies on the main street. When several experts walking by noticed Sun Bin and the rest, they were shocked beyond words. Sun Bin and the others quickly dragged themselves up, wreathing in shock and anger. Hall Master, should we? Tianzi instigated Sun Bin as soon as he got up. Sun Bin inhaled deeply, as if trying to suppress his anger, and he coldly replied, We shall return for now. They were following their ancestor Peng Xingfei out of the palace and they were merely passing by. They had to head over to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace the next day and he didn't want to get into any more trouble. After Sun Bin and the others left in embarrassment, Bei Xiaomei held Huang Xiaolong's arm and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She chirped, Uncle, let's head in. If my father knows that you are here, he will definitely be very excited. Huang Xiaolong nodded helplessly and allowed her to drag him into the inner hall. Before long, Bei Lingyang rushed out and greeted the little cow enthusiastically. The purpose of Huang Xiaolong's visit to the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce was to look for the person behind the High God Advancement Tournament in the past and to get clues on the Divine World's messenger. Huang Xiaolong was also there to ask about the findings of the investigation of Su Baixing's father. It was also a chance for him to stock up on some Chaos Spirit Stones, Iron Essence, and some rare materials. He wanted to experiment with them to see if he could upgrade the Dragon Shark flying ship to a mid-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Since he had obtained 4 flying ships from the Fiend God Emperor Palace, the little cow had suggested that he should dismantle all of them and refine them into the Dragon Shark flying ship. If he was able to do so, there was a chance for the Dragon Shark flying ship to be upgraded. However, it was almost impossible for that to happen. After hearing Huang Xiaolong's request, Bei Lingyang agreed to his requests without a moment of hesitation. He immediately ordered his men to search for the plane envoy and the person behind the god selection competition in the past. He also got some men to prepare the Chaos Spirit Stones and Iron Essence Huang Xiaolong wanted. The amount of Chaos Spirit Stones and Iron Essence Huang Xiaolong needed was too much, and some of the rare materials were hard to come by. Even the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce was unable to gather all of them, and they even had to send some people out to look for them. As for the matter regarding Su Baixing's relatives, according to their investigation, his eldest brother and second brother didn't fall into the hands of the hostile emperor palaces. However, for the specific location of his relatives, they required more time. The relatively good news allowed Huang Xiaolong to heave a sigh of relief. At least they haven't been captured. Huang Xiaolong had originally wanted to leave the Heavens Avenue the very next day, but he was unable to refuse Bei Lingyang's enthusiastic invitation and Bei Xiaomei's pestering. In the end, he stayed for a full 10 days in the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce. 10 days later, Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and Yao Qi left the headquarters of the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce and started to make their way to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Xiaolong, aren't we returning to the Fortune Emperor Palace? Li Lu asked as they left the Heavens Avenue. The Dragon Shark flying ship wasn't heading in the direction they came from, and Li Lu found it a little weird. Yao Qi had a growing sense of suspicion as well. Unbeknownst to the two ladies, the ship's course was set for the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. However, Huang Xiaolong had yet to tell them the news. We're actually heading to Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong laughed. What? We're going to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The two ladies cried out in unison. The both of them were shocked beyond words. What are we going to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace for? A confused expression appeared on Yao Qi's face as she asked, Xiaolong, why are we going to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Do you know anyone there? Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he heard her question. Do I know any disciples from Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Am I only allowed to visit disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Why can't I know the elders? Or what about the Grand Elders? How about the sect chief himself? You can say that. Huang Xiaolong replied matter-of-factly. Yao Qi's smile widened and she giggled. That's great. I've heard that the Grand Mist Emperor Palace is one of the prettiest emperor palaces around. Other than being the most secretive and strongest emperor palace, the scenery and architecture are the best. I've always wanted to see it for myself. One of the most beautiful palaces? Huang Xiaolong asked with shock in his voice. Huang Xiaolong hadn't heard anything about that. Why did Yao Qi know something about the Grand Mist Emperor Palace he didn't? Seeing Huang Xiaolong's doubtful expression, Li Lu explained, Sister Xiaomei told us that a majority of the 100 million palaces in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace are crafted with the prettiest and rarest enchantment butterfly crystals in the divine world. Enchantment butterfly crystals? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. The enchantment butterfly crystal was a rare spirit stone in the divine world. It can only be formed when 1,000 flutter butterfly dies and the corpse absorbs spiritual energy from the heavens and earth under a certain condition. The enchantment butterfly crystal exuded a dreamy luster and looked as beautiful as 1,000 flutter butterfly itself. The enchantment butterfly crystal retained the special traits of the 1,000 flutter butterfly and would be able to endlessly absorb all sorts of spiritual energy. Refining a palace out of enchantment butterfly crystals would allow the palace to possess an astonishing level of spirit qi. The benefits of cultivating there was unimaginable. Of course, the enchantment butterfly crystal was something extremely rare and expensive. No one expected the Grand Mist Emperor Palace to be able to use it to craft their palaces. An insane amount of enchantment butterfly crystals had to be used if 100 million palaces in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace was built with it. Xiaolong, will the disciple be really able to bring us into the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Li Lu asked. I heard that the Grand Mist Emperor Palace is heavily guarded and the security is many times stronger than our Fortune Emperor Palace. One had to be an elder in order to bring guests into the palace. When Li Lu finished speaking, the two ladies turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. They were afraid that he would make a wasted trip if they failed to enter the palace. Bei Xiaomei had told them that the distance from the Heaven World's Heavens Avenue to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace was very far away. Even with the Dragon Shark flying ship, they would be traveling for 4 to 5 months. Huang Xiaolong replied with a smile, "You can rest assured that we will definitely be able to enter the Grand Mist Emperor Palace." Li Lu and Yao Qi were relieved to see the confident look on Huang Xiaolong's face. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. The Dragon Shark flying ship was powered by a mid-10th grade spirit stone, and it ran extremely smoothly. With its speed, they quickly approached the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. With the speed of the Dragon Shark flying ship, they would be able to arrive at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace in half a year. However, Huang Xiaolong made several stops along the way when they passed several large plains. He would also look for the 4 rare chaos materials he was lacking to upgrade the Dragon Shark flying ship. Even though half a year had gone by, they were merely halfway there. Another reason why he traveled slowly was because he wanted to spend as much time as he could with the two ladies. After all, he would soon be leaving for the Hell Azura world, and he would only be able to return after several tens of years. Perhaps the heavens really rewarded people with determination. In a mere half a year, Huang Xiaolong managed to find 2 of the 4 missing chaos materials. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong swept up all the medicinal ingredients he could when he passed by several larger divine planes. All the items he bought were ingredients used to refine top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills, and with his wealth, there wasn't anything stopping him from buying more. Even though he had gained quite a bountiful harvest from the members of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace, the little cow and he were like bottomless pits. If he didn't stock up, they would use up all their supplies in several years. Huang Xiaolong had heard that in hell, spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and spirit stones were scarce. He could only stock up on them before heading over. After receiving all the ingredients, Huang Xiaolong threw them all into the pill blending tower. Throughout the years, the pill blending tower had taken in all the spiritual herbs and tirelessly refined them into chaos spiritual pills. The amount of chaos spiritual pills and even Grand Mist spiritual pills it refined was too numerous to count. Huang Xiaolong realized that the more spiritual pills it refined, the brighter its body glowed. The stronger the glow, the better the pills it was able to produce. This was what he realized when the tower started refining top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pearls. Some faint and indistinct patterns started appearing on its surface. These images appeared to be some sort of chaos symbols, but at the same time, they seemed to be some sort of training manual. Sometimes it appeared as though it formed some sort of chaos formation. Huang Xiaolong's sense of anticipation grew as he noticed such a change in the pill blending tower. He felt that it wasn't merely used for refining pills. Another 6 months passed. The Dragon Shark flying ship came to a stop in front of a boundless galaxy. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and Yao Qi exited and jumped off the flying ship and were mesmerized by the resplendent view before their eyes. The scene that greeted them was a magnificent one with countless stars flashing in the boundless dark space. The stars rotated about each other endlessly, as though the world itself was painting a masterpiece. This is called the perfect galaxy. After crossing it, we will be arriving at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The little cow said, and she continued to remind them, however, though this galaxy seems perfect, there is a type of galaxial beast lurking around in the dark. We have to be careful when making our way across it. Galaxial beast? Huang Xiaolong and the others were startled. The little cow nodded and replied, "This galaxial beast is a monster that dwells about in the perfect galaxy. It cultivates by absorbing the energy from the stars from different galaxies. Its entire body is shrouded in starlight, and it will be a feat to look for it with your naked eyes. Normally, strong galaxial beasts have the strength of a late heavenly monarch. Some of the stronger ones are comparable to early-stage emperors. This caused most of them to widen their eyes in shock. The galaxial beast has the power of an early-stage emperor. Before long, All of them returned to the ship and continued their journey across the perfect galaxy. However, with the little cow's reminder, Huang Xiaolong was on edge and tasked Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel to be on guard against an attack from the Galaxial Beast. Even though they had barely entered the perfect galaxy, a demonic beast with the head of a giant lion appeared in their sights. Its body was covered in starlight and it shimmered in contrast to the dark background. The instant they laid their eyes on the beast, they knew that it was the Galaxial Beast the little cow was talking about. This Galaxial Beast is so cute. Xiaolong, should we catch a few of them? Yao Qi chirped all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong laughed and replied, Sure. The same intention had appeared in his mind when he saw it for the first time. Now that Yao Qi had said it, he found the Galaxial Beast even more pleasing to the eye. Although there were about 300 to 400 giant Galaxial lion beasts surrounding them, their strength was considered negligible. The strongest of them was merely at the 8th or 9th order God-King realm, and the weakest among them had strength comparable to a 3rd order God-King realm cultivator. Only 2 of them seemed strong enough at the early 10th order God-King realm, and Huang Xiaolong didn't bother asking Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel to take care of them. Huang Xiaolong flew out of the flying ship himself and charged towards the Galaxial beasts. Seeing Huang Xiaolong moving against them, the giant Galaxial lion beasts raised their heads and roared in unison. As starlight gathered in their mouths, they turned towards Huang Xiaolong to unleash their attack. An insane amount of flames emitting the glow of starlight shot towards Huang Xiaolong. It was obvious that these giant Galaxial lion beasts were of the fire attribute. Even though they weren't too powerful, Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to let his guard down. As his body blurred, he transformed into a primordial divine blue dragon. This was the first time that Huang Xiaolong had transformed into a primordial divine blue dragon after entering the God-King realm. Li Lu and the others realized that the blue scales on his body had turned deeper, like the glow exuded by a piece of chaos blue crystal. As for his horn, it had grown thicker and was comparable to an ancient tree. The engravings and mysterious runes on it seemed even more obvious. A dragon's might surged out of his body and enveloped every creature around it. Under his terrifying dragon aura, all the giant Galaxial lion beasts stopped dead in their tracks, and a look of reverence appeared in their eyes. Huang Xiaolong raised his head and released a deafening roar before making his move. He appeared before the group of giant Galaxial lion beasts and swapped out with his humongous claw. A storm was swept up and all of them were sent flying like rag dolls. Immediately after his first attack, Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of the 2 early 10th order God-King realm giant Galaxial lion beasts, and he pressed his claw downwards. It was as though they were pinned under a giant mountain, and no matter how hard they tried, they failed to struggle free. 2 flashes of purple light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's glabella, and it entered the bodies of the 2 early 10th order God-King realm giant Galaxial lion beasts. As it entered their spiritual sea, the 2 struggling beasts slowly calmed down. Seeing that the beasts were no longer putting up a fight, he released his grip on them. In the next instant, the 2 giant Galaxial lion beasts obediently made their way before Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong flew back to the dragon shark flying ship, the 2 of them tagged along and entered the ship behind him. The little cow, Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, Lei Budong, and Feng Chen acted as though there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, Li Lu and Yao Qi stared at Huang Xiaolong with an awestruck look on their faces. Even Li Lu, who always acted cold and aloof, couldn't hide the look of amazement on her face. Huang Xiaolong felt that it wasn't a bad thing to show off, as their expressions were pretty cute. Even after Huang Xiaolong turned back to his human form and returned with the 2 beasts, the 2 women were still stuck in a daze as their eyes were glued on him. They were shocked when Huang Xiaolong had defeated Sun Shihai in the selections competition previously, but when they saw him tame the 2 beasts, they felt that he was far stronger than they had imagined. Huang Xiaolong noticed that the 2 women were still stuck in a daze, and he chuckled. These 2 giant Galaxial lion beasts have pretty similar strength. You can pick one each. After he spoke, he sent each of the beasts to their new owner. Only when the giant Galaxial lion beasts appeared by their side did the 2 ladies snap back to reality. Li Lu and Yao Qi revealed a bitter smile when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Although they worked extremely hard and practiced whenever Huang Xiaolong went out to gain experience, They felt that no matter how hard they tried, the gap between them seemed to grow bigger and bigger. Despite using all the precious resources Huang Xiaolong left for them, they were unable to catch up to him. After the brief interlude, the Dragon Shark flying ship continued to travel towards the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. With the speed of the Dragon Shark flying ship, it was going to take them 7 days to cross the entire perfect galaxy. 3 days flew by. In the 3 days of traveling, Huang Xiaolong was besieged by at least 100 waves of galaxial beasts. The deeper they ventured into the galaxy, the stronger the galaxial beasts became. When they arrived in the central region of the perfect galaxy, they even managed to see several 10th-order heavenly monarch galaxial beasts. With the help of Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, Lei Budong, and Feng Chun, Huang Xiaolong managed to subdue several tens of the stronger galaxial beasts. No one thought that a 6th-order God King would be able to subdue a 10th-order heavenly monarch galaxial beast. However, after cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium, it was a piece of cake for Huang Xiaolong to do so. Of course, he was only able to do so with the help of the experts around him. Even with his strength, his divine soul was far from being able to subdue a 10th-order heavenly monarch realm galaxial beast in one go. He had to chip away at their defenses before he was finally able to control them. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong had reached the 3rd level of the Grand Mist parasitic medium. With the help of several Emperor Realm experts, he managed to subdue all the galaxial beasts. There is an island straight ahead. Let's go there and take a break, Huang Xiaolong said with a pale look on his face as he pointed to an island floating in front of them. He was feeling pretty tired, especially since he had just subdued a late 10th-order heavenly monarch galaxial beast. Huang Xiaolong's divine soul had been stretched to its limit and he needed some time to rest. Everyone nodded in agreement. In a flash, the Dragon Shark flying ship stopped above the island. As soon as they stopped, everyone went to protect Huang Xiaolong as he swallowed a Grand Mist spiritual pill. After half a day of rest, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and let out a sigh. Half a day of recovery, coupled with the help of Xianxia and the others, allowed Huang Xiaolong to almost fully recover. Before they could take their leave, a figure approached them with alarming speed. Everyone stared at the newcomer in shock. The figure slowly revealed itself to them, and when Huang Xiaolong and the rest caught sight of its appearance, they discovered that it was a little brown bear. The little brown bear looked extremely adorable. However, upon closer inspection, they caught a glimpse of a dim yellow light surrounding its body, and its body was covered in bloody scars. It was obviously injured, and the person that had caused harm to it had probably slashed it with swords. The little cow looked at the cute little bear and said in surprise, This is an earth bear." Huang Xiaolong had a growing sense of suspicion when he saw the shocked expression on the little cow's face. "This little earth bear isn't something you can find even if you look for it," the little cow explained. "I'm afraid there are less than 10 of them in existence right now. Even if you comb through all the world's surfaces, you won't be able to find more than that." Huang Xiaolong and the others were shocked speechless when they heard what the little cow said. This cute little bear is a rare beast. How are there less than 10 of them in the entire world? Just as thoughts were running through their mind, a group of disciples charged over with their swords drawn. "Quick! We can't let that earth bear escape." The earth bear charged towards Huang Xiaolong, and to his surprise, it opened its mouth and said to Huang Xiaolong, "Big brother, please help me. I beg you, save me." Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and Yao Qi glanced at each other. Before they could decide on their next course of action, the group of sword-wielding disciples surrounded them. Huang Xiaolong frowned when he noticed the insignia on their robes. The disciples were all core disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, and there were 3 elders and 1 Grand Elder in the group. The Grand Elder took a step forward and glared at the earth bear coldly. "Do you really think that they can save you? Let me tell you something. No one will dare to interfere with something my Grand Mist Emperor Palace decides to do." Huang Xiaolong frowned after he heard it. The Grand Elder's words seemed a little too overbearing. The Grand Elder turned to Huang Xiaolong's group and sneered arrogantly. "After you guys make an oath and swear not to divulge what happened here, you can leave." One of the white-haired elders suddenly suggested, Grand Elder Wu Tianhe, the matter regarding the Earth Bear is too important. I think it will be more appropriate for us to bring them all back to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. That's right. We can either bring them back to the palace or else. Another elder drew a line across his neck and his meaning was obvious. The Earth Bear wasn't an ordinary demonic spiritual beast, and if news about it were to leak out, all the Emperor Palaces would start to cause some trouble. Even their Grand Mist Emperor Palace wouldn't get off easily. As the saying goes, only dead men tell no secrets. Grand Elder Wu Tianhe hesitated for a moment. Huang Xiaolong laughed in his heart as he was rather curious as to what the Grand Elder would choose to do. After struggling with himself and thinking about it, a ruthless look flashed through Wu Tianhe's eyes and he nodded towards the other two elders. Their meaning was obvious and a cold light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. This Grand Elder called Wu Tianhe from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace had chosen to kill them to hide their secret. When the two elders saw the nod of approval from Wu Tianhe, a smile appeared on their faces. The little cow yawned and said, "Who would have thought that even the disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace would act so sneakily? They would kill for a little profit." The faces of everyone from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace changed when they heard her insult. In response, the white-haired elder grinned and retorted, "Even though I am embarrassed by our actions, we are forced to do this for the sake of Grand Mist Emperor Palace. If you want to blame, then blame it on that Earth Bear. Don't worry too much. We will make sure to leave a thread of your soul so that you can reincarnate." As soon as he spoke of his magnanimity, the sword in his hand shot towards Huang Xiaolong and the others. Numerous sword chi came together and fused together, sweeping away everything in its way. Everywhere the sword chi swept across, dust and destruction was left in its wake. The other elder drew his sword and made a move on the little cow, Xianxia, and the others. The tip of the sword shimmered and it was as if the sword was slithering towards them like a snake. The rest of the disciples from Grand Mist Emperor Palace went into action and they formed a sword formation in an instant. The sword formation exuded a terrifying amount of sword chi. Initially, the sword chi it emitted was comparable to a gentle drizzle. However, it turned into violent and horrifying tsunamis in the next instant. All the power from the formation rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. It was a feat for someone to be able to arrive at the central region of the perfect galaxy. As such, the elders and the disciples didn't hold back and they immediately unleashed all their power with their opening attacks. Seeing that the white-haired elder's sword chi was about to connect with Huang Xiaolong, Lei Budong raised his hand and gently flicked his wrist. In an instant, the sword chi dissipated as though it was never there to begin with. A loud blast erupted from the white-haired elder's chest and he was sent flying. Almost at the same time, the other elder was sent tumbling away with a single slap from Xianxia. As for Huang Xiaolong, he charged into the battle while riding on the little cow and they were like tigers who were released into a flock of sheep. What did the core disciples amount to in front of him? With every move of Huang Xiaolong's fist, lightning flashed and several of the core disciples were sent flying away. The little cow wasn't slow either. Every time her tail made a sweep, several core disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace would fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of the core disciples were lying on the ground and moaning helplessly like the two elders. Wu Tianhe was surprised to see the sudden change in situation, and before he could react, a terrifying burst of strength blew him away. When he fell to the ground, he heard a buzz in his head and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He turned around with trepidation in his heart and realized that the Chaos Black Camel was looking at him. "Who are you? Who are you people exactly?" Wu Tianhe quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and stared at Huang Xiaolong's group in terror. The two elders and the group of core disciples stared at Huang Xiaolong's group with their mouths agape. "I am Huang Xiaolong," Huang Xiaolong calmly revealed. "Huang Xiaolong." Wu Tianhe and the people from Grand Mist Emperor Palace were stunned as they stared at him. "You are Huang Xiaolong from Fortune Emperor Palace?" the white-haired elder asked again. "That's right," Huang Xiaolong confirmed. Wu Tianhe crawled to his feet and he glared at Huang Xiaolong with an unsightly expression. "As it turns out, you are the Fortune Emperor Palace's Huang Xiaolong." Not only did you meddle in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's affairs, you even made a move to kill us. Have you thought about the consequences of your actions? Yao Qi, who was standing at the side, could no longer hold herself back, and she screamed, "Since when did we meddle in your affairs? You were the one who wanted to kill us first. Don't think that just because you are from Grand Mist Emperor Palace, you can do whatever you want." The expression on their faces changed quickly. "Huang Xiaolong, we will remember what you did today." Wu Tianhe's expression turned frosty as he waved his hand. "Let's go." Lei Budong and Feng Chen's figure started to blur as they wanted to detain Wu Tianhe and the others. However, Huang Xiaolong merely waved his hand and shook his head before saying, "Let them leave." There was no need for them to take action, as Wu Tianhe and the rest would be taken care of by Grand Mist Emperor Palace. After Wu Tianhe and the others left, Li Lu asked with face full of worry, "Xiaolong, are we still going to Grand Mist Emperor Palace?" "Of course, why not?" Huang Xiaolong smiled. Li Lu and Yao Qi were startled. "Big brother, are you planning to go to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace?" The Earth Bear was surprised, and it stared at Huang Xiaolong with its huge, cute eyes. "Yeah." Huang Xiaolong nodded and continued, "The people from Grand Mist Emperor Palace have already left. You can leave now." He then took out a jade bottle and handed it over to the Earth Bear. "Here are some Grand Mist spiritual pills for you." Huang Xiaolong could see that the injuries on Earth Bear weren't serious. With the assistance of these Grand Mist spiritual pills, it would be able to recover very quickly. The Earth Bear was startled as it received the jade bottle. However, it didn't have any thoughts about leaving and stood there like a wooden statue. Before Huang Xiaolong had the chance to speak, it declared, "Big brother, I won't leave. I want to follow you." Huang Xiaolong was stunned, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. "Aren't you afraid of following me to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace?" The Earth Bear revealed an adorable smile. "Why should I be afraid if Big Brother is not? There are so many experts around you. There are even 2 pretty sisters beside you." Everyone broke out into laughter as they were amused by the Earth Bear's antics. In the end, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring the Earth Bear along with him. In half an hour, everyone boarded the Dragon Shark flying ship again, and they left for the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. A few days later, the Dragon Shark flying ship completed its journey through the perfect galaxy. With the help of everyone and Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist spiritual pill, the Earth Bear's injuries were completely healed. Now its body was as good as new. The sparse amount of hairs on it gave off a soft yellow glow, making it look extremely adorable. The only thing that gave Huang Xiaolong a headache was that the Earth Bear and the little cow seemed to have developed a friendship during these few days, and they wouldn't leave each other's sights. They were like the best of friends. With the childish behavior of the Earth Bear, it couldn't sit still and was extremely mischievous. "Xiaolong, is it really fine for us to go to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace?" Yao Qi asked worriedly. After all, they had already angered one of the Grand Elders of the palace. "Don't worry, it will be fine," Huang Xiaolong assured her. Li Lu added, "Sister Yao Qi, since Xiaolong has said it, nothing will go wrong." In the end, Yao Qi nodded her head and no longer spoke about it. All of a sudden, the Earth Bear and the little cow appeared at the same time and shook their heads as they walked towards Huang Xiaolong. "Big brother, Senior Cow told me that there's tons of good food at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Is it true?" The Earth Bear looked at Huang Xiaolong with an innocent expression and asked. Huang Xiaolong was stunned speechless as he smiled bitterly. After getting along with the Earth Bear for a few days, he had discovered that it was as much of a glutton as the little cow. "There are indeed many delicacies there. What do you like to eat?" Huang Xiaolong asked. The Earth Bear's eyes sparkled when he heard Huang Xiaolong's confirmation. "I like to eat the great golden dragon fruit, white flame flower, the heavenly phoenix bloodstone." Without missing a beat, the Earth Bear named at least 100 types of food before stopping. Li Lu and Yao Qi stood there dumbfounded while Huang Xiaolong felt a little dizzy. Half a day later, the Dragon Shark flying ship finally stopped. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief as they had finally arrived at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Before long, they disembarked from the Dragon Shark flying ship. Huang Xiaolong and the others looked over and saw countless large palaces floating in front of them, each giving off an indescribable radiance. As the millions of palaces drifted about in mid-air, they seemed to resemble swarms of fluttering nine-colored spirit butterflies. The scene mesmerized the eyes of many. Not only was the radiance pleasant to the eyes, but it also made people feel comfortable. As though they delved deep into one's heart and mind, their beauty was phenomenal. This was the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, the #1 palace in the divine world. The difference between Fortune Emperor Palace and Grand Mist Palace was that the former was surrounded by floating divine plains, and the latter was surrounded by huge islands. There were spirit trees, spirit flowers, and countless spirit stones. There were even groups of spiritual beasts roaming about, and the view could be said to be nothing less than godly. "It's so beautiful!" Li Lu and Yao Qi could not help but exclaim in admiration. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, and couldn't help but admit that the Grand Mist Emperor Palace was extremely beautiful. "Even though the Grand Mist Emperor Palace is beautiful, you two ladies are more beautiful," the Earth Bear piped up all of a sudden. Li Lu and Yao Qi were both flattered by the little bear's compliment. "I must say you have quite the sweet tongue there. Even an old lady like me can feel your sweetness from here. From the looks of it, once you grow up, you will definitely harm many innocent young girls." The little cow grinned at the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear replied dejectedly, "Even after traveling through so many worlds, I have never seen a beauty from my race. Let's go." Huang Xiaolong interrupted before the little cow could say anything else. If the two of them were to continue bickering, no one knew when they would be able to leave. He kept the dragon shark flying ship away and rode on the little cow, and the two ladies followed behind by riding on their galaxial beasts. The party slowly made their way into the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The Earth Bear, Xiangxun, Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and the Chaos Black Camel followed behind them. As the little cow had been here quite a few times, she was familiar with the area. She led Huang Xiaolong and everyone else towards one of the floating islands. As they approached the floating island, they could sense an astonishing amount of spiritual qi in the surroundings. Even though the spiritual qi wasn't comparable to the Fortune God Kingdom, it was many times richer than the random palaces in the Fortune Emperor Palace. How dense would the spiritual qi be in the inner palaces if the spiritual qi in the surrounding islands were already so dense? If one were to cultivate in this type of environment, it wouldn't be surprising that the overall strength of Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples would be much higher than that of the disciples of the other Emperor Palaces. Of course, one had to admit that the disciples in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace were extremely talented as well. Currently, the island they were on was used by the Grand Mist Emperor Palace to receive visitors. Everyone who wished to enter the Grand Mist Emperor Palace needed to pass through this island. When they registered themselves at the reception counter, a disciple would be sent to inform an elder. The elder would report to a grand elder or hallmaster. They would only be allowed entry if someone could confirm their identity. The moment they arrived on the island, they flew towards the reception counter. The island wasn't small, and they took around an hour to reach the central region. On the way there, even though they saw numerous disciples patrolling back and forth in the sky, none of them came forward to question Huang Xiaolong's group. As their journey progressed smoothly, they managed to arrive safely at the reception palace in an hour's time. The palace they arrived in was in the dead center of the island, and it was made from enchantment butterfly crystals like the other palaces. The palace itself was massive, and it was sitting on top of a mountain vein. It exuded an imposing and majestic aura, and the rivers of time seemed to leave no marks on it. Once they arrived at the square in front of the palace, they flew down and noticed that above this massive square, there were quite a number of flying ships and flying beasts. Strange. Why are there so many flying ships and flying beasts around? The little cow was puzzled. Not many people know the location of Grand Mist Emperor Palace. There shouldn't be people gathering here anyway. Are they holding some event? Could it be that experts of other palaces are here? Xiangxun asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Huang Xiaolong seemed a little bewildered when he saw the symbol on the flying ships. Most of these flying ships belonged to the top 30 and 40 Emperor Palaces. He even discovered the Brightness Emperor Palace's insignia on one of the ships. Even the people from Brightness Emperor Palace are here. Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the rest of them were all shocked when they discovered the Brightness Emperor Palace's flying ship. Hee hee, who would have thought that even those cubs from the Brightness Emperor Palace would be here? The little cow said with a smile. Xiaolong, if we meet the people from Brightness Emperor Palace, will we? Yao Qi asked worriedly. If we meet them and they are arrogant, we'll just kill them all. The little cow chuckled tyrannically. Huang Xiaolong grunted. Yeah. Keep talking. You're all talk and no action. Hurry up and go in. Huang Xiaolong and his companions arrived at the main gates of the palace, and just before they could enter, they ran into a group of people. There was a group of Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples leading the way for a group of Brightness Emperor Palace's elders. The group of Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples was the same group Huang Xiaolong had run into in the Perfect Galaxy. Looking at the Brightness Emperor Palace's members, he found them familiar as well. Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang were present, as well as those people who were thrown out by Elder Fu in the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce. Huang Xiaolong and friends felt a little shocked when they saw them. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the familiar faces before him, they turned to look at him as well. Both sides stopped in their tracks. They were all acquaintances here. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Huang Xiaolong. Almost simultaneously, everyone from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace yelled. Huang Xiaolong, what are you doing at Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Tianzi took a step forward and asked him in a cold voice. They felt extremely puzzled. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong received an invitation from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace as well? If all of you are here, why can't we be here? The little cow shook her tail as she stared at Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang as though they were idiots. Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the elders erupted with anger. If this dog cow didn't talk, nothing would have happened. The moment she did, their shameful past surfaced in their mind. When they thought about how Huang Xiaolong had sealed their god force and rolled them out of the Devil Tiger City naked, Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang's eyes turned cold. If looks could kill, Huang Xiaolong would have died 1,000 times over. Huang Xiaolong, I don't think our Grand Mist Emperor Palace invited you here. At this time, one of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple took a step forward. He yelled at Huang Xiaolong angrily. What are all of you doing here at our Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent and said apathetically. When did the Grand Mist Emperor Palace ever make a rule to state that one had to receive an invitation before coming? The Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple was dumbstruck and his face turned gloomy. However, Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the rest of them were secretly delighted that Huang Xiaolong had showed up uninvited. Wouldn't that mean that they would be able to take care of Huang Xiaolong without interference from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? From the looks of things, Huang Xiaolong seemed to even have some enmity with the disciples from Grand Mist Emperor Palace. That was even better. Now, they didn't even need to make a move personally. Huang Xiaolong, it's you. Just then, a cold, stern voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw Grand Elder Wu Tianhe and a well-built black-haired middle-aged man walking out from the inner palace. The other man had triangular-shaped eyes, and he wore a robe with the Brightness Emperor Palace's insignia on it. Behind him stood Sun Bin and another hall master, Wu Kefan. Wu Tianhe, Sun Bin, and Wu Kefan could all be counted as old acquaintances. But what piqued Huang Xiaolong's curiosity the most was the black-haired middle-aged man with triangular-shaped eyes. An expert in the Emperor realm. Huang Xiaolong's heart dropped. Wu Tianhe, Sun Bin, Wu Kefan, and the black-haired middle-aged man walked towards Huang Xiaolong. Grand Elder Wu Tianhe, Ancestor Peng Xingfei. Both the disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace and the Brightness Emperor Palace greeted their elders. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback when he saw the people from the Brightness Emperor Palace greeting the black-haired middle-aged man as ancestor. Wu Tianhe walked towards Huang Xiaolong and looked at him with a comforting smile. There even seemed to be an expression of excitement on his face. Huang Xiaolong, never in my wildest imaginations would I have expected you to show up at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Wu Tianhe laughed loudly in Huang Xiaolong's face. Very good. Now I don't even have to send my men to look for you. Peng Xingfei turned towards Wu Tianhe and asked with great interest, "What's going on? Did Huang Xiaolong offend Grand Elder Wu?" Wu Tianhe nodded as his gaze landed on the earth bear beside Huang Xiaolong. His eyes narrowed. "I'll be honest with you, Senior Peng. We discovered this earth bear in the perfect galaxy, and we're just about to capture it. Huang Xiaolong appeared and robbed it from us. He even injured us in the process. However, as he did not want to divulge too much information about the incident, he did not mention a single word about him sending the elders to kill Huang Xiaolong and the others." "It's actually an earth bear?" Peng Xingfei, Sun Bin, Wu Kefan, Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the rest were shocked when they looked at the little bear beside Huang Xiaolong. Instead of showing signs of fear, the earth bear flashed a harmless smile, revealing its perfectly white teeth. Sun Bin chuckled. "It seems like that happened to you guys as well. He did the same thing to us. Not only did Huang Xiaolong snatch our low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins, he even brought harm to Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. We are extremely familiar with his tyrannical ways." All of a sudden, a crafty light flashed through the earth bear's eyes and it started to pout. "Old man, I think you are misleading everyone here. You were the ones who wanted to kill Big Brother to prevent him from leaking any news about me. All Big Brother did was to defend himself. Didn't he allow you to return alive?" Wu Tianhe and the disciples from Grand Mist Emperor Palace flushed red with embarrassment as they were exposed. Ancestor Peng Xingfei from Brightness Emperor Palace suddenly said, "Grand Elder Wu, since Huang Xiaolong snatched your earth bear away, shouldn't we capture him before doing anything else?" Wu Tianhe was stunned for a moment, but he managed to snap back to attention. "All right, but be careful of the beasts around Huang Xiaolong as they are quite strong. Let our hall masters make a move." Peng Xingfei smiled. "There's no need to trouble your hall masters. Since you've met me, I will gladly help you settle them all." Wu Tianhe heard that and beamed with joy. "In that case, many thanks to Ancestor Peng." He knew that Peng Xingfei was an expert in the early Fourth Order Emperor realm. Without saying anything, Peng Xingfei turned around and directly pressed his palms down towards Huang Xiaolong. The brilliance of 1,000 suns bloomed on the ground in an instant. Great Brightness Palm, Trap Gods and Bind Buddha. The Brightness God Force coalesced into numerous Great Brightness Palms and the Great Brightness Formation was formed. Everyone in Huang Xiaolong's party was covered in light. Lei Budong snorted coldly and released all his grandeur before opening his palm. Divine lightning poured down from the sky. Almighty divine lightning, destroy them. Divine lightning formed into a whirlpool and with one swirl, the great brightness energy dissipated. In the next instant, the divine lightning arrived before Peng Xingfei. Peng Xingfei was astounded and hurriedly pushed out with all his might. Angel Brightness Seal. An ancient seal formed by thousands of brightness angels appeared before everyone. The ancient seal glowed brightly with a might much stronger than the great brightness palm. However, it buzzed and dissipated immediately when Lei Budong's divine lightning came into contact with it. A giant explosion occurred and the thousands of angels that formed were destroyed with a single hit. Ancestor Peng Xingfei was then forced to retreat from the impact, resulting in him and the rest of the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace smashing into the walls of the inner palace. Naturally, the elders and core disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace weren't spared either and were also knocked into the walls of the inner palace. Even though Lei Budong was just a peak early Fourth Order Emperor like Ancestor Peng Xingfei from the Brightness Emperor Palace, he was from the barbarian race and his combat strength was way higher than Peng Xingfei. Lei Budong's divine lightning didn't stop there. It raged upon the surroundings. In the inner palace, the experts from the various palaces who were invited by the Grand Mist Emperor Palace were shocked when they sensed the formidable power coming from outside. What's going on? Is someone attacking the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Wouldn't they be courting death? Let's go take a look. The powerful experts from the various palaces slowly emerged from the inner palace. However, when they came out and saw the state of Peng Xingfei, Sun Bin, Wu Tianhe, Tianzi, and the rest, their jaws dropped. Who would have expected Wu Tianhe, the Grand Elder sent by the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, to be beaten up by someone? Soon, everyone's gazes landed on Huang Xiaolong and Lei Budong. Without a doubt, he was the one who had caused everything to happen. Who's this kid? Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong? Fortune Emperor Palace's king of supreme godhead. Seems like it. Many of the elders from different palaces recognized Huang Xiaolong and exclaimed, "It really is Huang Xiaolong. Was he also invited by the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? How did he end up fighting with the people from the Brightness Emperor Palace and Grand Elder Wu Tianhe? Who knows? Whatever it is, we are definitely in for a good show. How do you think the Grand Mist Emperor Palace will punish Huang Xiaolong? Even though Huang Xiaolong has the King of Supreme Godhead, as the #1 palace in the divine world, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace will definitely not allow anyone to wreak havoc here. If they do not punish Huang Xiaolong today, others will think they are a joke if word gets out. Did the guy beside Huang Xiaolong send Peng Xingfei and the rest flying? Isn't he comparable to 5th Order Emperor realm experts? He's definitely not from the Fortune Emperor Palace. His inner strength seems pretty weird as well. Ancestor Wang Qing, are you able to tell his origins? A wave of discussion erupted amongst the crowd as everyone tried to guess the identities of Lei Budong and Feng Chun. Even though there were many ancestors from various emperor palaces, none of them were able to recognize the barbarian race. Huang Xiaolong felt a little shocked when he saw the lineup of experts invited by the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. From various emperor palaces to powerful individuals in the emperor realm. From the looks of it, there were at least 30 of such outstanding individuals present. Why did the Grand Mist Emperor Palace invite so many experts? Was it possible that the Grand Mist Emperor Palace was holding an apprenticeship ceremony like the Fortune Emperor Palace had done in the past? Just then, a breaking voice came crashing from the horizon. Who dares to behave outrageously at my Grand Mist Emperor Palace? A great might reverberated through the minds of everyone present. It must be an ancestor from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. He probably came after noticing the disturbance. I wonder which ancestor has come this time. From the pressure he is emitting, he should be at the 7th order or higher. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and a look of shock appeared on their faces. Huang Xiaolong, Lei Budong, and the rest of them also turned around. Yao Qi leaned towards Huang Xiaolong's body with a face full of worry. Even the always confident Li Lu seemed to waver a little as she grabbed his arm. She never thought that things would spiral out of control so quickly. Xiaolong, should we leave now? Li Lu couldn't help but panic. The little cow laughed heartlessly. Little lass, do you think we are able to leave now? Li Lu was stunned. Huang Xiaolong held Li Lu's little hand and reassured her. Don't worry. The little cow is here to resolve it. The little cow opened her mouth in shock. What are you talking about? I didn't cause this. Haha. You're responsible for this because you're a cow. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Cow. Both Li Lu and Yao Qi laughed uncontrollably. Huang Xiaolong's relaxed attitude seemed to allow them both to loosen up a little. Wu Tianhe scrambled to his feet and wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth. He laughed loudly, to the extent that it sounded psychotic, and said sarcastically, Huang Xiaolong, you are the first person who dared to injure a Grand Elder from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace inside the palace itself. How are you still able to joke around? Actually, I'm pretty impressed by your courage. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Thank you. Thank you? Everyone felt their heads exploding at the moment. A few of the experts shook their heads. Even though they didn't know why Huang Xiaolong was able to crack jokes when facing an ancestor of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, they knew that his ending would be a gruesome one for sure. In the entire divine world, no one would be willing to protect Huang Xiaolong anymore. Who would dare go against the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? That would be simply digging their own grave. Even when the Fiend God Emperor Palace had unified all the palaces and brought carnage and terror to the entire divine world back then, they hadn't dared to provoke the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. All of a sudden, everyone felt their vision going blurry as two figures appeared out of thin air and stood before all of them. It wasn't just a single ancestor who had rushed over. There were two of them. Everyone felt a little startled when they saw the two figures standing before them. It's the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Zhang Renjie and Han Qing. Both of them are 8th Order Emperor Realm experts. The elders from the various palaces were shocked and quickly went up to greet the two ancestors. Wu Tianhe was delighted and bowed respectfully to Zhang Renjie and Han Qing along with the disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. When Huang Xiaolong heard Wu Tianhe greet Zhang Renjie as master, he frowned a little. Before he could react, Zhang Renjie and Han Qing turned around to look at him. "Who are you? What's going on?" Zhang Renjie didn't immediately try to capture Huang Xiaolong. Instead, he asked amicably, "Master, he is the Fortune Emperor Palace's king of Supreme Godhead disciple, Huang Xiaolong," Wu Tianhe answered. He then proceeded to explain, "Previously, when we met him at the Perfect Galaxy, he snatched the Earth Bear from us and injured all of us. Now, he has come over to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace to do the same thing." Earth Bear. Zhang Renjie and Han Qing finally noticed the Earth Bear beside Huang Xiaolong. As the Earth Bear's appearance looked quite similar to an ordinary bear, it was quite difficult to recognize him unless one looked closely. The rest of the experts from the various Emperor Palaces were shocked. All of them were shocked because they knew the origins of the Earth Bear. Zhang Renjie and Han Qing quickly regained their senses. "You are Fortune Emperor Palace's king of Supreme Godhead disciple, Huang Xiaolong?" Zhang Renjie was secretly shocked after finding out Huang Xiaolong's identity. "Was what my disciple said earlier true?" Huang Xiaolong nodded his head inwardly. Even though Zhang Renjie is Wu Tianhe's master, he is pretty unbiased. He actually asked me for my side of the story. However, before Huang Xiaolong could answer, Wu Tianhe interrupted again. "Master, if you don't believe me, you can ask all the other disciples. They can vouch for me." He then turned around and looked at Huang Xiaolong coldly. "Huang Xiaolong, do you dare to say that this Earth Bear wasn't discovered by us?" Reporting to Ancestor Zhang Renjie. "Back when we were at the Perfect Galaxy, we were the ones who found the Earth Bear," the disciples successively claimed. Zhang Renjie frowned. "I'm not asking you guys." Wu Tianhe and the disciples stood to the side in fright and none of them dared to continue speaking. "Huang Xiaolong, was this Earth Bear discovered by our disciples?" At this moment, Han Qing, who was standing at the side, asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong calmly replied, "That's right. It was indeed discovered by your disciples first." Wu Tianhe and the rest of the disciples were delighted. Han Qing said with a frigid expression, "I've heard since long ago that even though Fortune Emperor Palace's king of Supreme Godhead disciple, Huang Xiaolong, has unparalleled talent, his character does not amount to much. He is extremely arrogant and ignorant. Looks like the rumors are indeed true." She then released her spiritual qi and locked Huang Xiaolong in place. "Stop!" Suddenly, several people shouted in unison. Everyone was shocked as Zhang Renjie was one of them who had stopped Han Qing. Of course, the Earth Bear, the little cow, and Huang Xiaolong were amongst the people who had shouted for Han Qing to stop. Han Qing's gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, no one can intercede for you today." She then turned to Zhang Renjie and continued, "Renjie, no matter what, you cannot deny the fact that Huang Xiaolong has injured Wu Tianhe and our disciples inside our Grand Mist Emperor Palace." Zhang Renjie opened his mouth, but eventually nothing came out from him. No matter what, Huang Xiaolong did indeed injure the members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace inside the palace itself. "Hold on!" The Earth Bear yelled out again and pointed to Wu Tianhe's group. "They are all bad people. They were the ones who hunted me down. I ran into Big Brother when I was running away from them, and I begged him to save me. In order to hide the fact that they found me, they wanted to kill Big Brother to silence him. What else was Big Brother supposed to do? Allow them to kill him without protecting himself?" Everyone was shocked to hear the truth. When we arrived at Grand Mist Emperor Palace, we happened to meet with these bad people again. When they saw Big Brother, they immediately colluded with the people from the Brightness Emperor Palace to try and capture Big Brother. "You can't blame Big Brother for injuring them," the Earth Bear explained. Han Qing, who had berated Huang Xiaolong and wanted to capture him, stopped in her tracks. "Did that happen?" Zhang Renjie turned around and stared at Wu Tianhe. Wu Tianhe and the disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace were scared senseless and quickly kneeled on the ground. Master, no. I know. Wu Tianhe stuttered as he tried to explain his way out of it. As for the disciples, they didn't even dare to utter a word. So what? The fact remains that you injured our disciples. Han Qing snorted with a frown. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered as he asked. So what you are saying is that no matter what, your Grand Mist Emperor Palace is always right? No matter what happened, it's my fault. Hearing Huang Xiaolong question her like this, Ancestor Han Qing's face turned pale. How many millions of years had it been since someone dared to speak to her like that? Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are to question our ancestor Han Qing? Wu Tianhe yelled righteously. Everyone felt that Huang Xiaolong was speaking out of turn at that moment. Even though he had pretty decent talent, he was merely a God King realm disciple. However, he dared to question Han Qing without showing a shred of respect for her. Even if Fang Gan was here, he wouldn't dare to question Han Qing. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly sounded out. Aren't you guys curious about Huang Xiaolong's purpose for coming to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard the voice and they turned to stare at the source of it. When they realized that the little cow was the one speaking, all of them felt their head go numb. However, her words stunned Wu Tianhe. He thought of asking about it, but he felt that whatever the reason, it wasn't important enough for him to care about it. After hearing the little cow, his curiosity was piqued. Huang Xiaolong couldn't have traveled to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace for sightseeing. Could he? Thus, everyone's gaze fell onto Huang Xiaolong. He's here to see your emperor, the little cow declared. Everyone felt an explosion go off in their mind. Immediately after, Wu Tianhe broke out in laughter whilst Peng Xingfei, Sun Bin, Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the rest shook their heads before looking at Huang Xiaolong as though he was a retard. Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are to see our emperor? What type of status does our emperor even have? Do you think a lowly fortune emperor palace disciple like you even have the qualifications to see him? Even if Fang Gan was here and kneeled for 3 years, it would still be impossible for him to see our emperor, not to mention you. Even as a grand elder, it has been a few hundreds of millions of years since I last saw our emperor. Even Zhang Renjie and Han Qing both shook their heads and found Huang Xiaolong to be quite naive. Even as ancestors of Grand Mist Emperor Palace, it was extremely difficult for them to meet their emperor, not to mention Huang Xiaolong. Looking at Wu Tianhe grinning away, Huang Xiaolong said calmly, "Just because you can't meet your emperor, doesn't mean that others can't." Wu Tianhe laughed uncontrollably. So what you are saying is, you can see our emperor? If you really can see our emperor, I will kowtow to you 3 times. At this moment, a figure flew towards them. Zhang Renjie, Han Qing, and Wu Tianhe were shocked when they recognized the newcomer. The person who had come had the appearance of a handsome man in his 20s, and his qi was well restrained. They weren't able to probe out his true strength in the slightest. Others might have been unaware of the young man's identity, but all the members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace couldn't be more clear of his identity. He was the personal disciple of the emperor himself, Lu Rui. Why was the emperor's personal disciple here? Looking at the expressions on Zhang Renjie, Han Qing, and Wu Tianhe's faces, the other Emperor Palace's experts became curious about the young man Lu Rui's identity. Who is that young man? One of the Emperor Palace's experts asked. Don't know. The person beside him answered, shaking his head. I know. He's the Grand Mist Emperor's personal disciple, Lu Rui. One of the Emperor Palace's ancestors interjected. Other Emperor Palace's experts who heard that were astounded. That young man was actually the Grand Mist Emperor's personal disciple. No wonder Zhang Renjie, Han Qing, and the others showed such expressions. Since this Lu Rui was accepted as a personal disciple by the Grand Mist Emperor, then it must mean that his godhead is a supreme godhead, isn't it? One of the Emperor Palace's hall masters voiced his suspicion. His godhead must be above supreme godhead. There are rumors claiming that Lu Rui's godhead is also a king of supreme godhead. The same Emperor Palace's ancestor, who had recognized Lu Rui, shared this information with others. What? King of supreme godhead? Cannot be, right? If his godhead is really the king of supreme godhead, why haven't I heard of this circulating through the other emperor palaces? Moreover, how many hundred millions of years has it been since the king of supreme godhead last appeared? The king of supreme godhead has not appeared for several hundred millions of years. But didn't the Fortune Emperor Palace have one, named Huang Xiaolong? If the Fortune Emperor Palace could get a king of supreme godhead disciple, what's so strange about the Grand Mist Emperor Palace having a king of supreme godhead disciple? The Divine World's #1 Emperor Palace did not announce it is because they are low-profiled. Do you think everyone craves attention like that Huang Xiaolong? While some of the present Emperor Palace's experts were surprised by Lu Rui's identity, they were more interested to discuss about Lu Rui's talent. At one point, there were those who even linked the discussions to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong had a moment of wry helplessness. Craves attention? Was he too high-profiled? Honestly, he had always tried to maintain a low profile, but reality forever pushed him to become high-profile. This time, for example, he merely wanted a Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple to relay his arrival, then covertly, without attracting any attention, go see his senior brother. Who would have thought Wu Tianhe, Peng Xingfei, and the others would force him to retaliate? Thus, when Zhang Renjie and Han Qing came over, Huang Xiaolong could only send a message directly to his senior brother Zhang Hong. However, considering the implications, Huang Xiaolong had sent another message to Zhang Hong, saying it was enough to send someone to pick them up instead of coming personally. It seems the person's senior brother Zhang Hong had sent to pick him, and the little cow-up was Zhang Hong's personal disciple, Lu Rui. When Lu Rui appeared suddenly, Huang Xiaolong more or less relaxed. If Lu Rui would have arrived a few moments later, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Han Qing would have attacked Huang Xiaolong. Amidst the whispers from all around, Lu Rui descended onto the square. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Zhang Renjie and ancestor Han Qing dared not slight Lu Rui. Both walked up to Lu Rui. Lu Rui was not only the Grand Mist Emperor's personal disciple, but he was also the Emperor's disciple, the successor to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Greetings, Emperor's disciple. Zhang Renjie and Han Qing both greeted as they came to a stop in front of Lu Rui. Lu Rui smiled and nodded at Zhang Renjie and Han Qing, returning their greetings. He then said, Ancestor Zhang Renjie and Ancestor Han Qing need not stand on ceremony. At this time, Wu Tianhe and other Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples all knelt on one knee in salute. Greetings to the Emperor's disciple. Lu Rui had Wu Tianhe and everyone stand as his gaze silently swept over the people in the square. His master had ordered him to pick up Huang Xiaolong. He had felt shocked the entire time as he had rushed over there. His master had actually told him to be respectful to Huang Xiaolong. Lu Rui had heard of the Fortune Emperor Palace's Huang Xiaolong before this, someone who has a king of supreme godhead like himself. But what was this Huang Xiaolong's relationship with his master? To the extent that his master had ordered him to come greet Huang Xiaolong. However, his master had not elaborated, and he had not dared to ask. After scanning the faces in the crowd, Lu Rui's gaze finally fell on Huang Xiaolong, and his eyes narrowed. He hesitated briefly before approaching Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Renjie, Han Qing, Wu Tianhe, Brightness Emperor Palace's Peng Xingfei, as well as other Emperor Palace's experts watched with confusion and doubt. In a few moments, Lu Rui reached Huang Xiaolong and asked very politely, You are the Fortune Emperor Palace's Huang Xiaolong? Zhang Renjie, Han Qing, and the others couldn't believe their eyes watching Lu Rui's courteous manner. What's going on here? Could it be? I am Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded at Lu Rui. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's affirmation, Lu Rui was even more courteous and respectful as he explained, Master has ordered me to greet you. What? Everyone was dumbstruck with disbelief as they stared at Huang Xiaolong and Lu Rui. What did Lu Rui just say? Master ordered him to come greet Huang Xiaolong. The Grand Mist Emperor actually ordered his personal disciple to greet Huang Xiaolong personally. Teach this. Can someone tell them what the heck is going on here? Wu Tianhe, Peng Xingfei, and several others were agape. Wu Tianhe was especially dumbfounded by the baffling scene. His mind went blank with hazy gray clouds in the horizon. Huang Xiaolong was really connected to their Grand Mist Emperor. Not the usual shallow connection. At this point, he finally realized that the cow was telling the truth when she had said that Huang Xiaolong had come to see their emperor. Huang Xiaolong had not come over to worship. Huang Xiaolong had come under their emperor's invitation. Otherwise, their emperor's disciple wouldn't have come to greet Huang Xiaolong personally. I want to go see your master, but I'm afraid they won't agree. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised hearing Lu Rui said his master had ordered him to greet him. He concisely summarized the situation as he looked at Wu Tianhe, Han Qing, and a few others. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had planned to ignore Wu Tianhe, Han Qing, and the others, but these people's attitudes had been overly aggressive just now. Huang Xiaolong was no saint, and he was annoyed by these people. Lu Rui blanked for a second. He followed Huang Xiaolong's line of gaze and saw Wu Tianhe, Han Qing, and several others, and creases wrinkled his smooth forehead. He asked Wu Tianhe, what is going on here? Wu Tianhe trembled at Lu Rui's harsh tone, stammering as he tried to answer. Emperor's disciple. Misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. I didn't know he's our emperors. Wu Tianhe wanted to explain that he didn't know of Huang Xiaolong's relationship with their Grand Mist Emperor. Therefore, until the end, he didn't know what to say. But it was enough for Lu Rui. His face darkened. At this point, he could obviously see that some sort of conflict had taken place between Wu Tianhe and Huang Xiaolong before he arrived. Ancestor Xianxia. Please tell me what happened earlier? Lu Rui skipped over Wu Tianhe and asked Xianxia instead. Although Xianxia was Wu Tianhe's master, Lu Rui was quite familiar with Xianxia's upright temperament. Xianxia's mouth opened and closed in hesitation. But he recounted the matter as it had happened to Lu Rui. Lu Rui's face was frosty when he heard that Wu Tianhe and the others had besieged Huang Xiaolong in order to prevent the news of the Earth Bear from leaking out. Although Lu Rui still didn't know about the exact relationship between Huang Xiaolong and his master, he was clear of one thing. Even when the top 10 Emperor Palace's sect chiefs came, his master had never ordered him to greet them. Just this point proved how high Huang Xiaolong's status was in his master's heart. A while later, Xianxia finished recounting the incident without straying from the truth. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Han Qing suddenly interjected. Emperor's disciple, Wu Tianhe, is not entirely to blame in this matter. Not to mention, in several hundred millions of years, no one has dared to assault our Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Grand Elder while at our Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Even though Huang Xiaolong is our Grand Mist Emperor's guest, his action is an insult to our Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Others on the square were slightly stupefied looking at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Han Qing. Did this Han Qing not hear Lu Rui say his master had ordered him to come greet Huang Xiaolong? If she heard it, where did she get the courage to put the blame on Huang Xiaolong? Then again, Han Qing's words sounded reasonable. Indeed, in hundreds of millions of years, no one had dared to injure a Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. And now, Huang Xiaolong had assaulted a Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Grand Elder. Lu Rui too was surprised by Han Qing's actions and took a deeper look at Han Qing, then said, "Is Ancestor Han Qing saying that we should be detaining Huang Xiaolong for punishment?" Han Qing's heart tightened inexplicably but managed to squeeze out a smile on her face as she said, "The Emperor's disciple is joking. Huang Xiaolong is our Grand Mist Emperor's guest. How would I dare to detain him for punishment? What I'm saying is that since this matter is not entirely Wu Tianhe's fault, shouldn't we meet a light punishment on Wu Tianhe? After all, Wu Tianhe had no idea that Huang Xiaolong is our Grand Mist Emperor's guest. Moreover, Wu Tianhe merely wanted to keep a lid on the Earth Bear's news, and was only impolite to Huang Xiaolong listening to the elder below him. This is understandable. Lu Rui's brows furrowed slightly. He then turned towards Huang Xiaolong and asked respectfully, "May I ask what your opinion is?" Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he responded, "Wu Tianhe is the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's people. It is up to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace how to punish him." Lu Rui was inwardly relieved hearing that. "Shall we go see your master now?" Huang Xiaolong changed the subject with a question. Lu Rui blanked for a split second but promptly agreed. Sure. Thus, Lu Rui led Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the rest flying towards the Grand Mist Emperor's cultivation palace. Watching Lu Rui, Huang Xiaolong, and the others flying away, Wu Tianhe's tensed nerves relaxed. A feeling of survival washed over him. Although Lu Rui did not specify what his punishment would be, he was confident that his punishment would not be heavy with Ancestor Han Qing speaking for him. After Lu Rui and Huang Xiaolong's group's departure, the various Emperor Palace's experts were in a furor of excitement. What is Huang Xiaolong's connection with the Grand Mist Emperor? It is difficult to see the Grand Mist Emperor even if our Emperor came personally, much less sending the Emperor's disciple to greet in person. Is it possible that the Grand Mist Emperor fancies Huang Xiaolong's talent and intends to accept Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple? Even though Huang Xiaolong has already worshipped Zhao Lei as his master, this is not impossible. I don't think so. In my opinion, that Huang Xiaolong may be the Grand Mist Emperor's illegitimate son. Why else would the Grand Mist Emperor send his personal disciple to greet him? Illegitimate son? This is truly possible. There was a rumor in the past that the Grand Mist Emperor was good with a mysterious woman. This Huang Xiaolong could really be their illegitimate child. No wonder Huang Xiaolong's talent is so amazing. He's actually the Grand Mist Emperor's illegitimate son. No wonder, no wonder. The guesses of various Emperor Palace's experts grew wilder. Almost every Emperor Palace's experts present agreed with this opinion. Only this reason could explain why the Grand Mist Emperor would send his personal disciple to greet Huang Xiaolong. After listening to these Emperor Palace's experts' wild guesses, Zhang Renjie and Han Qing exchanged a glance. Illegitimate son? A cold glint flashed in the depths of Han Qing's eyes. Is this Huang Xiaolong really their Grand Mist Emperor's illegitimate son? Even though Han Qing thought it was unbelievable at the same time, she didn't deny this possibility either. It was because she knew their Grand Mist Emperor did have a relationship with that mysterious woman. It was very likely that Huang Xiaolong was the two people's illegitimate son. Whereas Wu Tianhe's initial relief turned into waves of bitterness listening to the surrounding guesses that Huang Xiaolong might be their emperor's illegitimate son. If that was true, then his future days were bound to be miserable. Huang Xiaolong was naturally unaware of these Emperor Palace's experts' wild guesses, or he would have fainted on the spot. While Lu Rui led Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and Yao Qi to the Grand Mist Emperor's cultivation palace, Li Lu and Yao Qi's minds were still in a jumble. It had never occurred to them that the person Huang Xiaolong wanted to meet in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace would be the number one person of the divine world, the Grand Mist Emperor himself. Nor could they have imagined that the Grand Mist Emperor would actually send his personal disciple Lu Rui to greet Huang Xiaolong. The astonishment Li Lu and Yao Qi experienced was no less compared to Wu Tianhe and the rest. The two women looked at Huang Xiaolong, and their mouths opened and closed several times, wanting to ask about Huang Xiaolong's relationship with the Grand Mist Emperor, but both suppressed their curiosity in the end. Huang Xiaolong had long noticed the two women's actions. He smiled at them and asked, "You want to know what's my relationship with the Grand Mist Emperor?" Both women nodded enthusiastically, fixing their clear, bright eyes on Huang Xiaolong. Lu Rui's ears perked up in attention. Huang Xiaolong's smile deepened as he answered, "You'll know when you see the Grand Mist Emperor." Both women nearly choked hearing Huang Xiaolong and glared at him fiercely. Even Lu Rui felt a little speechless. The group flew on. Li Lu and Yao Qi stopped pursuing their curiosity and enjoyed the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's mesmerizing sceneries instead. Along the way, the sceneries were filled with rare spiritual trees and spiritual herbs. Waterfalls formed from spiritual spring water. Undulating hills rose and fell, making one unable to tear away his gaze. The two women's eyes sparkled with delight as they enjoyed the sights. Li Lu and Yao Qi were still enamored by the sights they had seen along the way even after entering the inner area of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Lu Rui did not stop when they reached the inner area of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The group flew deeper in until they reached a cultivation palace that was seemingly no different from other cultivation palaces in the area. Is this where senior brother Jiang Hong lives? Huang Xiaolong was a little doubtful. Li Lu and Yao Qi were equally doubtful whether the Grand Mist Emperor lived there. Master is waiting for us. Let's enter. Lu Rui informed Huang Xiaolong, and as he was about to lead Huang Xiaolong and the rest inside, sonorous laughter rang in the air. Junior brother, you're here. A handsome and elegant middle-aged man stepped out a second later, the Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong. Lu Rui saw his master. No, wait, what did his master call Huang Xiaolong just now? Junior brother. Lu Rui quivered, then jerked around with wide eyes full of astonishment as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He had a ludicrous expression over his face. Junior brother. Huang Xiaolong is actually his master's junior brother. Doesn't that mean Huang Xiaolong is his grandmaster, the king of Grandmist's second disciple? How did this come to be? Li Lu and Yao Qi were agape. Their bright eyes shifted back and forth between Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong with incredulous expressions. Senior Azure Cow. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong stopped and greeted the little cow with a respectful demeanor. This sight sent Lu Rui's mind reeling. He stared stupidly at the little cow. Even though Li Lu and Yao Qi had experienced the little cow's majesty in the past, at this moment, both were still shocked hearing the Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong respectfully greeting the little cow as senior. So fragrant! The little cow sniffed the air and her eyes lit up as she added, Kiddo Grand Mist. This is the scent of spirit nectar, isn't it? Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong chuckled, then replied, I know that Senior Azure Cow likes spirit nectar. Hence I had it prepared early on as I knew Senior Azure Cow was visiting. The spirit nectar was similar to liquor, fermented by the Grand Mist Emperor Palace by collecting several hundred kinds of chaos spiritual liquids, and a secret method. Not only does it taste excellent, the spirit nectar also increases one's strength, tempers the flesh, and nourishes the soul. The little cow was extremely fond of drinking spirit nectar. In the past, every time the little cow had visited the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong had stocked up some spirit nectar for her. Kiddo Grand Mist, it's a pleasant surprise that you can still remember this elder is fond of spirit nectar. The little cow snickered in glee and generously complimented Jiang Hong. The last time she had come to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace was several 100 million years ago. Jiang Hong exchanged a few more pleasantries with the little cow before his attention shifted to Li Lu and Yao Qi. He smiled at Huang Xiaolong and said, These two misses must be junior brothers' sweethearts, right? Li Lu and Yao Qi immediately felt flustered, not knowing how to answer. In front of them was someone hailed as the strongest person of the divine world. Seeing the two women's reaction, Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly and suggested, Call him senior brother like I do. This suggestion was even more shocking to Li Lu and Yao Qi. Junior brother is right, if both of you don't dislike it, just call me senior brother, like junior brother does. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong let out a hearty laughter. Li Lu and Yao Qi hurried to say no, and called Jiang Hong senior brother. Hearing that, Jiang Hong grinned while nodding his head in pleasure. Good. Saying this, he turned to Lu Rui, who was standing like a frightened scarecrow, and said, Lu Rui, quickly come greet Senior Azure Cow and your martial uncle. The Grand Mist Emperor's disciple snapped to his senses and his heart tightened nervously as he hastened forward. He saluted the little cow and Huang Xiaolong and said, Junior Lu Rui, greet Senior Azure Cow and martial uncle. He added, Earlier, Lu Rui was not aware of Senior Azure Cow and martial uncle's identity. Please excuse me if I showed any discourtesy earlier. The little cow smiled and praised. You are very good. Kiddo Grand Mist has accepted a good disciple. Lu Rui hurried to reply, Many thanks for Senior Azure Cow's compliment. Huang Xiaolong was smiling too. Xianxia rarely compliments others. If she says you're good, then you're good. Lu Rui dazed momentarily. Even though he didn't know why Huang Xiaolong addressed Senior Azure Cow as Xianxia, he respectfully replied, Yes, martial uncle. Lu Rui subsequently greeted Li Lu and Yao Qi, which made the two women feel flattered. Now, Senior Azure Cow, junior brother, let us go in. I have prepared a lot of spirit nectar. Jiang Hong invited. The little cow's eyes lit up hearing that. Seeing her reaction, Huang Xiaolong was full of anticipation towards the spirit nectar. It was no secret that the little cow was very picky. With Zhang Hong leading in the front, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Li Lu and Yao Qi stepped into the cultivation palace. Despite being the Grand Mist Emperor's disciple, Lu Rui was the last in line. If Zhang Renjie, Han Qing, Wu Tianhe, or the Brightness Emperor Palace's Peng Xingfei were to see this scene, what would they think? Only after stepping inside did Huang Xiaolong realize that this ordinary-looking palace was far from ordinary. The entire inner hall seemed to blend with heaven and earth. Every single item inside it seemed to be born here, giving others an indescribable feeling. The little cow looked at the decor and nodded appreciatively. In the several 100 million years I haven't seen you, your inner hall's decor is getting better. Kiddo Grand Mist, you're progressing fast. Zhang Hong smiled and replied respectfully, Senior Azure Cow is overpraising me. Zhang Hong's level is still far from presentable compared to Senior Azure Cow. The group reached the seats as they talked and sat down accordingly. On the small table in front of each person was a small delicate jug that resembled a wine jug. Huang Xiaolong looked at the little jug and could not figure out what the jug was made of. The material looked like jade, metal, and wood at the same time. This jug is made of metallic jade wood that existed in the Grand Mist era, and it is a rare Grand Mist grade spiritual item. Containers made from the metallic jade wood not only can enhance the taste of spirit nectar, but also enhance the spirit nectar's effect as time passes. The little cow explained to Huang Xiaolong. This metallic jade wood will not rot even after 10 billion years. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and Yao Qi were stunned by the information. Who would have thought that such a small delicate wine jug was made from the metallic jade wood found in the Grand Mist era? Come, Senior Azure Cow, junior brother, and both younger sister-in-laws, let's toast. Zhang Hong said as he raised his own wine cup. Huang Xiaolong took a sip. The spirit nectar glided smoothly down his throat, and an indescribable, invigorating feeling opened up the pores of his body. But Lu Rui was a little too preoccupied with his own thoughts. Earlier, he had not known the little cow and Huang Xiaolong's identity. Hence, when he had led Huang Xiaolong's group over, he had not reported the incident related to Wu Tianhe to his master. Now that he knew Huang Xiaolong's identity, he needed to report it to his master Zhang Hong. Lu Rui. Zhang Hong suddenly called his name. Lu Rui was startled and jumped up from his seat. Master, is something bothering you? Zhang Hong asked. Lu Rui's unease had not escaped his eyes. Master, when I went out to greet Senior Azure Cow and Martial Uncle, there was a conflict between our Emperor Palace's disciple with Senior Azure Cow and Martial Uncle. Lu Rui replied frankly, not daring to conceal the matter. Zhang Hong frowned slightly upon hearing that, and ordered somberly, Details. Yes, master. Lu Rui complied respectfully and recounted the matter as he knew it. After Lu Rui finished recounting the details, Zhang Hong's fingers tightened around the metallic jade wood wine jug he was holding. In a split second, the wine jug turned into dust. Seeing the fury on his master Zhang Hong's face, Lu Rui's heart shuddered. He had been following his master for several 100,000 years now, but he had never seen his master so furious. Senior Azure Cow, junior brother, it is my fault for not disciplining the people under me that I have let you see a joke. Zhang Hong converged his fury, then said apologetically to Senior Azure Cow and Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, The Grand Mist Emperor Palace has numerous disciples. It is inevitable there would be one or two that stray. This has nothing to do with the senior brother. Senior brother does not need to take the blame. Kiddo Grand Mist, how about you send me a few jugs of spirit nectar as compensation? The little cow snickered. The corners of her mouth were stained with spirit nectar. Zhang Hong laughed hearing that and replied, Even if Senior Azure Cow doesn't bring it up, I would give Senior a few jugs. He then turned to Lu Rui and ordered solemnly, Go to the enforcement hall now and tell them to abolish Wu Tianhe, the other two elders, as well as those core disciples' cultivation. Then banish them from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Abolished cultivation and banished from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. To every single Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple. being banished from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace was the most severe and devastating punishment. Lu Rui hastened to comply, then saluted to Huang Xiaolong and the little cow before hurrying away. At this time, somewhere in one of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's cultivation palaces, Wu Tianhe, Brightness Emperor Palace's Peng Xingfei, and other Emperor Palace's ancestors were drinking and making merry. Grand Elder Wu Tianhe, you're greatly valued by your ancestor Han Qing. I've heard that you will be promoted to Deputy Hall Master soon? If that is so, it's already worth celebrating. The Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Peng Xingfei smiled and said to Wu Tianhe, the Brightness Emperor Palace's Hall Master Sun Bin, Elder Tianzi, Elder by Yunxiang and others seated behind Peng Xingfei also congratulated Wu Tianhe joyously. Other Emperor Palace's ancestors and Hall Masters chimed in, and the atmosphere turned lively in an instant. Wu Tianhe nonchalantly waved his hand, smiling as he said, that is merely a rumor. The result is hard to predict. With Huang Xiaolong's matter looming over my head, I can only hope the Grand Mist Emperor does not dismiss my Grand Elder position. I dare not hope to be promoted to become the Deputy Hall Master. The Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Peng Xingfei smiled confidently as he said, Grand Elder Wu Tianhe is too humble. Ancestor Han Qing is also an elder of your clan, isn't she? With her protection and backing, I don't think the Grand Mist Emperor would punish you because of Huang Xiaolong. Before Wu Tianhe and Han Qing had entered the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, both of them belonged to one of the Divine World's ancient clans and were of the same lineage. Hence, they had a close relationship, and that was also the reason why Han Qing was so protective of Wu Tianhe earlier. Wu Tianhe still shook his head. If that Huang Xiaolong is really our Grand Mist Emperor's illegitimate son, it'll really be tragic for me. I might really lose my Grand Elder's position. In truth, Wu Tianhe was genuinely worried. Just as the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Peng Xingfei was about to say more, several sounds of whistling winds sounded in from the distance. In the blink of an eye, several figures appeared at the doorway of the hall, and the person leading them was none other than Lu Rui. Beside Lu Rui was a muscular middle-aged man with cold, ink-colored pupils. Seeing this middle-aged man, Wu Tianhe's face stiffened. For this middle-aged man was their Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Enforcement Hall's Hall Master Huang Anson. This Huang Anson had a nickname among the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples, the Soul Reaper's Beast. Wherever Huang Anson appeared, something bad would happen, an event of great misfortune. Standing behind Huang Anson were several of the Enforcement Hall's Grand Elders. Wu Tianhe stood up in a rush at this moment and hastened towards the doorway in a few quick strides. The unease in his heart grew stronger with each step. The Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Peng Xingfei and the others in the hall also stood up upon seeing this sight. Greetings to the Emperor's disciple. Wu Tianhe hurried to salute as he came to a stop in front of Lu Rui. He then faced Huang Anson. Greetings, Hall Master Huang. Lu Rui did not speak. Instead, Huang Anson's gloomy voice sounded, Wu Tianhe, the Emperor's disciple has brought the Emperor's verbal order. Your cultivation will be abolished and then you will be banished from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Any last words? Hua Ti. Everyone was dumbfounded by Huang Anson's words, including the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Peng Xingfei. They're here to abolish Wu Tianhe's cultivation and banish Wu Tianhe from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. How is it possible? Is it because of Huang Xiaolong? Did they guess right? Huang Xiaolong's really the Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong's illegitimate son. Even so, the Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong was spoiling this illegitimate son Huang Xiaolong too much, wasn't he? Just because of the previous incident, Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong wants to abolish Wu Tianhe's cultivation and kick Wu Tianhe out from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Peng Xingfei and the others felt this punishment was heavier than the crime. While Peng Xingfei and the others were astounded, Huang Anson's words sounded like a thunderclap in Wu Tianhe's ears. He slumped to the floor, but started screaming manically a second later. No, you cannot treat me this way. You cannot abolish my cultivation. That punishment was worse than death. I want to see Ancestor Han Qing. Wu Tianhe began shouting. The enforcement hall master Huang Anson sneered coldly. This is the emperor's verbal order, hence, even if Senior Han Qing comes here, there's nothing she will be able to do. Insolent. Right at this time, a woman's icy voice rang as a figure appeared in the air. This was naturally the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Han Qing. Ancestor Han Qing. Save me! Save me! Seeing Han Qing appear, Wu Tianhe shouted madly like a person frantically trying to grasp the last straw, and rushed to Han Qing's side. Greetings, ancestor Han Qing. Huang Anson and the rest of the enforcement hall's grand elders saluted Han Qing upon seeing her. Han Qing ignored Huang Anson and his enforcement hall's group. Her sharp gaze was fixed on Lu Rui as she said, Emperor's disciple, you claimed this is the Emperor's order? How can you prove that? If it is the Emperor's order, then you must have a token. A faint frown appeared between Lu Rui's eyebrows. When he had come over, his master Jiang Hong had not given him any token, merely a verbal order. Detecting the subtle change on Lu Rui's face, Han Qing went on matter-of-factly, Emperor's disciple does not have a token, yet you brought Huang Anson and his army over to abolish Wu Tianhe's cultivation and want to banish him from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? This is not in accordance with the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's rules. Is that not so? Lu Rui was about to speak when a majestic voice sounded from afar. Having Huang Anson abolish Wu Tianhe's cultivation and banish him from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace is my order. The majestic voice thundered from the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure descending down that made everyone have a feeling of suffocation. Everyone paled. Greetings to the Grand Mist Emperor. Everyone was trembling due to the overwhelming pressure as they knelt on their knees, including the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Han Qing and Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Peng Xingfei. Han Qing, do you still need proof? Jiang Hong's voice sounded again as if it came from every direction, giving others a great sense of pressure. I dare not. Han Qing lowered her head further and hurried to answer. Her face paled slightly as she tried to minimize her presence. The world was silent again, except for everyone's racing heartbeats that sounded like rumbling thunder in their own ears. Seconds later, the suffocating pressure receded faster than the tide. Whilst Peng Xingfei and others relaxed with the pressure gone, they felt like their bodies were about to collapse. At the same time, Peng Xingfei and other Emperor Palace's ancestors were astounded. Was this the power of the divine world's strongest person? Despite the distance between them, merely Jiang Hong's pressure had nearly made them suffocated? The enforcement hall master Huang Anson stood up from the floor and took large strides towards Wu Tianhe. Wu Tianhe slumped weakly to the floor, his eyes out of focus, while mumbling unintelligibly under his breath. Standing in front of Wu Tianhe, Huang Anson raised his palm, and when his palm struck down, Wu Tianhe let out a blood-curdling scream. A short while later, Lu Rui, Huang Anson, and the group of enforcement hall's grand elders left. Peng Xingfei and others' gazes flickered from Lu Rui and Huang Anson's leaving group to the unconscious Wu Tianhe in silence. A long time later, Peng Xingfei and the others' voices erupted into a voice transmission commotion. Huang Xiaolong is really Jiang Hong's illegitimate son? Most probably it's true. Why else would he be so furious? Jiang Hong's personal order for Wu Tianhe's cultivation to be abolished before being banished from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace further cemented Peng Xingfei and the others' guesses to be true. Lu Rui returned to report to Jiang Hong after separating from Huang Anson's enforcement hall group. Back in the hall, Lu Rui was just about to report the result, but was stopped by Jiang Hong. It's fine. I already know. Sit down. Lu Rui respectfully complied. Senior brother, Feng Er, Su Baixing, and the others did not give you any trouble while staying here, did they? Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong asked as he thought of Feng Er and the others. Hearing Huang Xiaolong ask about Feng Er, Su Baixing, and the rest, Jiang Hong smiled as he replied, Rest assured, junior brother, Feng Er and the others are doing well. They are currently cultivating inside the Grand Mist secret realm. Does junior brother want to go see them now? No need. It's nothing urgent. Huang Xiaolong responded. The little cow chimed in. But you look desperate to me, urgently wanting to see your Feng Er. It hasn't been long since you arrived here, and you're already asking about Feng Er's situation. A tinge of red crept up Huang Xiaolong's face, as he inwardly scolded this old cow. But the little cow's tone changed in the next sentence as she spoke to Zhang Hong. Kiddo Grandmist, don't go kidnapping Feng Er away with your handsome face. Otherwise, this brat here would probably fight you to the death. Zhang Hong blanked for a split second, then smiled wryly and said, Senior Azure Cow, you're joking. Listening to the three people's banter, Lu Rue secretly smacked his lips. This was the first time he had seen someone who dared to use his master Zhang Hong as a joke. What is this Senior Azure Cow's origins? She actually has the guts to joke with his master in this manner? Although Lu Rue had followed his master for several 100,000 years, he had never heard of his master mention any Senior Azure Cow. Senior brother, I want to leave 2 more people at your Grand Mist Emperor Palace the next time I come. Is that all right? Huang Xiaolong asked Zhang Hong, changing the subject. Zhang Hong smiled nonchalantly as he replied, There are a lot of places in my Grand Mist Emperor Palace, not to mention 2 people. You can send 20,000 people if you want. Who are these 2 people junior brother is planning to send over? They are my 2 other masters from the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong frankly answered. He briefly explained that his Master Golden Brow and Master Bloodknife had been in seclusion and had reached a crucial point in breakthrough when he had returned to the Fortune Emperor Palace from the floating Twilight Land. Due to this, he had not been able to see them before leaving to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong's initial plan was to bring Golden Brow and Bloodknife to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace during this trip, so they could cultivate here with Feng Er, Su Baisheng, and the others. As things went, Huang Xiaolong was left with no choice but to bring Golden Brow and Bloodknife over the next time. Not an issue, junior brother can bring them over any time, Zhang Hong stated without hesitation. I thank senior brother, said Huang Xiaolong with gratitude. Zhang Hong waved his hand as he said, I've already said before, you don't need to be so courteous with me, not to mention that's only a small matter. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the little cow stayed at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace for 10 days. During this time, Huang Xiaolong accompanied Li Lu and Yao Qi around, enjoying the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's breathtaking sights. Li Lu and Yao Qi's eyes sparkled at these picturesque sceneries. Hearing their endless sighs of exclamations, Huang Xiaolong was taken by impulse and said, If you two like it, shall I collect some enchantment butterfly crystals to build a palace like the ones in Grand Mist Emperor Palace for both of you? Really? Yao Qi stammered in disbelief, doe-eyed as she gazed at Huang Xiaolong. Li Lu stopped walking and looked at Huang Xiaolong with anticipation. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Really? But you may have to wait 2,000 to 3,000 years. Even though the enchantment butterfly crystals were rare and exorbitantly expensive, Huang Xiaolong did not lack spirit stones. Therefore, to build a palace of similar style to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace was not a difficult task. However, Huang Xiaolong did not have the luxury of time to build such a palace in the short term. With the battle of the Heavenly Court around the corner, all his attention would be invested into raising his strength. Not to mention, there was the Divine World's impending calamity hanging over his head. This further motivated Huang Xiaolong to improve his strength. Xiaolong, thank you. Yao Qi was so thrilled that she kissed Huang Xiaolong in front of Li Lu. Though it was merely a peck on the cheek, Huang Xiaolong still felt a little embarrassed in front of Li Lu. In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong was caught off guard when Li Lu suddenly rushed to his side, and whack, she planted a kiss on his other cheek. Huang Xiaolong looked dazedly at Li Lu. Li Lu's red-hued cheeks turned even redder under Huang Xiaolong's dazed gaze. Huang Xiaolong saw Feng Er, Su Baisheng, Gui, and the others the next day. No doubt, Feng Er was very happy seeing Huang Xiaolong again. Huang Xiaolong also informed Su Baisheng, Su Jiang, Xu Yong, and Su Shi the result of the Silver Fox Commerce's investigation of Su Huanying, Su Baiqiang, and Su Baisheng's whereabouts. Upon learning that his father and brothers had not fallen into the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's hands, Su Baisheng's worries eased by half. After spending another 2 more days at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong's group departed to the Grand Mist Lands with Zhang Hong. It was going to take 2 years of travel time from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace to the Grand Mist Lands based on the Dragon Shark flying ship speed. Hence, on board the flying ship, Huang Xiaolong's time was either spent on cultivating, studying the Tianwu array records, or discussing the Tao of cultivation with his senior brother Zhang Hong. The little cow would join them occasionally and interject with a few random sentences. The journey went on smoothly. In the beginning, the Dragon Shark flying ship sped past prosperous world surfaces, but as they traveled further north, the number of world surfaces were sparse in between, and barely inhabited by cultivators. Some world surfaces did not even have any signs of vitality, from being completely barren to entirely enveloped by snowstorms. The further north they traveled, the dimmer the space's ambient lights were. 1.5 years later, by this time it was all dark in the Dragon Shark flying ship's flying course. All around was cold darkness, coldness that seeped into the bones and the soul. Even a high-level God King realm expert would have a hard time enduring this coldness. Hence everyone stayed inside the flying ship. With the Dragon Shark flying ship's defensive formations activated, Li Lu and Yao Qi were safe. The Dragon Shark flying ship had been flying for close to 2 years, approaching the Grand Mist Lands, when it halted before a dark galaxy. The dark galaxy in front of them emitted palpitating black gleams almost as dense as solid matter. The darkness was akin to despair that sucked away all hope and life, the exact opposite of the vibrant galaxy in the proximity of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Inside the Dragon Shark flying ship, Zhang Hong was pointing towards the dark galaxy and said, "That is the Black Polar Galaxy. We need to travel through this Black Polar Galaxy and pass an ancient world surface to arrive at the Grand Mist Lands. However, there are numerous meteorites in this Black Polar Galaxy, as well as icy dark creatures. We should exercise caution when passing through this Black Polar Galaxy." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, then had Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel carefully maneuver the Dragon Shark flying ship into the Black Polar Galaxy. The moment the Dragon Shark flying ship cruised into the Black Polar Galaxy, black gleams of light glimmered like starlight. Huang Xiaolong noticed that the coldness from these starlight-like black gleams was even more intense to the point of affecting the Dragon Shark flying ship's speed. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, and the Dragon Shark flying ship swayed slightly. Huang Xiaolong immediately realized that there were icy dark creatures attacking the flying ship. However, these icy dark creatures seemed to have merged with the surroundings' darkness, so they were almost undetectable. However, Huang Xiaolong ordered Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel to fly onwards at full speed. Half a month later, the Dragon Shark flying ship flew through the Black Polar Galaxy without much trouble, and an enormous world surface appeared at the other end. This enormous world surface was bigger than any other world surface Huang Xiaolong had seen so far. Furthermore, this world surface exuded an immemorial aura of vicissitudes and infertility. "This is the desolate world surface," Zhang Hong said as he looked at the enormous world surface. He introduced to Huang Xiaolong in a meaningful tone. This world surface was famous during the Desolate Era because this world surface was where one of the most powerful clans, the Black Dragon Clan, lived. The Desolate Era's Black Dragon Clan. Huang Xiaolong and the rest were astounded upon hearing that. As one of the strongest clans during the Desolate Era, the Black Dragon Clan was undoubtedly powerful. The little cow interjected at this time. During the Desolate Era, other than the Divine World's Emperor Palaces, there were various powerful ancient clans and tribes. Some of these ancient clans and tribes' powers were comparable to the top 10 Emperor Palaces. The Black Dragon Clan, for example, was one of them. The Black Dragon Clan during the Desolate Era could go head-to-head with the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Even though Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and Yao Qi had guessed the Desolate Black Dragon Clan was powerful, they had not expected to hear that the Black Dragon Clan was actually comparable to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace was the Divine World's #1 Emperor Palace. It stood high above the rest that even the second-ranked Brightness Emperor Palace and the third-ranked Fiend God Emperor Palace combined could not shake the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's position. Just from this, one could imagine how strong the Black Dragon clans was in the Desolate Era. What happened then? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow's head swayed as she spoke. Later on, the Black Dragon clan's ancestor and patriarch disappeared, and the Black Dragon clan deteriorated from then on. The desolate Black Dragon clan no longer exists. They have not existed in the divine world since several tens of millions of years. Although this possibility had occurred to Huang Xiaolong, he still felt melancholic. The desolate Black Dragon clan's ancestor and patriarch went missing, but Huang Xiaolong himself frowned after asking the question. As if knowing what Huang Xiaolong was thinking, the little cow spoke solemnly. The year when the Black Dragon clan's ancestor and patriarch went missing suddenly raised a lot of suspicions. That was about the same time when the Devil World's Archdevil Lord went missing. There was also the ancient Heavenly Emperor. The ancient Heavenly Emperor also went missing around the same time. Zhang Hong added. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow already knew that the ancient Heavenly Emperor had fallen in the depths of the Devil Abyss, but Zhang Hong did not. Senior brother is saying that the Black Dragon clan's ancestor, patriarch, and the Devil World's Archdevil Lord's disappearances are connected? Huang Xiaolong asked. Zhang Hong's eyes glimmered. There is such a possibility. In truth, this is what most of the Emperor Palace's ancestors think. However, after all these years, no one has found the answer to this mystery. Alright, enough with this topic. Quickly hurry to the Old Man Grand Mist's Grand Mist land. It has been a long time since I've seen Old Man Grand Mist, and this old cow can't wait anymore. The little cow clamored. Huang Xiaolong burst her bubble. I think you're missing the Grand Mist fruits more. There were the Grand Mist fruits on the Grand Mist land, fruits borne by a kind of Grand Mist divine tree that were absolutely tasty. In Zhang Hong's words, it tasted 100 times better than the spirit nectar. The little cow blanked but swiftly covered up with a chuckle. Did Kiddo Grand Mist tell you about it? Though I crave the Grand Mist fruits, I also miss Old Man Grand Mist. So, the truth is, I miss both of them. As if afraid that Huang Xiaolong might misunderstand, the little cow repeated more than once that she missed both of them. Huang Xiaolong didn't continue bantering with the old cow. He had Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel maneuver the Dragon Shark flying ship to the desolate world surface. A while later, the Dragon Shark flying ship stopped not far from the world surface. Standing before the world surface, Huang Xiaolong detected a vague energy barrier that was similar to Vigor Qi, enshrouding the entire desolate world surface. Intermingled within this vigor energy were spiritual energy, death Qi, frigid Qi, and a unique darkness energy. The Dragon Shark flying ship broke through the barrier of vigor energy and entered the desolate world surface. Kiddo Huang, though the desolate Black Dragon clan is already extinct, there are still a lot of the clan's treasures that were left behind. Moreover, you have the true dragon physique. If you can get your hands on the Black Dragon clan's treasures, it would greatly benefit your cultivation. After entering the world surface, the little cow suddenly said. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. You're saying, although the Black Dragon clan has disappeared, their treasures were not snatched away by other experts? Huang Xiaolong asked with a stirring of excitement. You can put it that way, but not entirely. More than 10 million years ago, the Fiend God Emperor Palace's Kiddo Fiend God brought a group of Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors here, slaughtered the remaining of the Black Dragon clan, and took away more than half of the Black Dragon clan's treasures, said the little cow. Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected for the Fiend God Emperor Palace to have actually slaughtered the last of Black Dragon clan. Though the Fiend God Emperor Palace more or less moved everything away, they did not find the Black Dragon clan's several heritage treasures. Zhang Hong chimed in at this point. In so many years, even though numerous Emperor Palace's experts have searched this world's surface over and over again, none of them have managed to find those heritage treasures. What are those treasures? Huang Xiaolong asked as curiosity and desire bubbled up his chest. One of them is the Black Dragon Divine Armor, a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact, also one of the Black Dragon clan's most precious treasures. No need to explain how strong the armor's defenses are. Additionally, when you put the armor on, the Black Dragon soul within would absorb Dragon Qi from the Dragon world on its own to temper the wearer's flesh and soul. Worn on a Dragon clan's disciple, It accelerates his cultivation speed by leaps and bounds. The other treasure is the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. Though the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle cannot compare to the Black Dragon Divine Armor, it's a wonderful top-grade Grand Mist spatial artifact. The third treasure is the Black Dragon Throne, also a top-grade Grand Mist flight artifact of astounding speed. Zhang Hong named the treasures one by one. Huang Xiaolong and the others grew increasingly astonished as they listened to Zhang Hong. On top of that Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle contains the desolate Black Dragon clan's numerous spiritual pills, spiritual herbs, and spiritual veins. The little cow supplemented. Any one of these three treasures is enough to make the divine world's experts fight a bloody battle for it. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. But these three treasures might be on the Black Dragon clan's missing ancestor or patriarch, right? Otherwise, why didn't the various Emperor Palace's experts find it after searching so many times in so many years? Huang Xiaolong asked after some thought. Zhang Hong shook his head and replied, according to the last Black Dragon clan's young lord, these three treasures were not on the Black Dragon clan's ancestor or patriarch, and it's here somewhere on this world's surface. Senior brother, do you know where the Black Dragon clan's ruins are? Huang Xiaolong asked. Zhang Hong was caught off guard by his question before he laughed. Both Senior Azure Cow and I know. It's on the way, might as well go and take a look around. Junior brother has great luck. Who knows? Maybe Junior brother would be able to find these three treasures. With that decided, with Zhang Hong and the little cow guiding their way, Huang Xiaolong had Xianxia direct the dragon shark flying ship towards the Black Dragon clan's ruins. 5 days later, the dragon shark flying ship stopped above the ruins. At a glance, one could not see where the ruins ended. Despite being mottled with time, and long weeds growing everywhere, the outline of the buildings in the ruins were huge. It was not hard to imagine their glory once upon a time, and the imperious nature of its inhabitants. These are the desolate Black Dragon clan's ruins. The scale of the buildings here are bigger than my Grand Mist Emperor Palace, but now we can't even find a complete building anymore. Zhang Hong sounded melancholic. The desolate Black Dragon clan's annihilation gave Zhang Hong a feeling of helplessness and sympathy. The Black Dragon clan that once rivaled the Grand Mist Emperor Palace had actually reached such an ending in less than 100 million years. What would become of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace 100 million years later? If he was gone, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace would likely go the way the Black Dragon clan did, deteriorate, then be swallowed away by time. The flying ship cruised slowly above the ruins. Aboard the ship was heavy silence. It was as if everyone felt the despair and loneliness of these ruins, seemingly reminiscing the Black Dragon clan's glory at its peak. On the broken walls, they could still see carvings of the glorious, olden days, and most of the theme revolved around dragons. These carvings of dragons were detailed and lifelike. Dragons were proud by nature, watching sentient life forms from high above. Huang Xiaolong looked at the ruins while he inwardly activated his true dragon physique bloodline to see if he could sense any reaction in the proximity. Since many experts had already searched these Black Dragon clan's ruins, searching with his divine sense would be futile. Hence, Huang Xiaolong thought of sensing the treasures based on his true dragon physique's bloodline. Perhaps his true dragon physique's bloodline could sense something. 5 to 6 hours later, Huang Xiaolong, who had been circulating his true dragon physique's bloodline's power, could sense nothing. But Huang Xiaolong wasn't disappointed. The Black Dragon clan's ruins were very big. At the current speed of the dragon shark flying ship, it would take them 2 days to fly a complete circle. Right now, they had merely traveled through 1/8 of the ruins. Soon, 2 days passed by. The dragon shark flying ship stopped somewhere above the ruins. Kiddo Huang, how is it? After the dragon shark flying ship completed a round of the ruins, the little cow asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. My true dragon physique's bloodline power did not sense anything. His tone carried a hint of disappointment. If it was other treasures, he wouldn't have minded it so much. However, the Black Dragon clan's 3 treasures, whether it was the Black Dragon Divine Armor, Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle, or the Black Dragon Throne, any one of them was extremely useful for Huang Xiaolong. After paying his respects to his master, the king of Grand Mist at the Grand Mist lands, he was going to set off to Hell's Azura world. Having the Black Dragon divine armor would have added another powerful layer of protection to himself. Moreover, the Black Dragon throne, a top-grade Grand Mist flight artifact, was extremely convenient whether it was for hurrying to some place or running away. The Black Dragon throne was a must-have tool away from home. Though the others had foreseen this result, Huang Xiaolong's answer still brought a wave of disappointment. "Senior brother, let's go see master." Huang Xiaolong was quick to recover his composure and said to Zhang Hong, "All right then." Zhang Hong replied. He then comforted Huang Xiaolong. "Junior brother, don't feel discouraged. Our search this time is a little rushed. It's not unusual that we did not find anything. When junior brother has the time in the future, junior brother can spend more time searching for it." Huang Xiaolong nodded heavily. "It is as senior brother says. They were a little rushed this time." Huang Xiaolong decided to first pay his respects to his master, the king of Grand Mist, and come to look for the Black Dragon clan's treasures again before going to Hell's Azura world. With this decided, the group left the desolate Black Dragon clan's world surface and continued onwards to the Grand Mist lands. 2 days later, a flying ship reached a glistening galaxy after speeding out from the desolate world surface. Looking at the bright galaxy in front of them, there was an inexplicable feeling of arriving in heaven from hell within everyone. This bright galaxy was the exact opposite of the black galaxy and the desolate world surface they had passed through before. The contrasts were too obvious, especially the absence of icy darkness. "This is the Grand Mist Galaxy," the little cow stated. "This Grand Mist Galaxy is created by Old Man Grand Mist himself, and the Grand Mist lands is hidden in the depths of this Grand Mist Galaxy." Huang Xiaolong and the others were astounded. "This galaxy is created by my master?" Huang Xiaolong repeated with obvious disbelief. Creating an orderly galaxy, what concept of strength was that? Huang Xiaolong did not dare to even begin thinking about it. At the very least, this cognition had never appeared to him or the people around him before this. The little cow harumphed watching Huang Xiaolong's reaction. Creating a galaxy is no big deal. If this old cow has the patience, in 100 million years, I could create a galaxy too. Zhang Hong interjected. A long time ago, this Grand Mist Galaxy was all darkness, and there were icy windstorms everywhere, like the black polar galaxy we saw earlier. However, Master fancied this place's heaven and earth force, so he transformed this galaxy. Although Zhang Hong did not speak in detail, everyone could imagine the vast power the King of Grand Mist must have used to transform this galaxy. Heaven and earth force? Huang Xiaolong caught onto something. The little cow added, "You have yet to touch the heaven and earth force at your current realm. Wait until you reach the same level as your senior brother Kiddo Grand Mist, and once you surpass the Emperor realm, you will know naturally." Huang Xiaolong smiled sheepishly and stopped wondering what the heaven and earth force was. After all, that was too far from him. Forget about surpassing the Emperor realm, even advancing to the Emperor realm was still a long way away for Huang Xiaolong. The Dragon Shark flying ship continued flying towards the Grand Mist Galaxy moments later. The moment the flying ship entered the Grand Mist Galaxy, everyone on board felt an indescribably comfortable and gentle energy caressing their bodies. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. This energy bore similarities to the Grand Mist Force, though not entirely. All these starlight stones are collected by Master from various places. Zhang Hong pointed at the various sizes of floating stones in space. These starlight stones were emitting a faint glow, gathering in large numbers. They looked very pretty. Don't look down on these starlight stones, as each one of these millions of starlight stones were specifically and personally picked by Old Man Grand Mist from amongst millions other starlight stones. Each of these starlight stones contain robust life energy and starlight power, as well as Grand Mist arrays inscribed by Old Man Grand Mist himself. Each type of Grand Mist arrays are powerful enough to kill a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert if he dares to trespass recklessly into the Grand Mist Galaxy when activated. The little cow explained. The others stiffened after hearing her explanation. Kiddo Grand Mist, you still haven't informed your master that we're coming over, right? Suddenly, the little cow asked Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong smiled a wry smile as he reassured. Since Senior Azure Cow wants to surprise Master, of course, I haven't told Master anything. According to Zhang Hong's initial plan, he was planning to inform his master, the King of Grand Mist, prior to arriving at the Grand Mist lands. But the little cow had said that she wanted to give the King of Grand Mist a surprise. Hence, Zhang Hong could only conceal the matter. Hearing Zhang Hong's confirmation, the little cow nodded with satisfaction and said, "Wait till we see Old Man Grand Mist. I will explain clearly to him." Zhang Hong replied, "Yes, I'll trouble Senior Azure Cow then. Senior brother, what does the master look like?" As the dragon shark flying ship came closer to the Grand Mist lands, Huang Xiaolong suddenly felt nervous. Had it been someone else, Huang Xiaolong would have still been calm. But this master of his was the King of Grand Mist, the true number one person of the divine world. Anyone would feel nervous. Even Li Lu and Yao Qi standing beside Huang Xiaolong looked nervous. Li Lu and Yao Qi had not known that Huang Xiaolong was coming to pay his respects to the King of Grand Mist. Both of them had learned this not too long ago. Seeing Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and Yao Qi's nervousness, Zhang Hong grinned and reassured them, "Master is an easygoing person, so junior brother need not be nervous. Moreover, Master will be extremely happy to receive Senior Azure Cow and junior brother. I have yet to tell Master about junior brother, but when Master learns of junior brother's talent, he won't be able to stop smiling from ear to ear." The little cow grinned at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Old Man Grand Mist is just an ordinary old man. Not tall nor short, not slim nor fat, and neither handsome or ugly." Huang Xiaolong squeezed a wry smile. Only this old cow dares to describe the King of Grand Mist this way. An ordinary old man? In the divine world, even in the entire universe, who would dare to describe the King of Grand Mist as an ordinary old man? Time trickled and half a day went by. The dragon shark flying ship sped across the Grand Mist galaxy. According to senior brother Zhang Hong, the Grand Mist galaxy was bigger than the Black Dragon clan's desolate world surface. Based on the dragon shark flying ship speed, there was another day or so until they arrived at the Grand Mist lands. As Huang Xiaolong spoke with senior brother Zhang Hong and the little cow about the King of Grand Mist, his nervousness slipped away. That Grand Mist fruit ripens once every 100 million years. Junior brother and Senior Azure Cow came at the right time, said Zhang Hong. When the Grand Mist fruit ripens, it could only stay fresh for a year. If a fruit is not consumed within a year's time, it would disintegrate into spiritual energy and scattered away. Huang Xiaolong's mind moved. Senior brother, the Grand Mist fruit's effects are so good? Zhang Hong smiled. Of course. Though the Grand Mist fruit is not listed in the top 7 wonder fruits, its effects are 10,000 times better than the number 1 fruit from the top 7 wonder fruits. Even a heavenly monarch realm expert could feel a significant rise in his strength after consuming the Grand Mist fruit. It may be less beneficial to an Emperor realm expert, but consuming the Grand Mist fruit could improve an Emperor realm expert's physical attributes and expel impurities from one's soul, among other benefits. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely astounded. Furthermore, the first time consuming the Grand Mist fruit brings the benefits. Junior brother is already at the peak late 6th Order God King realm. You could break through to 9th Order God King realm, even 10th Order God King realm. Zhang Hong shared excitedly. Excitement rose up Huang Xiaolong's chest. If Huang Xiaolong could break through to high-level God King realm in one go, he would be able to refine the Netherworld King's Jade's 4th restriction. At that time, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds once again. Senior brother, what level of strength do you think one needs to enter the top 10 of the Battle of the Heavenly Court? Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong blanked momentarily, then answered, "At least 4th Order, Heavenly Monarch Realm." Huang Xiaolong felt a blow, and he repeated, "Needs the strength of a 4th Order Heavenly Monarch?" Initially, he had assumed having low-level Heavenly Monarch Realm strength was enough to secure a place in the top 10. Who would have thought that his senior brother Zhang Hong would say 4th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm? What about the top 3 and first place? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking. If it's the top three, probably the strength of a fifth-order heavenly monarch realm. As for first place, it's hard to say. Jiang Hong said whilst shaking his head. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. Senior brother Jiang Hong is the divine world's #1 person, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's heavyweight, so he had seen more things and was well informed. Since senior brother Jiang Hong said that the cultivator would need to be at least a fifth-order heavenly monarch realm to be in the top 3 places, then it wouldn't be far off. Moreover, not even senior brother Jiang Hong could determine what level of strength could secure the first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, Jiang Hong said, "You don't need to feel discouraged, junior brother. With junior brother's talent and cultivation speed, by the time of the Battle of the Heavenly Court, junior brother's strength would definitely be enough to enter the top 10. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly as he said, "Senior brother doesn't need to comfort me. There's less than 100 years until the Battle of the Heavenly Court, so it will be difficult for me to break through to mid-level Heavenly Monarch realm by then. If low-level Heavenly Monarch realm strength was sufficient to win first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, Huang Xiaolong still had a certain grasp, but now his chances were too slim. There was a big difference in strength between low-level and mid-level Heavenly Monarch realm. There were first-order Heavenly Monarch realm experts that couldn't break through to second-order Heavenly Monarch realm in 10,000 years. Even for Huang Xiaolong, it was impossible to break through from the peak late 6th-order God King realm to 4th-order Heavenly Monarch realm in less than 100 years. Jiang Hong choked. 4th-order Heavenly Monarch realm? In truth, junior brother doesn't need to reach the 4th-order Heavenly Monarch realm. Based on junior brother's battle prowess, as long as you advance to the 2nd-order Heavenly Monarch realm by then, you will be able to secure a place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court's top 10. Jiang Hong was not spewing empty words, as Huang Xiaolong had amazing battle prowess. As long as he broke through to the 2nd-order Heavenly Monarch realm, there was hope for him to enter the top 10 in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. The little cow interjected from the side. Kiddo Huang's target is not entering the top 10, but the first place. He signed up for the Battle of the Heavenly Court aiming for the top spot. Jiang Hong was dumbfounded. First place? He shook his head inwardly. Despite knowing Huang Xiaolong's amazing talent, still, to grab the first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court was impossible in his opinion. Junior brother snatching the first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court is a little difficult. Jiang Hong pondered for a while then said, "To tell you frankly, among the disciples selected from my Grand Mist Emperor Palace that fits the Battle of the Heavenly Court's requirements, 2 of them are 4th-order Heavenly Monarch realm. The strongest among them is a disciple named Li Junhua, a peak late 4th-order Heavenly Monarch realm." Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in surprise. He realized now why senior brother Jiang Hong had said that one would need the strength of a 5th-order Heavenly Monarch realm, in the least, to enter the top 3. Moreover, from the information I've received, the Fiend God Emperor Palace's Emperor's disciple has a bone age below 100,000 years. He's also eligible to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. The Fiend God Emperor's disciple is also a peak late 4th-order Heavenly Monarch realm, Jiang Hong revealed. Although the Brightness Emperor's disciple is slightly weaker, he's still a peak mid-4th-order Heavenly Monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong was astonished once again. The Fiend God Emperor's disciple has already reached the peak of 4th-order Heavenly Monarch realm. Jiang Hong then shook his head as he said, "Then again, whether it is our Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Li Junhua, the Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciple, or the Brightness Emperor's disciple, none of them have hopes of getting the first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court." Others were baffled by his words. The little cow added, "Kiddo Grand Mist, enough with the secrecy. Just tell us, in your opinion, who is most likely to win first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court this time?" Feeling everyone's attention on him, Jiang Hong slowly said, "The Heavenly Sun is likely to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court this time. The Heavenly Sun. The Heavenly Emperor's son." In other words, without accident, Jiang Hong thought that the Heavenly Sun was the likeliest person to win first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. What is the Heavenly Sun's strength? The little cow was the first to ask. Jiang Hong shook his head as he said, "His true strength is hard to tell. No one has ever seen the Heavenly Sun's strength, but it is certain that the heavenly sun has the strength of a fifth-order heavenly monarch realm and above. Moreover, in the coming battle of the heavenly court, some of the hidden ancient sects are also sending their genius disciples to participate. For example, the Bladeless Gate, Purple Flame Sword Sect, Sky's Soul Cult, and True God Sect. Disciples of these old forces are unfathomable, therefore, if you really want to win first place in the battle of the heavenly court, you must at least break through to the fourth-order heavenly monarch realm. The Bladeless Gate's disciple. Huang Xiaolong was surprised hearing the name of this sect. What? Has junior brother heard of the Bladeless Gate? It was Jiang Hong's turn to be surprised. Ancient sects like the Bladeless Gate and Purple Flame Sword Sect hardly appeared in public once in every million years, thus not many people knew of them. In fact, most of the Divine World's Emperor Palace's disciples had never heard of these ancient sects at all. This was the reason why Jiang Hong was surprised at Huang Xiaolong's reaction. More than heard of, we've even seen the Bladeless Gate's young lord. The little cow said in a lazy drawl. Jiang Hong asked in astonishment, Junior brother has seen the Bladeless Gate's young lord? Huang Xiaolong nodded, and frankly recounted his encounter with the Bladeless Gate's young lord at the extraterritorial devil battlefield from the past. Jiang Hong fell into contemplation and said a moment later, based on junior brother's judgment, roughly what was the Bladeless Gate's young lord's strength at that time? Du Tao at that time was probably a low-level ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong recalled and said. When Huang Xiaolong had seen Du Tao at that time, he was merely a high-level heavenly god realm, and Du Tao's strength was slightly higher than him. Hence, Huang Xiaolong estimated Du Tao's strength to be at low-level ancient god realm when they had met in the past. Only low-level ancient god realm? Is junior brother certain that that person was the Bladeless Gate's young lord? Jiang Hong was bemused. The Bladeless Gate's ancient heritage went as far as 10 billion years, so their young lord's strength had to be higher than that. Huang Xiaolong pondered in silence. At that time, that young man had not specifically stated that he was the Bladeless Gate's young lord. But Xianxia had recognized that the blade technique he had used was the Bladeless Gate's supreme technique, the Heaven Cycle Blade Qi, which had led us to conclude that the young man is the Bladeless Gate's young lord. Jiang Hong shook his head. Versed in the Heaven's Cycle Blade Qi doesn't mean that the person was the Bladeless Gate's young lord. If a genius with a supreme godhead with an amazing talent is fancied and accepted by the Bladeless Gate's sect chief as a personal disciple, then that person will also be able to practice the Heaven's Cycle Blade Qi. Are forces like the Bladeless Gate and Purple Flame's sword sect very powerful? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking. Although the little cow had told him that the Bladeless Gate and Purple Flame sword sect were super forces, she had not mentioned anything in specific details. So, he truly did not have much understanding of ancient sects like the Bladeless Gate and Purple Flame sword sect. Jiang Hong nodded. Very powerful. Ancient sects like the Bladeless sect and Purple Flame sword sect have billions of years of old heritage, as they have existed longer than the Divine World's top 10 emperor palaces. The Bladeless Gate and Purple Flame's sword sect strengths are comparable to the top 10 emperor palaces. These ancient sects have complex and intricate connections with ancient races and tribes, but they rarely appear in the outside world. Sometimes, there is a million years of gap in between their appearances. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The Bladeless Gate and Purple Flame sword sect were as powerful as the top 10 emperor palaces. Huang Xiaolong subsequently asked Jiang Hong questions related to the Bladeless Gate, Purple Flame sword sect, and the other ancient sects. Jiang Hong told Huang Xiaolong everything that he knew about them. Before they could realize, it was already the end of the day. The Dragon Shark flying ship anchored in midair. The Grand Mist lands are just up ahead, Jiang Hong said as he pointed to the front and went on. But that area is laden with layers of prohibitions. The flying ship won't be able to pass through it, so we have to fly over instead. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Everyone disembarked and Huang Xiaolong put away the Dragon Shark flying ship. Then everyone flew forward following Jiang Hong. After flying for a dozen of minutes, the view in front of the group changed as if they had stepped into another world all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Xiang Sun, Lei Budong, and the rest had an astounded expression as they looked at the scenery in front of them. In front of them was a floating island that was bigger than any mainland they had come across in the past. On the humongous island, mountains weaved akin to undulating waves, spiritual waterfalls wound across the land, and various rare spiritual beasts were frolicking in the skies or grazing below. Luscious fruits hung down from unnameable divine trees, stirring one's palate. High in the air, above the humongous island were soft, dense clouds condensed from spiritual energy. Even though Huang Xiaolong's group was still a far distance away, they still felt the amazing spiritual energy from the island. The space around the humongous island was littered with rare chaos rock crystals that were circulating the island according to a certain rule which added a layer of spirituality to the island. Yet everyone had a feeling that this was the way it should be. Compared to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, this humongous island brought a greater shock to them and an indescribable mood. These are Master's Grand Mist lands. Let's head over. Zhang Hong smiled and said, watching Huang Xiaolong and the others' expressions. Huang Xiaolong and the others came to their senses, then quickly followed Zhang Hong, flying towards the humongous island. In truth, I copied those floating islands at the outer periphery of my Grand Mist Emperor Palace from Master. But they only look similar on the surface. My comprehension is still lacking and the results are far from comparable to Master's. Zhang Hong said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong immediately understood. No wonder he thought the sights looked familiar. Soon, Huang Xiaolong's group descended on the humongous island. The moment his feet touched the ground, Huang Xiaolong felt a rich spiritual energy that was brimming with Grand Mist aura. This Grand Mist aura was different from the Grand Mist aura or purple Grand Mist aura that Huang Xiaolong was used to. He quickly came to the conclusion that the Grand Mist aura here was formed due to his master's own Grand Mist God Force that had blended into the surrounding spiritual energy as he spent most of his time cultivating here. At the same time when Huang Xiaolong's group descended, several figures flew towards them from a distance. Huang Xiaolong was stunned seeing them. Apart from his master, the King of Grand Mist, were there others on this Grand Mist lands? They are people from various world surfaces that look up to our master, and have been following him and cultivating here. Some have come from the Fire World, the Brightness World, Buddha World, and even Hell. There are over 40 of them, and each of them is a powerful expert. The weakest of them is still a fourth-order Emperor realm. Then again, they pass through layers of tests to follow by Master's side. Though they cannot be considered as Master's disciples in name, they are semi-disciples in name. Zhang Hong explained to Huang Xiaolong. Realization struck Huang Xiaolong, and even more was astonishment. More than 40 mid-level Emperor realm experts. This was beyond shocking. Greetings, senior brother. A while later, the several figures descended in front of Huang Xiaolong's group, and respectfully saluted Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong looked at one of the stalwart middle-aged men with a smile on his face and said, Li Tong, it has been several 100,000 years since we last met. Your strength has improved a lot during this time. It seems you're close to advancing to the peak late 10th Order Emperor realm. The middle-aged man named Li Tong broke into a wide grin as he replied, My bit of strength is far too lacking to be shown in front of senior brother. His gaze then fell upon Huang Xiaolong and the others, and he asked, They are. Wait until you see Master, you will know. Zhang Hong smiled mysteriously, then changed the topic. Master is at the Grand Mist Palace? Li Tong answered, Master is giving us a sermon at the Grand Mist Palace. He told us that senior brother was here and sent us out to greet senior brother. Zhang Hong nodded to indicate that he had understood. Master's soul force was extremely powerful. It was as easy as lifting a finger for his divine sense to cover tens of millions li radius. Hence Zhang Hong was not surprised at all when Li Tong told him that the Master had sent him to greet them. Although he had surpassed the Emperor realm compared to Master, he was still too far behind. Let's go see Master now, said Zhang Hong. Yes, senior brother. Li Tong and the others complied. As for Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and the others' identities, Li Tong did not dare to ask further. Even though he could be considered as half a steward on the Grand Mist lands, at the end of the day, he was only a steward. Whereas Zhang Hong was the King of Grand Mist's personal disciple, and it was not an exaggeration to say that Zhang Hong was the Grand Mist land's young lord. Still, Curiosity was bubbling inside Li Tong's chest. Why did Zhang Hong bring this group of people to the Grand Mistlands? In so many years, Zhang Hong had only brought his personal disciple Lu Rui here. Who was this black-haired young man exactly? Also, Li Tong had a vague feeling that cow by the black-haired young man's side looked familiar, but he could not pinpoint where he had seen such a cow. Huang Xiaolong and the rest followed Zhang Hong's lead, flying towards one of the mountain peaks. Along the way, some spiritual beasts approached Huang Xiaolong's group, and they curiously scrutinized Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and the others with their big spirited eyes. Upon seeing these spiritual beasts, the little guy Earth Bear ran around in excitement, raising his paw to greet them. Huang Xiaolong felt powerless looking at the little guy's antics. A while later, the large group descended on one of the mountain peaks. The scenery here is beautiful, Yao Qi exclaimed as she admired the surrounding views. Every mountain, rock, tree, flower, and grass here gave people a comfortable feeling, regardless where they looked. The scenic beauty was mesmerizing. After so many years, this place remains the same. The little cow sighed as she looked around, sounding melancholic. Revisiting this place after several 100 million years, the little cow had a feeling that time was separated by 2 lifetimes. Then again, her experience could indeed be considered as 2 lifetimes. Li Tong and the others were stunned listening to the little cow sigh. Has this cow come here before? Li Tong couldn't help taking a closer look at the little cow. The Grand Mist Palace is just right in front. Zhang Hong pointed to the front as he introduced smilingly to Huang Xiaolong, then led Huang Xiaolong's group flying towards the palace. Seeing the Grand Mist Palace grow bigger in their sights as they approached, Huang Xiaolong's nervousness returned in full force. Huang Xiaolong was nervous, so was Li Lu, Yao Qi, Xiangxun, the Chaos Black Camel, Lei Budong, and Feng Chun. Even though Lei Budong and Feng Chun had lived inside the barbarian space for their lifetime, still, both of them had heard of the King of Grand Mist from outsiders who had stumbled into the space. Some time later, the group finally arrived in front of the Grand Mist Palace. The Grand Mist Palace seemed like an ordinary palace on the surface, and there were several hundred sub-palaces. Above the main palace building, someone had written the words Grand Mist Palace with finger force. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the 2 words Grand Mist Palace and felt a rush of profound mysterious aura coming at him. Although it was a simple glance, the shock it gave Huang Xiaolong reached his soul. In the meantime, Zhang Hong had already walked through the palace's doors. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong pulled back his attention and quickly caught up with Zhang Hong. The moment Huang Xiaolong stepped into the palace, he saw more than a dozen people sitting on the hall's floor in an orderly manner. Right at the other end of the hall was an old man who looked like he was in his 70s, with robust complexion, bright-spirited eyes, and a rounded nose. The old man had a slight bit of a goatee with a physique that was neither tall nor fat, and he was walking leisurely as he preached. His voice was unhurried, yet it carried a kind of allure that one couldn't help listening, even if they didn't want to. This old man was the King of Grand Mist? His master? Huang Xiaolong observed the King of Grand Mist. Just like the little cow had previously described, judging from his appearance, the King of Grand Mist was an ordinary old man. However, upon closer inspection, there was an unexplainable bearing, and this bearing made others feel an urge to worship him. Seeing Zhang Hong enter with a group of people, the King of Grand Mist stopped preaching. Zhang Hong hurried forward several steps and saluted with utmost respect. Disciple pays his respects to master. The King of Grand Mist stared fixedly at Zhang Hong for a good while before revealing a smile and said, "Good. You've finally surpassed the Emperor realm. Looks like your Grand Mist parasitic medium has advanced to the 8th stage." Zhang Hong replied respectfully, "Disciple's success is all master's grace." At this time, the dozens of people listening to the King of Grand Mist's sermon stood up and retreated to the sides of the hall. The King of Grand Mist's gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and others with him. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, the King of Grand Mist was slightly stunned, and his eyes soon lit up with ecstasy. Grand Mist God Force. At a glance, he felt the Grand Mist God Force in Huang Xiaolong's body. Li Tong and several others were astounded as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. Grand Mist God Force? Does that mean this black-haired young man has successfully cultivated the Grand Mist parasitic medium? After their shock receded, Li Tong and the others were full of envy. The king of Grand Mist had also taught them the Grand Mist parasitic medium's first stage, but they had been trying to practice it for countless years, but none of them had succeeded. Zhang Hong explained to the king of Grand Mist from the side, "Master, I met Junior Brother not long ago at the floating Twilight Land. Not only has he succeeded in cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium, but he has already advanced to the third stage." "What?" Li Tong and the several others exclaimed out loud in shock. "He has actually advanced to the third stage." Even the king of Grand Mist was taken by surprise hearing that. Although he could sense the Grand Mist God Force inside Huang Xiaolong's body, he could not tell Huang Xiaolong's progress in cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium. After snapping out from his shock, the king of Grand Mist was taken over by ecstasy as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. "Excellent, excellent. The king of Grand Mist, has another disciple." After Zhang Hong, there had not been another person who could successfully practice the Grand Mist parasitic medium, and he had been waiting for this day for far too long. "Master, take a guess. How long it took Junior Brother to successfully practice the Grand Mist parasitic medium's first stage?" Zhang Hong asked merrily, acting mysterious. The king of Grand Mist blanked for a second, before he ventured with hesitation. "You're saying your Junior Brother spent less time than you did?" "Around 10,000 years. When Zhang Hong was cultivating the first stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium, he had spent more than 10,000 years. Zhang Hong shook his head, smiling wryly as he said, "The word less is insufficient to describe it. It took him less than 100 years to successfully complete the first stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium." "What?" Even someone of the king of Grand Mist's composure looked extremely astounded with disbelief. He himself had spent over 1,000 years to successfully cultivate the first stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium. This new disciple had taken less than 100 years. This was too difficult for him to believe. Li Tong and the others were already agape, staring stupidly at Huang Xiaolong. All of them knew that the king of Grand Mist had spent over 1,000 years to successfully complete the first stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium. Zhang Hong went on, "More accurately, it only took Junior Brother less than 50 years. The king of Grand Mist, Li Tong, and the others' eyes widened as big as lanterns. Zhang Hong was inwardly laughing with glee watching his master's shocked expressions. It had been quite a while since he had seen his master show this kind of expression. "Master, guess how long Junior Brother has been cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium until now?" Zhang Hong asked the king of Grand Mist again. Hearing that, the king of Grand Mist sucked in a breath of cold air. He stuttered slightly due to hesitation. Perhaps about 100,000 years? He himself had spent several million years to advance to the fourth stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium, and it had taken him almost 1,000,000 years to advance to the third stage. In his opinion, even if this new disciple's talent was heaven-defying, it was still impossible for his new disciple to advance to the third stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium in less than 100,000 years. Li Tong and the others stared fixedly at Zhang Hong, waiting for an answer. Zhang Hong shook his head and said to the king of Grand Mist, "Junior Brother's overall cultivation years is less than 1,000 years. 1,000 years? The king of Grand Mist was flabbergasted, and he was unable to connect his thoughts. Li Tong and the others froze on the spot with a silly expression on their faces. 1,000 years. Less than 1,000 years, and he has already reached the third stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium. How was that possible? But they knew Zhang Hong was not someone who would take this matter as a joke. Then what Zhang Hong said is true. For real. As shock receded, Li Tong and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong with a dumbstruck expression that had never appeared on their faces. Even the king of Grand Mist was still in a daze when his mind registered Zhang Hong's words. In truth, Junior Brother has only been cultivating for 300 years or so. At this time, Zhang Hong's voice broke the silence. Li Tong and the others' heads buzzed. and their bodies shuddered from another blow of shock. 300 years? The king of Grand Mist repeated, feeling his heart twang. You said 300 years? Ray, really, truly, for real 300 years? The king of Grand Mist couldn't help repeat, asking for confirmation. Despite being certain that Zhang Hong would not use this matter for laughs, the king of Grand Mist still found it hard to believe. It was absolutely unbelievable. Zhang Hong added respectfully, "That is true, master. A little over a decade ago, after I met junior brother at the floating Twilight Land, his cultivation years hadn't reached 300 years. Now it should be around 300 years." The king of Grand Mist inhaled deeply as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. This new disciple of his had left him shocked and speechless, yet he felt excited and ecstatic. He suddenly got a strong impulse to touch his new disciple to determine that he really existed, to check what kind of a freak genius his new disciple was, to be so amazing. "Junior brother, quickly come to greet master." Zhang Hong laughed whilst urging Huang Xiaolong. Being stared at by the king of Grand Mist, Li Tong, and the others like they were looking at a strange monster, Huang Xiaolong immediately reacted hearing Zhang Hong's words. He hastened a few steps forward and stopped in front of the king of Grand Mist, then respectfully saluted. Disciple Huang Xiaolong pays his respects to master. Watching Huang Xiaolong saluting to him, the king of Grand Mist reached out and lightly lifted Huang Xiaolong up by the arms. The smile on his face grew wider by the second. He exclaimed in joy, Good darling young disciple, absolutely excellent. Excellent." The king of Grand Mist was feeling jubilant that he repeated his words incoherently. It had been a long time since he had felt so happy like today. Looking at his new disciple, the king of Grand Mist found it hard to hide the fondness in his eyes. Li Tong and several others also hurried forward at this time, and knelt on their knees before the king of Grand Mist. "Congratulations, teacher." As they were not the king of Grand Mist's disciples, they could only address the king of Grand Mist as teacher instead of master. The king of Grand Mist happily responded to Li Tong and the rest, Good. Come. Stand up." Li Tong and his companions complied respectfully, then stood up from the ground. They bowed to Huang Xiaolong and greeted him. "Greetings to second young lord." Huang Xiaolong was now the king of Grand Mist's second disciple, hence, to Li Tong and the others, Huang Xiaolong was their second young lord. In the past, Li Tong and the rest had addressed Zhang Hong as young lord, but Zhang Hong had them change it to senior brother. Huang Xiaolong was quick to return Li Tong and the others' greetings. A voice sounded at this time. "I say, old man Grand Mist, now that you've a new disciple, you've forgotten about this old friend?" The king of Grand Mist, Li Tong, and more than a few people dazed for a second. This voice belonged to none other than the little cow. "You are." The king of Grand Mist's eyes finally fell upon the little cow. In the next second, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "You are little Ching?" Amidst his delight, there was surprise and doubt. Little Ching? Huang Xiaolong nearly spat something out from his mouth in shock. "So, the little cow has this kind of an alias?" Hearing this name, the little cow immediately spit out fire at the king of Grand Mist. "Old man Grand Mist, how many times have I told you not to call me little Ching?" The king of Grand Mist didn't mind her tone at all, and he laughed loudly. "Fine, won't call you little Ching." Then, he stared seriously at the little cow and asked, "Ching, what happened to you?" He wanted to ask why the little cow was reduced to this state, moreover, about her strength. Was this cultivated again from scratch after rebirth? But what in the universe could destroy the little cow's previous body? The little cow was still angry hearing the king of Grand Mist call her Ching, and also felt somewhat helpless. She replied impatiently, "It's a long story. We'll talk about it later. I came here with Kiddo Huang this time. I want to ask for your help in healing my damaged soul. Another thing is, I want to borrow your Grand Mist pool to recover some of my strength." The Grand Mist pool was a spiritual energy pool the king of Grand Mist had built from years of collecting numerous Grand Mist spiritual herbs, which had wondrous benefits, especially for those who were reborn and cultivated from scratch like the little cow. "You and Xiaolong are?" Hearing the little cow call Huang Xiaolong as Kiddo Huang, and seemingly looking quite close to him, the King of Grand Mist couldn't help feeling curious. Seeing the thick curiosity on the King of Grand Mist's face, the little cow almost snapped. Kiddo Huang is my master. This time it was the King of Grand Mist that nearly took a tumble. Li Tong and the others were already leaning sideways, finding what they had just heard hard to believe. Earlier, Li Tong and the others had not recognized the little cow, but the name the King of Grand Mist had called out just now had reminded them about who the little cow. The little cow had been to the Grand Mist lands before, and Li Tong himself had respectfully welcomed her several times in the past. Li Tong knew how amazing this senior Azure Cow's identity was. Her name was as loud as the King of Grand Mist himself. Now, the second young lord had actually become her master? Little Ching, you're joking, right? The King of Grand Mist couldn't help asking. As in the past, the little cow was used to playing this kind of trick for laughs. The little cow's eyes widened in anger hearing the King of Grand Mist still call her Little Ching, and half scolded. Old man Grand Mist, it's more like you want to see my joke. The King of Grand Mist nodded seriously. I do. The little cow was extremely speechless. Thus she decisively shut her mouth. Huang Xiaolong then changed the subject by introducing Li Lu and Yao Qi to the King of Grand Mist. The King of Grand Mist was full of smiles looking at the two women, and words of praise for them flowed freely out of his mouth. At this, Li Lu and Yao Qi didn't know what to do. Huang Xiaolong went on to introduce Xiangxun, the Chaos Black Camel, Lei Budong, and Feng Chen. Seeing this, the Earth Bear strutted towards the King of Grand Mist and imitated everyone's actions. He saluted, Grandfather King of Grand Mist. Grandfather? After a moment of dazedness, the King of Grand Mist grinned and said, What a cute Earth Bear. What is your name? Big brother calls me Little Bear Bear. Then my name is Little Bear Bear. The little Earth Bear replied. Everyone watching this laughed at his cuteness. Xiaolong, your Grand Mist parasitic medium has progressed so rapidly. Could it be that you've found the Grand Mist aura? A brief pause later, the King of Grand Mist asked Huang Xiaolong. It was nothing strange that the King of Grand Mist asked Huang Xiaolong this question. No matter how heaven-defying one's talent was, it was impossible to practice and reach the third stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium in less than 300 years. Hearing his question, Huang Xiaolong answered honestly, Yes, master. I did obtain the Grand Mist aura. Jiang Hong chuckled and interjected, Master, some time back, Junior Brother and I found sources of purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura at the floating Twilight Land. What? Purple Grand Mist aura? The King of Grand Mist exclaimed in astonishment. The shocked expressions on Li Tong and the others mirrored the King of Grand Mist. Junior Brother, it's better if you tell the story, Jiang Hong said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded then recounted how they had found the purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura in the barbarian space. Huang Xiaolong also mentioned he had found the Grand Mist aura and purple Grand Mist aura at the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Initially, the King of Grand Mist felt it was surreal enough listening to Huang Xiaolong describing how he and Jiang Hong had found the purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura in the barbarian space at the floating Twilight Land and refined them. But as he listened on to how Huang Xiaolong had also found and refined purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura at the extraterritorial devil battlefield prior to that, the King of Grand Mist was beyond dumbfounded. The way Li Tong and other students looked at Huang Xiaolong became increasingly strange. Can a person's luck reach this degree? Since the divine world had come into existence, it had been so long that no one could remember how many billions of years had passed, but no one had ever heard of anyone finding the Grand Mist aura. Yet Huang Xiaolong had not only found the Grand Mist aura, but he had even received the purple Grand Mist aura. Purple Grand Mist aura, The more Li Tong and the others thought about it, the stranger their gazes on Huang Xiaolong became. All of them were Emperor Realm experts from various forces, and had been living for several 100 million years. Thus they were clearer than most what the purple Grand Mist aura meant. Just like what Jiang Hong had said in the past, not anyone could refine the purple Grand Mist aura. Even if they had the luck to come across the purple Grand Mist aura, they wouldn't have the capability to refine it, but Huang Xiaolong did. This Huang Xiaolong is Moments later, the king of Grand Mist looked wryly at Huang Xiaolong as he commented, "Xiaolong? You couldn't possibly be the reincarnation of the Grand Mist treasure falling golden pig's artifact spirit, could you?" Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. "Treasure falling golden pig?" The little cow explained. Ranking above top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifacts are Grand Mist treasures. For example, the ancient Heavenly Emperor's ancient Heavenly Court is a Grand Mist treasure. The treasure-falling golden pig is not an attack-type Grand Mist treasure, but it has an unbelievably heaven-defying function. Anyone who carries the treasure-falling golden pig would have unending good luck. A simple outing could end with a bountiful harvest. In short, the treasure-falling golden pig is the universe's #1 lucky divine artifact, and its artifact spirit has an invincible innate luck. After hearing the little cow's explanation, Huang Xiaolong caught on. So it was like that, but he shook his head, smiling helplessly. Could he really be the reincarnation of the treasure-falling golden pig's artifact spirit? Huang Xiaolong had to admit that after he was reborn in this world, his luck had continued being quite invincible. The treasure-falling golden pig Grand Mist treasure has another heaven-defying function if you can become its master. Activating the Grand Mist array within it enables you to take away the opponent's divine artifacts, disregarding the difference in cultivation realms and divine artifacts grades. The king of Grand Mist supplemented. Everyone was astonished hearing that. All divine artifacts, even top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifacts, can be taken away. Huang Xiaolong asked in astonishment. The king of Grand Mist nodded and said, "That's right. It can even snatch away same-grade Grand Mist treasures. On top of that, after snatching away the divine artifacts, you can refine the divine artifacts with the help of the Grand Mist array inside the treasure-falling golden pig and own them." Huang Xiaolong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, agreeing that the treasure-falling golden pig was simply against the law and truly heaven-defying. Disregards the opponent's gap in strength. Disregards the opponent's grades of divine artifacts. Moreover, it helps the owner to refine all snatched divine artifacts. One must know that some experts' soul marks on certain divine artifacts were hard to erase unless one's strength was higher. But with that treasure-falling golden pig, everything would be much simpler. Huang Xiaolong was still a God-King realm, so it was impossible for him to refine an Emperor Realm expert's divine artifact simply because he could not erase the Emperor Realm expert's soul mark. However, this was not a problem with the treasure-falling golden pig. Unfortunately, we've only seen the treasure-falling golden pig once during the Grand Mist era. After that, it has never appeared again. The king of Grand Mist sighed. The little cow also reminisced that time. During the Grand Mist era, whenever a Grand Mist treasure was about to be born, it would attract numerous archdevil experts, fighting for it. Later on, a mysterious archdevil expert appeared and snatched away all other archdevil experts' divine artifacts with the treasure-falling golden pig, including that Grand Mist treasure. That archdevil expert disappeared after that, simply left in a glimpse. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked. Enough about it. The king of Grand Mist changed the subject, smiling at Huang Xiaolong as he said, "Xiaolong, this time, all of you've come at the right time. The Grand Mist fruits will be ripening in these few days. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the orchard to pick the Grand Mist fruits." Huang Xiaolong and his group respectfully gave their thanks. The king of Grand Mist stopped preaching to Li Tong and the others for that day, and had Li Tong arrange the courtyards for Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the rest. In the meantime, he and the little cow went to catch up on things. Zhang Hong also took his leave. In a moment, there was only the king of Grand Mist and the little cow left inside the hall. Old man Grand Mist, observing the aromancy, there would be a great change to the divine world not too far from now in the near future. This time it is going to be more severe than the last time. Are you planning to stand and watch from the side like the last time? After Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong, and the others had left, the little cow spoke with rare solemnity. The king of Grand Mist shook his head and sighed. "This matter will be discussed again when the time comes. Even though your soul can be healed to a certain extent with the aid of the Grand Mist pool, it's hard for your body to recover your previous strength." "Who destroyed your body?" The little cow sadly recounted the events that had taken place that year at the Devil Abyss. The king of Grand Mist was slightly dazed with speechlessness. The next day was bright and sunny when Huang Xiaolong stepped out from one of the yards of the palace, breathing in the unique air enriched by Grand Mist aura. Cultivating for a night on the Grand Mist lands had been much more effective than cultivating for a month in the past. Subsequently, Li Lu and Yao Qi also stepped out from their courtyards like Huang Xiaolong. They too had reaped a good harvest from a night of cultivation. Facing the warm morning sunlight, Li Lu and Yao Qi's body was enshrouded by a golden halo, and with their beauty, even Huang Xiaolong was lost in them. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's silly dazed reaction, both women blushed. Big brother, Li Lu, elder sister Yao Qi. A milky voice sounded as the Earth Bear appeared swaying his chubby butt. The Earth Bear's voice pulled Huang Xiaolong out of his daze, and he felt like laughing watching the Earth Bear's walking posture. Big brother, can you tell Grandfather King of Grand Mist to let me stay here at the Grand Mist lands? This place is so much fun. There are a lot of spiritual beasts here, the Earth Bear asked. Huang Xiaolong was stunned but nodded his head. I'll tell Master then. Go call Xianxia and the others so we can go to the Grand Mist Palace. Master is probably waiting for us. Huang Xiaolong was looking forward to the legendary Grand Mist fruits. After calling Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, Lei Budong, and Feng Chan to gather, Huang Xiaolong's group flew towards the Grand Mist Palace. The Grand Mist Palace was only a short distance away from the courtyards they were staying at. In a quick few minutes, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Grand Mist Palace. When they arrived, senior brother Jiang Hong, Li Tong, and a few other people were already waiting at the entrance for them. Master! Huang Xiaolong greeted respectfully when he stood in front of the King of Grand Mist. Li Lu, Yao Qi, Xianxia, and the others swiftly stepped forward to salute as well. The King of Grand Mist waved his hand and told everyone that there was no need to stand on ceremony. He smiled and asked Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others, did you all rest well last night? Were you able to adapt to the Grand Mist lands? Huang Xiaolong replied honestly, the Grand Mist lands' spiritual energy is amazing. One night of cultivation here is better than 1 month of effort outside. Li Lu and Yao Qi answered similarly one after another. At this time, the little Earth Bear chimed in, Grandfather King of Grand Mist, the Grand Mist lands is superb. I have been to many places, but none of them were as comfortable as Grand Mist lands. It's simply wonderful here. The Earth Bear's baby voice and his cute, adorable look raised a wave of laughter in the group. The King of Grand Mist was also laughing heartily. Little guy really speaks well. He then said, since everyone is here, let's head over to the orchard now. Everyone complied and followed behind the King of Grand Mist out of the palace and headed straight to the orchard. The orchard was not located on the same mountain peak as the Grand Mist Palace. The group flew for close to 20 minutes and descended on the slopes of a bright shiny mountain. From the slope of the mountain, the group hiked several hundred meters before arriving at the orchard's entrance. Huang Xiaolong raised his head to look at the orchard's entrance where the bold words, Fruit Orchard, hung high. It was an ordinary name, but like the words Grand Mist Palace, these words exuded an indescribable mood. Kiddo Huang, don't underestimate this place because of the plain name. I bet you'll get a shock when you go inside. The little cow showed off to Huang Xiaolong. The King of Grand Mist chuckled hearing the little cow's words. It's just a fruit orchard that I had built when I was idle. Come, let's go inside. With that said, he led the group into the orchard. Outsiders couldn't enter the Grand Mist lands. Thus the King of Grand Mist had not placed any restrictions around the fruit orchard. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the others trickled into the fruit orchard. Everyone had imagined what this fruit orchard would be like, but upon entering the fruit orchard, they realized how pale their imaginations were compared to reality. Looking at the glistening fruits resembling agates, pearls, jade stones, citrines, and ambers hanging from the branches. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. None of these spiritual trees looked the same. The fruits these spiritual trees bore were exuding spiritual energy that Huang Xiaolong and his group had never experienced before. Even Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel, who had seen more than Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Lei Budong, and Feng Chun, were awed. They had never seen many of the spiritual trees found here, and the fruit orchard was so big that they couldn't even see its other side. There were lush, towering spiritual trees piercing through the clouds. These trees were so tall that they couldn't see the tops of the trees at all, whilst other spiritual trees were no more than 10 meters tall. However, their trunks were emitting a glow that Huang Xiaolong's group had never seen before. There were also spiritual trees that resembled a variety of chaos beasts. Old Man Grand Mist, do you know what I envy about you the most? It's this fruit orchard. The little cow looked at the stretch of trees and bluntly stated, "If I can have such a fruit orchard, I'd rather not leave my Azure Cow Mountain." The King of Grand Mist chuckled happily as he said, "Indeed." He couldn't help feeling a little smug talking about his fruit orchard. He turned and said to Huang Xiaolong's group, "The Grand Mist trees are right in the deepest part of the orchard. Come on." The more precious the spiritual trees, the further inside they were located. Huang Xiaolong and the others followed the King of Grand Mist further into the fruit orchard. Walking along the small paths of the fruit orchard, breathing in the various fruity fragrances, everyone sank into a happy feeling, unwilling to wake up. The little cow chattered on as the group walked. She said to Huang Xiaolong, "This fruit orchard has a total of 10,000 spiritual trees, and most of them are from the Grand Mist era." Huang Xiaolong and the others were astonished. Most of the trees here had survived since the Grand Mist era. This? Huang Xiaolong's head buzzed thinking about it. As long as something came from the Grand Mist era, even if it was a rock, it could fetch a sky-high price, valuable enough to send the various emperor palaces into a snatching frenzy. Then what's more to the spiritual trees that had survived from the Grand Mist era until now? Was one spiritual tree from this fruit orchard worth as much as an emperor palace's entire treasury? Although a small number of the spiritual trees here are not from the Grand Mist era, they are still of the rare spiritual trees in this universe. There are only 1 or 2 trees at the most for each kind of these rare spiritual trees. The little cow went on. The 7 wonder fruits outside are rubbish compared to the spiritual fruits here. So, you won't find any of those 7 wonder fruits planted here. Huang Xiaolong and the others were rendered speechless by the little cow's rich attitude. If the emperor palaces outside were to learn of the Grand Mist Land's fruit orchard, what would they think? Listening to the little cow as she introduced his fruit orchard to Huang Xiaolong and the others, the King of Grand Mist smiled quietly. The fruit orchard was really the pearl in his palm. For so many years, he had spent a lot of time and effort in the fruit orchard. Other than preaching Tao to Li Tong and the rest at the Grand Mist Lands, he either strolled idly around the fruit orchard or spent time comprehending Heaven's Tao. In truth, trying to comprehend Heaven's Tao in the fruit orchard gave him a different perspective. This spiritual tree here is called a monsoon tree. Its tree trunk changes color with the seasons. This one here is the scarlet blood flowerless tree. This is the primal glaze tree. When passing by some of the spiritual trees, the little cow pointed and briefly introduced them to Huang Xiaolong, appearing knowledgeable as if the fruit orchard was hers. The group walked at a leisurely pace, and several hours had passed when they reached the deepest part of the fruit orchard. Here they found themselves standing in front of a giant tree. The giant tree in front of them was enshrouded in a golden halo, yet it wasn't exactly golden. Fist-sized fruits hung 100 meters off the ground. These fruits had translucent green jade-colored skin, and one could see agile purple-colored fluid swirling within. Standing upright, the tree gave everyone an illusion that it was the king of all trees. Huang Xiaolong could feel other spiritual trees somehow leaning towards this tree as the center, as if they were worshipping the emperor. Other trees grew within 100 meters of each other, but there was no tree within 10,000 li radius of this tree. This is the Grand Mist tree. While Huang Xiaolong was admiring the tree in front of him, he heard the King of Grand Mist's voice. As expected, the Grand Mist spiritual tree. Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others' eyes lit up looking at the Grand Mist spiritual tree, especially when their gazes fell on the fruits hanging from its branches. The number of grand mist fruits on the tree was exactly 100. At this time, the king of grand mist pointed casually towards the tree. One after another grand mist fruits flew off the branches. There was one fruit floating in front of Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others. Your first grand mist fruit is most effective, where you reap the biggest benefits. The king of grand mist explained to Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others. He added, the effect is amplified when you refine the grand mist fruit sitting under the grand mist tree. Under this grand mist tree? Huang Xiaolong was perplexed. The king of grand mist nodded his head as he said, that's right, under this grand mist tree. When you borrow the grand mist tree's tree chi, the refining and absorbing effects are increased by 30% when compared to other places. These grand mist fruits have just been picked, hence, their spiritual energy has not dispersed much. All of you quickly refine your fruits. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others hurried to comply and made their way forward. All of them picked a spot and sat under the tree. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Yao Qi, the little cow Xiangxun, the chaos black camel, Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and the earth bear, all 9 of them, sat around the grand mist tree, forming a nice circle with a certain distance between each other. Under the king of grand mist, Jiang Hong, and the others watch, Huang Xiaolong and the 8 others swallowed the grand mist fruit that was hovering in front of them. Huang Xiaolong's body was the first to be enshrouded in a bright light. A while later, the little cow's body was also enshrouded in a bright light. Subsequently, the earth bear, Xiangxun, Lei Budong, the chaos black camel, Feng Chun, Li Lu, and lastly Yao Qi were enshrouded in the bright light. Jiang Hong watched Huang Xiaolong, who was enshrouded in the brightest light, and couldn't help saying, Master, which realm do you think junior brother could break through to after refining the grand mist fruit? Li Tong and the rest perked their ears, listening in. The king of grand mist shook his head and replied, hard to say. Jiang Hong, Li Tong, and the others were shocked by the king of grand mist's answer. Jiang Hong had thought his master would answer something like the 9th or 10th order God-King realm. Is it possible that even master can't tell? The king of grand mist replied seriously, in the vast universe, there are not many people that I can't see through. One of them is your junior brother. Your junior brother's talent has exceeded my level of cognition. If it is the usual peak late 6th order God-King realm supreme Godhead genius, his cultivation could rise to the mid-9th order God-King realm after refining the first grand mist fruit. But your junior brother would probably only break through to late 8th order God-King realm. Jiang Hong was filled with emotions. It's hard to imagine how junior brother cultivated to this level in a short several hundred years. The king of grand mist was content. With your junior brother's talent, he definitely will cultivate the grand mist parasitic medium to the 10th stage, maybe create the 11th stage, even the 12th stage. Right at this time, the light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong flickered as a resounding dragon's roar came from his body. This scene surprised the king of grand mist, Jiang Hong, and the rest. This, junior brother's refining speed is so fast. The grand mist fruit's grand mist spiritual energy has awakened the power of his true dragon physique's bloodline. Has it? But he has just swallowed the grand mist fruit. Jiang Hong exclaimed in shock. The shock Li Tong and the others felt was stronger than Jiang Hong. They too had the ancient archdevil's bloodline and were highly talented, but when they had consumed their first grand mist fruit, it was several years later while refining the grand mist fruit's grand mist spiritual energy had they awakened their bloodline power. Yet it took Huang Xiaolong less than 4 minutes? Regaining his sense, the king of grand mist's face bloomed as he said, your junior brother's talent has far exceeded my imagination. Judging from this, he could finish absorbing all the grand mist fruit's energy in roughly 10 years. 10 years? Isn't that too fast? Jiang Hong was genuinely shocked. When he had first consumed his first grand mist fruit while still a 10th order God-King realm, it had taken him over 100 years to completely absorb all of the grand mist fruit's energy. The king of grand mist chuckled watching his disciples' reaction, and stated, just wait and see. The king of grand mist and Jiang Hong did not leave, as they stood guard some distance away and waited for Huang Xiaolong and the others to finish refining their grand mist fruits. After all, they were mostly idle anyways. A decade to them was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Half a day later, the king of Grand Mist and Jiang Hong sat cross-legged on the ground to comprehend heaven's Tao. 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a shocking energy swept out violently from Huang Xiaolong's body, and Huang Xiaolong's momentum rose rapidly. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards him, forming colorful energy spheres. Huang Xiaolong's peak late 6th Order God King Realm cultivation had broken through to 7th Order God King Realm. In merely 2 years, the King of Grand Mist and Jiang Hong retreated out from their mediation and looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Behind Huang Xiaolong were 3 vague shadows. There was obvious surprise on Jiang Hong's face as he could feel the amazing power from these 3 vague shadows. There were glimmers of doubt in the King of Grand Mist's eyes as he said, "Could it be?" Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind, and he jumped up in shock. Could it be Archdevil's bloodline? What? Jiang Hong exclaimed when he heard the King of Grand Mist's words, jumping up from the ground as well. Li Tong and the others shuddered hearing the King of Grand Mist's words. Their eyes widened in disbelief as their gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong. The King of Grand Mist focused on sensing the powers from the 3 shadows behind Huang Xiaolong. The more he tried, his eyes grew brighter and he felt more astounded. It's likely to be the Archdevil's bloodlines, no? It's absolutely the Archdevil's bloodlines. Excitement shone on his face as he repeated incessantly. It must be, absolutely. It is the manifestation of shadows from the Archdevil's bloodline's power. Jiang Hong's throat went dry, and his voice sounded scratchy. Master, you're saying there are 3 kinds of Archdevil's bloodlines in Junior Brother's body? The appearance of an Archdevil's bloodline could raise a wave of shock across the divine world. What kind of shock would 3 kinds of Archdevil's bloodlines raise? Even Jiang Hong, who was an Emperor Realm expert, felt like he was about to faint. Although Jiang Hong also had a King of Supreme Godhead, he did not have any Archdevil's bloodline. In the vast universe, the number of people who had an Archdevil's bloodline was scarcer than cultivators with the King of Supreme Godhead. The King of Grand Mist was still staring at the 3 shadows behind Huang Xiaolong while trying to maintain a degree of calmness. He said, "That's right. It's highly likely that there are 3 kinds of Archdevil's bloodlines in your junior brother's body. The 3 shadows behind him have appeared because of these 3 Archdevil's bloodlines' power, but judging from their blurry shadows, your junior brother has yet to truly awaken these 3 bloodlines' power." Jiang Hong, Li Tong, and the others were flabbergasted hearing that. Has yet to truly awaken? If Huang Xiaolong's 3 Archdevil's bloodlines truly awakened, then his talent? Li Tong and the others shuddered even harder. Huang Xiaolong had only been cultivating for less than 300 years, but his talent and progress were already unprecedented in their eyes. When Huang Xiaolong's 3 Archdevil's bloodlines would truly awaken, would there be anyone who could stop Huang Xiaolong's path forward? Not one word of this matter can be leaked out. The King of Grand Mist suppressed his excitement and shock as he ordered Jiang Hong, Li Tong, and the others present. Despite knowing that Jiang Hong, Li Tong, and the rest would not spread a word out, the King of Grand Mist couldn't help putting everyone on their toes. "Master, rest assured," Jiang Hong replied with a solemn expression. "We will not breathe a word about junior brother outside." Li Tong and the others vowed the same. The King of Grand Mist nodded his head in satisfaction. His gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong once again as he looked calm on the outside, but inwardly he was sensing great waves of shock. Perhaps this disciple of his could break out from the Heavens Tao's restraint. He looked forward to that day with great anticipation. "Master, can you tell when Junior Brother's 3 types of different Archdevil bloodline will awaken?" As waves were crashing about in the King of Grand Mist's heart, Jiang Hong couldn't hold himself back and asked. The King of Grand Mist snapped back to reality and he thought about it for a second. Normally, the Archdevil bloodline should awaken when he is in the God King realm. However, there are stronger bloodlines and weaker ones. For those who possess the stronger bloodlines, they will only be able to awaken it at the Heavenly Monarch realm. Some of them might only be fully activated when one reaches the middle to late stages of the Heavenly Monarch realm. Your junior brother has 3 Archdevil bloodlines hidden in his body. I have never heard of anything like this in my life. The king of Grand Mist hesitated for a second before continuing. It is possible that he might awaken one of them when he breaks into the early heavenly monarch realm. When he arrives at the middle stages of the heavenly monarch realm, the second bloodline might awaken. As for the last bloodline, it might only awaken when he arrives at the late stages of the heavenly monarch realm. Of course, there is a possibility of them awakening at the same time. A brilliant light flashed through Jiang Hong's eyes. If Junior Brother is able to awaken his archdevil bloodline when he reaches the early stages of the heavenly monarch realm, then he might be able to clinch first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Battle of the Heavenly Court? The King of Grand Mist seemed a little shocked at the fact and asked, Xiaolong is going to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court? As Jiang Hong had never brought up the topic of Huang Xiaolong joining the Battle of the Heavenly Court, the King of Grand Mist was kept in the dark the whole time. Jiang Hong replied respectfully, Yes, Master, Junior Brother wants to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. He also wishes to obtain the first place. When the King of Grand Mist heard Huang Xiaolong's plan, he chuckled to himself, Hey, this little brat's goal is pretty high. He plans on grabbing the number 1 spot after cultivating for 300 years. After thinking about it, he broke out into laughter. That's what it means to be my disciple. I like it. But the Battle of the Heavenly Court has been brought forward, and there are only 80 years left for it to start. Jiang Hong reminded his master. A complicated light flashed through the King of Grand Mist's eyes, and he muttered to himself, 80 years. 80 years was indeed a little short. Unless what Jiang Hong said really happened and Huang Xiaolong managed to awaken an archdevil bloodline, it would be almost impossible for him to obtain the first place. In a flash, 2 years passed. The light surrounding Huang Xiaolong started to dim, and the avatars fused back into Huang Xiaolong's body. After 2 months, the glow around Huang Xiaolong's body completely disappeared. When they saw the light dissipating around Huang Xiaolong's body, the King of Grand Mist and Jiang Hong revealed a bitter smile. The King of Grand Mist had estimated that Huang Xiaolong needed 10 years to refine the Grand Mist fruit. However, Huang Xiaolong had proved him wrong by completing the refining process in 4 years and 2 months. Under the Grand Mist spiritual tree, Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes and he used his divine sense to scan his body. He realized that he had already broken through to the peak of the late 7th Order God-King realm. He was merely half a step away from entering the 8th Order God-King realm. Even though he had failed to live up to Jiang Hong's prediction of breaking into the 9th, or even 10th Order God-King realm, he was already very satisfied with himself. He only had expected himself to enter the middle or even peak of the mid-7th Order God-King realm. However, he had managed to enter the peak of the late 7th Order God-King realm. The moment he broke through the 4th restriction on the Netherworld King's Jade, his strength would experience a sharp rise. Moreover, his true dragon physique's godhead was strengthened a whole lot after it was tempered by the Grand Mist spirit chi from the Grand Mist fruit. By the time he was done checking up on himself, the King of Grand Mist, Jiang Hong, and Li Tong arrived before him. The moment he saw them, Huang Xiaolong hastily got to his feet to greet them. Master, Senior Brother. The King of Grand Mist laughed. I had thought that you would need 10 years to refine the Grand Mist fruit. However, you exceeded my expectations. His words caused Huang Xiaolong to feel a little embarrassed. I heard your senior brother saying something about you joining the Battle of the Heavenly Court? The King of Grand Mist quickly changed the topic. Yes, Master. I am. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Since that is the case, you should remain here in secluded cultivation till then. The King of Grand Mist paused for a second before continuing. My fruit tree garden has the highest concentration of spirit chi in the entire divine world. If you cultivate here, you can use the assistance of the spirit chi in the air and from the trees to break through into the heavenly monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second before he was able to snap back to his senses. In his mind, his next course of action was to head over to the Hell Azura world. However, the spirit chi concentration in the fruit garden was really too high. He felt that if he entered seclusion there, he would be able to raise his strength at an extremely fast pace as well. Master, if I were to cultivate here, Will I be able to break through to the fourth-order heavenly monarch realm before the battle of the heavenly court? The king of Grand Mist shook his head. Impossible. Even if you absorb the spirit chi in here endlessly, you will definitely not be able to do that. However, if the archdevil bloodline in you awakens, there is a possibility of that happening. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second and his eyes widened to the size of saucers. Master? What do you mean? Do I have an archdevil bloodline hidden in me? The king of Grand Mist turned to Zhang Hong and his lips arched upwards. Zhang Hong laughed and replied in his master's stead, Junior brother, don't you know that you possess an archdevil bloodline? Oh right, you wouldn't be able to notice it unless it awakens. Anyway, you have more than one archdevil bloodline in your body. Not just one bloodline. Huang Xiaolong was startled. In fact, you have 3 archdevil bloodlines hidden in you. The king of Grand Mist continued the explanation. Huang Xiaolong felt an explosion going off in his head. 3. He had 3 different archdevil bloodlines laying dormant in his body. After Huang Xiaolong returned to his senses, he turned his gaze to everyone before him. The little cow caught his eye and he noticed that purple lightning was swirling around her body without the slightest hint of stopping. The purple lightning emitted a dazzling light and it nearly blinded him. After the purple lightning dispersed, the little cow shook her head and wagged her tail as she stood up. As her body trembled, a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. I have never felt so comfortable in my life. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but smile. However, he had never thought that the little cow would be able to refine the Grand Mist fruit as quickly as him. Kiddo Huang, I already told you that you could be a descendant of an archdevil. See, I was right. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. She had indeed told him of this possibility before. However, I feel that it will be better for you to head over to hell to temper yourself. Even though this place isn't bad, it will definitely hold you back. The king of Grand Mist was taken aback when he heard what the little cow said. Xiaolong, you are going to hell to train yourself? Huang Xiaolong replied respectfully, Yes, master. He slowly started to tell the king of Grand Mist about his plans and explained his thought process. Even though it was pretty good for him to be able to cultivate in the Grand Mist lands, he still decided to head over to hell. After all, the Netherworld King's Jade was in his hands. The Hell Azura world held the inheritance of the King of Hell. Also, there was another Chaos Lightning pool there. All right, the King of Grand Mist agreed, but he eventually thought of a foolproof plan. Hell is dangerous. Let Li Tong and the others follow you there. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and quickly rejected his master's plan. Master, I plan on going alone. Alone? Not only did the King of Grand Mist yell in surprise, even Zhang Hong and the little cow were stunned. Yes, I plan to go alone. This? The King of Grand Mist frowned. Zhang Hong spoke up to warn him, Junior brother, it's your first time going to hell, and you don't know the dangers there. Moreover, you are only a god king. If you go alone, you will be placed in an extremely dangerous situation. Huang Xiaolong shook his head resolutely. Master, senior brother, I've already made my decision. I'm going alone. Xianxia and the others had always been following Huang Xiaolong, and whenever he met with danger, they would step out and solve all his problems. He always felt that it was detrimental for his development. As such, he decided to head over to hell alone. After speaking of his reasoning to the King of Grand Mist and Zhang Hong, the both of them stared at each other in silence. Kiddo Huang, if you head over to hell alone, you'll take forever to travel around the place. I'll follow you, the little cow said all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong turned to her and explained, Didn't you plan on regaining your strength by cultivating in the Grand Mist pool? Moreover, you still need to repair your divine soul. The little cow was stunned for a moment. It had slipped her mind that those were her original intentions. Despite the amount of time that had passed since her reincarnation, she hadn't been able to recover her damaged divine sense. In order to recover, she required the aid of someone who had comparable prowess to herself from her past life. Now that the King of Grand Mist was present, he would be able to assist her in regaining her damaged divine soul. With the aid of the Grand Mist pool, she would be able to recover much quicker. The little cow finally relented, but she raised a condition of her own. Fine, you can go alone, but you can't find other women when you're there. The king of Grand Mist, Jiang Hong, Li Tong, and everyone present were stunned. Huang Xiaolong's face flushed red and he glared at the little cow. I've been to hell in the past and there's an extremely amazing brew of wine there. It's called the yin-yang separation wine. Can you bring some back when you return? Huang Xiaolong was shocked speechless. This little cow still remembers the taste of the wine she had when she had last visited hell. The yin-yang separation wine is extremely famous in hell. You'll be able to get some in some of the larger divine planes there. As though she was afraid Huang Xiaolong wouldn't get some with the excuse of not knowing where to buy it, the little cow hastily explained. Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered looking at the little cow and he turned his head away. Xiaolong, when do you plan to leave? The king of Grand Mist asked all of a sudden. Since Huang Xiaolong was adamant about going alone, there was no need to persuade him any longer. It was as he had said, going alone would allow him to better temper himself. Moreover, it was evident to him that Huang Xiaolong's luck was unparalleled through the heavens. People who possessed such luck wouldn't fall easily. This disciple plans to leave in a year, Huang Xiaolong replied after thinking about it for a moment. In the following year, Huang Xiaolong decided to train himself in the Grand Mist lands. He wanted to solidify his foundations. Since his master was here, he could also gain some insights from the old man himself. Since he was going to hell to train himself, it didn't matter if he went there a year or two later. That's good. The king of Grand Mist revealed a smile and continued. You can listen to my lectures in the following year and ask me if you face any difficulties when cultivating. Yes, master. Huang Xiaolong replied with respect and turned to look at Li Lu and Yao Qi who were still busy refining the Grand Mist fruit. Master, as for Li Lu and Yao Qi, you don't have to worry about them. I will station Li Tong and the others here to protect them. Nothing will happen to them. However, I'm afraid it will take several tens of thousands of years for them to refine the Grand Mist fruit. Several tens of thousands of years. Huang Xiaolong's jaws dropped in shock. The king of Grand Mist laughed and explained, Do you think they're like you? No one other than you will be able to refine a Grand Mist fruit in several years. Speaking of which, don't you think you're too wasteful? You merely broke through to the peak of the late 7th Order God King realm from the peak of the late 6th Order God King realm. After they refine the Grand Mist fruit, they will probably break through to the God King realm. It's even possible for Li Lu to directly enter the middle stages of the God King realm. Even though the cultivation of the two ladies had risen extremely quickly in the Fortune Emperor Palace, Yao Qi was merely at the early stages of the Ancestor God realm and Li Lu was at the 10th Order Ancestor God realm. To be able to break through to the God King realm in several tens of thousands of years was a stunning feat. After all, the two ladies didn't have heaven-defying talent for cultivation. Master, don't you think that several tens of thousands of years is too long? Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before asking, Is there any way for you to hasten the process? The king of Grand Mist turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong and said seriously, I can arrange a formation to speed up the time in the space they are in. They might be able to finish refining it in 5,000 to 6,000 years. It's even possible for them to be done in 1,000 years or so. However, they will be unable to borrow the power of the tree chi from the Grand Mist spiritual trees and the spirit chi in the fruit tree garden. The effects of the Grand Mist fruit will definitely be diminished. Huang Xiaolong felt a weight lifted off his chest when he heard his master's idea. It didn't really matter. After all, speeding up the process had its advantages. They didn't need to sit idle for several tens of thousands of years, and he didn't need to stare at them from a distance. According to Huang Xiaolong's wishes, his master arranged a formation to accelerate the time in the space they were in. After arranging the formation, all of them left the fruit tree garden and the king of Grand Mist left 2 people behind as their guards. Thus began Huang Xiaolong's life in the Grand Mist lands. In the day, he would head over to listen to the king of Grand Mist's lectures with Li Tong and the rest. The moment he discovered any doubts, Huang Xiaolong would clarify it with his master immediately. When night fell, Huang Xiaolong would swallow a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual pill before starting to cultivate. Occasionally, he would flip open the Tianwu array records and would ask his master and senior brother about some of the questions he had. As for the fourth restriction on the Netherworld King's Jade, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush to break it. The lesser the number of people who knew about the Netherworld King's Jade, the better it was. Even though his master and Jiang Hong would never betray him, he decided to refine the fourth restriction when he left the Grand Mistlands. In a flash, a year passed. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't manage to break into the 8th Order God King realm in the span of this 1 year, his divine soul and mental state rose to a whole new level after attending his master's lectures. As for the art of arrays, he improved by leaps and bounds. He managed to reach the grand completion of the 2nd level in a year. A flying ship soared through the Grand Mist Galaxy, and it was precisely the Dragon Shark flying ship. After staying in the Grand Mistlands for a year, Huang Xiaolong left for Hell by himself. As soon as he left the Grand Mist Galaxy, Huang Xiaolong started to think about his next course of action. He steered the Dragon Shark flying ship towards the desolate Era Divine Plane, as he planned to look for somewhere to refine the 4th set of restrictions in the Netherworld King's Jade before heading over to Hell. Of course, he also planned to look for the Desolate Era's Black Dragon race's 3 treasures after refining the restriction. 2 days later, the Dragon Shark flying ship arrived and stopped in the space above the desolate Era Divine Plane. Huang Xiaolong's divine soul stretched outwards, and he quickly confirmed the direction. He charged towards the ruins of the Black Dragon race. After several days, he arrived at his destination, and after digging a hole several tens of thousands of feet deep, he jumped into it without hesitation. After arranging dozens of restrictions above him, he finally relaxed and took out the Netherworld King's Jade. Looking at the Netherworld King's Jade that was emitting a black luster before him, Huang Xiaolong didn't rush to break the 4th restriction on it. Instead, he used the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell to protect his divine soul before doing anything else. When he was done, he used his God Force to poke at the Chaos Golden Dragon lightning pool formation located in his glabella, and a blinding ray of golden light shot out from his body. Under the guide of Huang Xiaolong's God Force, the golden lightning started to move towards the Netherworld King's Jade. The moment the Chaos Golden Lightning touched the Netherworld King's Jade, an equally repressing black light emerged from it. Despite the brilliant radiance of the black light, only a little bit was emitted each time, but the might it contained was enough to crush any ordinary cultivator at the 10th Order God King realm. Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless at all. He continued to push the Chaos Golden Lightning to form tiny little golden dragons to revolve around him. At least his entire body would be protected. At the same time, the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell emitted waves of silvery glow as it defended Huang Xiaolong's divine soul. The 4th restriction was completely released, and the space Huang Xiaolong was in became shrouded in darkness. A humongous demon formed with the power of darkness appeared. The aura he emitted was stronger at the previous 3 demons combined. No, that wasn't all. In fact, it was tens of times stronger than the previous 3 demons combined. Despite breaking through to the peak of the late 7th Order God King realm, Huang Xiaolong still felt an astonished suppressive aura coming from it. However, he had gained a little insight of the power of darkness in the Netherworld King's Jade after overcoming the first 3 restrictions. It was also why he felt that the difficulty of refining the 4th restriction was much lower than before. Huang Xiaolong circulated his God Force and fused it with the power from the Chaos Golden Lightning. He grinded it against the black light emitted from the body of the demon as he chipped away at its strength. All the black light was absorbed and refined by him. A year soon passed. Huang Xiaolong's body was covered in a cocoon of black light, and he seemed to have turned into a statue. 2 years passed. Huang Xiaolong's vitality seemed to have completely disappeared, and it was as though he had turned into part of the black light itself. In the empty space Huang Xiaolong had dug, the air was frigid and the atmosphere was cold. There wasn't any sign of life at all, as though everything there was isolated from the world. 3 years passed. All of a sudden, a bright ray of golden light broke through the black cocoon and illuminated the space. It was as though a flower of gold had bloomed in the darkness and nothing could stop it from displaying its beauty. Every time the golden radiance grew stronger, the darkness energy would raise a storm. Subconsciously, Huang Xiaolong felt his divine soul spread out together with the darkness energy as it extended around in his surroundings. Along with the movement of Huang Xiaolong's divine soul, he was able to sense a faint sense of life before him. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a moment. The dragon race. The feeling of life he received had to come from the dragon race. Moreover, it had to come from a dragon with the darkness attribute. The only reason he had managed to feel its faint sense of life was due to the assistance of the Netherworld King's Jade. Otherwise, with the layers upon layers of high-leveled restrictions around him, he wouldn't be able to feel anything. Could there be a survivor among the experts of the dragon race? The only other possibility would be that the three treasures of the Desolate Era's Black Dragon race were located right before him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the black light emerging from the Netherworld King's Jade. 6 years passed. That was how long Huang Xiaolong took to refine the fourth restriction. After fully digesting the power from the fourth restriction, Huang Xiaolong felt a terrifying change occur in his body. Regardless of his divine soul or his physical body, it was strengthened by at least 30 times when compared to the time he had left the Grand Mistlands. As for his cultivation, he had already broken through to the peak of the late 8th Order God King realm. Even though he had failed to break through to the 9th Order God King realm, the increase in his strength had already surpassed his imaginations. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had felt that he would only be able to break into the mid-8th Order God King realm. At best, he would be able to break into the peak of the middle 8th Order God King realm. However, reality surprised him. Another 2 years passed, and the Netherworld King's Jade finally stopped emitting black light. As all the black light in the surrounding space was absorbed into Huang Xiaolong's body, his figure finally revealed itself. He opened his eyes slowly and exhaled a deep breath. He had never expected to use 8 full years to refine the fourth restriction on the Netherworld King's Jade. Just 3 months ago, he had broken through to the peak of the late 8th Order God King realm, into the 9th Order. He stabilized his cultivation at the early 9th Order God King realm. Huang Xiaolong examined his seemingly endless god force and the terrifying might of his true dragon physique. He felt that even if he didn't transform and didn't use the 3 King of Supreme Godheads, he would still be able to beat a cultivator at the peak of the late 10th Order God King realm. Moreover, it wouldn't be much of a fight. With his fleshy body, Huang Xiaolong felt that he would be able to crush his opponent. If he used the King of Supreme Godheads, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem to defeat a cultivator at the late First Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Getting to his feet, Huang Xiaolong extended his divine soul and reached out to the place he had last felt the fluctuation. Too bad he failed to notice anything different this time. Retrieving the Netherworld King's Jade, Huang Xiaolong started to circulate his god force and black light started to spew out of the jade once again. It slowly extended forward. Finally, he managed to sense a tiny fluctuation coming from one of the members of the dragon race. No longer hesitating, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and a tunnel appeared before him. He charged straight towards it. It was too bad the stones that made up the ruins of the Desolate Era's Black Dragon race were too hard, and despite Huang Xiaolong's newfound strength, he was only able to dig out a tunnel after several hours of work. As he arrived at his destination, Huang Xiaolong stared at the darkness before him. It seemed to have congealed into a pool of black energy, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. It was pitch black, and the space around him was eerily silent. The fluctuation he sensed came precisely from the scene of black before him. After thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong removed the Tianwu treasure from his finger and entered it. He controlled it to move forward, slowly entering the pitch-black space before him. He broke all the restrictions along the way and exercised extreme prudence. Despite its dark surface, Huang Xiaolong realized that the insides were completely different. The scenery before his eyes changed after he broke through the outer layer of the dark space. What greeted him was lush scenery, with trees and flowing rivers. It even felt as though he had entered paradise. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a deep breath as disbelief filled his mind. He stared into the distance and saw a statue of a primordial black dragon carved into the tip of a massive mountain. After pondering for a second, Huang Xiaolong circulated the energy of darkness in the Netherworld King's jade, and he could tell that the fluctuations of life force came from the black dragon carving. He emerged from the Tianwu treasure and his figure turned blurry. He appeared before the carving of the primordial black dragon and felt a sense of overwhelming suppression coming from the extremely lifelike dragon. After flying around the carving once, Huang Xiaolong finally settled down and faced the front of the dragon. Looking at the sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, Huang Xiaolong carefully ensured that there were no restrictions in the dragon's mouth before flying into the massive structure. After entering the mouth, Huang Xiaolong realized that there was only one way forward, and he quickly made his way to the abdomen. The path wasn't wide and only 3 to 4 people could travel side by side. As he traveled closer to the abdomen of the black dragon, an aura that caused his heart to palpitate seemed to rush towards him. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate, and he used his 3 King of Supreme Godheads to protect himself. He even surrounded himself with the Chaos Golden Lightning in case anything happened. The primordial black dragon was several tens of thousands of feet long, and there was still a long way Huang Xiaolong had to travel before arriving at the abdomen. After flying for quite some time, Huang Xiaolong finally arrived at the entrance of it. When he entered, he realized that the space was pretty huge and it was decorated like a giant palace. Carvings of primordial black dragons were on all 4 walls, but there was a slight difference with all of them. There seemed to be some sort of ancient text around each carving on the wall, piquing Huang Xiaolong's curiosity. Looking closely, he realized that it was written in the language of the ancient dragon race. Since he possessed the true dragon physique, Huang Xiaolong had done some research into the language of the dragon race a long time ago. Even though he hadn't gained a deep understanding of it, it was enough for him to decipher the words written on the wall. A wave of shock washed past him as he realized that the black dragon diagrams on the wall depicted a divine art from the desolate era's black dragon clan. It was the strongest divine art the race possessed, and it was known as the black dragon body art. When one cultivated the black dragon body art, they would be able to ignore all defenses when fighting. It was extremely strong, and when the user met an enemy stronger than them, they would be able to transform into a trace of darkness energy to escape millions of miles away. It was also a type of life-saving skill. However, one had to be of the dragon race before they could successfully cultivate the black dragon body art. As for whether or not one could display the full power of the black dragon body art, that was another matter altogether. Only black dragons were able to unleash the black dragon body art to its fullest extent. As for other members of the dragon race, they would probably only be able to use 30 to 40% of its power. After sweeping his gaze over the black dragon body art, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with it. He was more interested in the 3 treasures. After looking for some time, Huang Xiaolong felt that something was off. There were lots of treasures and decoration in the palace around him. No matter how he looked, he was unable to find the black dragon divine armor, the black dragon cold jade bangle, and the black dragon throne. Taking out the Netherworld King's jade, he tried using the power of darkness to continue his search. As the power of darkness started to spread out, it seemed to resonate with something in the main pillar of the palace. Huang Xiaolong felt a rush of joy as his gaze landed on the giant pillar supporting the entire structure. There was also a carving of a black dragon on the main pillar, and after hesitating for a moment, Huang Xiaolong reached over to press on it. The power of darkness surged towards the image of the black dragon. He never expected that as soon as the power of darkness he released approached the pillar, it would rebound with extreme force. He was even pushed back several steps when the power of darkness struck him. Approaching the pillar once again, Huang Xiaolong looked at the abdomen of the dragon carving on it. It seemed to have changed a little as the scales on its body were emitting a faint glow. The word, dragon, slowly appeared on it. A frown found its way onto Huang Xiaolong's face. After so many years of researching the Tianwu array records, he was able to recognize the ancient word dragon at first glance. This is an ancient formation. It doesn't seem to be a weak one either. The formation responded to the strength of the person activating it. If Huang Xiaolong had been stronger when activating it, the might of the rebound would have grown accordingly. Of course, the power of a formation had its limits. When the power of an attack reached a certain level, any form of formation would be broken. However, with Huang Xiaolong's current strength, it would be impossible for him to destroy the formation with a single attack. Not to mention, his current level was at the peak of the late Ninth Order God King realm. Even if he broke into the Heavenly Monarch realm, he wouldn't be able to do anything about the formation. The only way he would be able to access the treasures was to break the formation bit by bit. Even though the formation formed by the word dragon was extremely strong, Huang Xiaolong felt that with enough time, he would definitely be able to break it. In the Tianwu Array records, there was a ton of information on ancient dragon restrictions. As such, Huang Xiaolong sat down and turned his full focus onto the Tianwu Array records. Every time he gained some insight, he would head over to the pillar to try it out. As he tried to break the formation, he experienced unprecedented growth in the art of formations. It could even be said that his understanding of it grew with every passing month. Eventually, a year passed. One day, Huang Xiaolong approached the pillar and waved his arms. The power of darkness gathered around him and formed several tiny black dragons. As they revolved around him, they formed the word dragon in the air. Go! Huang Xiaolong clapped once, and the word formed by the black dragons fused with the abdomen of the black dragon carving on the pillar. A brilliant radiance was emitted from the pillar itself. In the next moment, the black dragon carving on the pillar seemed to come to life. It flew towards Huang Xiaolong, and it gave him quite the scare. Before he could take a step back, the black dragon arrived before him. To his surprise, it stopped before him and started to shrink. As the tail of the mini-dragon entered its mouth, it formed a circle and hovered in mid-air. As it slowly started to transform, a jade bangle was formed by this lifelike dragon. Reaching out to grab it, Huang Xiaolong felt a chill when it entered his grasp. The frost seemed to extend into his bones, and he only managed to get rid of it by circulating his god force. Looking at the black dragon cold jade bangle in his hand, Huang Xiaolong exhaled a deep breath. A look of joy flashed through his eyes, and a wave of relief washed over him. He had finally obtained one of the 3 treasures of the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. What about the other 2 treasures? Could it be that they were stored inside the bracelet? Huang Xiaolong suppressed the excitement in his heart, and he tried to lift the restriction on the bracelet. Just as he was about to fully utilize his god force to break open the restriction, it opened with extreme ease. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the space inside the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle, his jaws dropped. There were several black dragons weaving their way through the space. Several black dragons was an understatement. There were millions upon millions of black dragons in the space within the bracelet. Even if there weren't 100 million of them, there would still be several tens of millions. It was too bad these black dragons weren't really from the dragon race. They were the manifestation of the high-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills crafted by the experts of the dragon race. Looking at several hundred dragons that were much bigger than the others, Huang Xiaolong knew that they were formed by top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. Other than the high-grade and top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills, there was an endless mountain range located in the bracelet. It seemed ordinary at first glance, but the entire mountain vein was made of the rarely seen chaos or Huang Xiaolong's gaze didn't stop there. Instead, it landed on a massive throne sitting atop one of the peaks. The throne itself exuded astonishing might, and there was an uncountable number of ancient dragon texts carved into it. Beside the backrest of the throne laid an inscription. The dragon that oversees all life controls the fate of the dragon race. Hail the Dragon King. This is the Black Dragon Throne. A brilliant smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Now that he had located the Black Dragon Throne, the Black Dragon Divine Armor was the only treasure left. No matter how he scoured the space in the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle, he wasn't able to find the Black Dragon Divine Armor. A look of suspicion appeared on his face. Impossible. According to logic, the Black Dragon Divine Armor should be located in the space within the Jade Bangle. After all, even the Black Dragon Throne was there. Huang Xiaolong seemed to have felt that he had overlooked something important. As his gaze slowly turned to look at one of the mountains formed with the Chaos Essence Stone, he felt that something was off about it. It was different from the others. There were hundreds of plaques that were emitting a faint black light on the body of the mountain. Looking at the plaques that were emitting the glow, Huang Xiaolong's heart shook. With a wave of his arm, he gathered all of them before him. When they flew towards him, the rays of sunlight reflected off them and brilliant rays of light shot out in all directions. There was a distinctive carving on each of them, and they seemed to form a certain type of formation when gathered together. As if a light bulb had lit up in Huang Xiaolong's mind, he circulated darkness god force and transmitted it into the plaques he gathered. In the next instant, the dark glow they were emitting was amplified several thousands of times, and they seemed to turn into black-colored suns in mid-air. The symbols and formations on them started to move. Seeing that he was able to cause a reaction, Huang Xiaolong poured more darkness god force into them. Under the constant injection of darkness god force, the several hundred plaques started to swirl around in the air, and they slowly started fusing together. Along with the fusion of the plaques, the shape of an armor was formed. After several breaths of time, all of the plaques combined to form a pitch-black armor, and it hovered before Huang Xiaolong. The formation symbols carved on the plaques weren't too obvious when separated. But now that the complete armor was formed, the mysterious symbols were not so mysterious anymore. They formed a diagram of 9 dragons, and it arranged itself into a primordial black dragon formation. Every inch of the armor was covered by the formation, and it didn't seem to possess any weak spots. As for the gaps in the armor, they seemed to be covered with mysterious lines. Initially, Huang Xiaolong felt that it looked like the ancient text from the Dragon Clan, but after looking closely, he felt that that wasn't the case. The more he looked at it, the more he felt like they resembled some sort of formation. However, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't decipher the meaning behind it. Even though he wasn't able to see through the meaning of the lines on the armor, Huang Xiaolong felt unbridled joy in his heart. This armor was precisely the final treasure he was looking for. Moreover, it was able to separate into several hundred pieces. If he wanted the armor to separate, it would. If he wanted a complete set of armor, he could simply recombine it. The Black Dragon Divine Armor wasn't a mere body armor. It had many uses, and after Huang Xiaolong fully refined it, he would learn many more uses of it. No longer in a hurry to leave, Huang Xiaolong started to refine all 3 treasures he had obtained from the palace in the abdomen of the primordial black dragon. The first thing he refined was the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. The Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle was a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. The space it contained was several thousand times larger than the Tianwu treasure ring. After refining it completely, he would be able to store endless treasures in it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Huang Xiaolong willed it, he would be able to absorb every single person on a massive divine plane. Regardless of how many spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, or divine armor, as long as Huang Xiaolong wanted to do it, he would be able to suck everything into the space within the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. That was how shockingly big the space in a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact was. Huang Xiaolong dripped his blood essence onto the bangle, and he circulated the darkness god force in him to refine the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. It was possible that his blood essence possessed the attributes of his true dragon physique, or that it held the aura of the Dragon Clan within. It could also be possible that the darkness god force in him played a part, but the bangle was easier to refine than he thought. He took several tens of days and managed to completely refine it. After refining the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle, Huang Xiaolong learned of the secret behind the 3 treasures. As long as he fused the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle, the Black Dragon Divine Armor, and the Black Dragon Throne, he would be able to summon the spirit of an endless number of black dragons. He could use the spirits of the black dragons to attack or defend himself. Of course, the stronger Huang Xiaolong was, the stronger would be the spirits of the black dragons he summoned. If he managed to grow to unimaginable heights in the future, the strongest spirits he would be able to summon would possess the strength of peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts. After doing some calculations, Huang Xiaolong came to a conclusion that he would be able to summon black dragon spirits up to the 2nd Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. After refining the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle, he turned to the Black Dragon Divine Armor. Despite it being one of the 3 treasures, The time he took to refine the divine armor was way longer than the time he took to refine the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. He took 3 full months to refine the armor. The Black Dragon Throne took him the longest to refine. The Black Dragon Throne was a flying spiritual artifact at the high-grade Grand Mist artifact level. The ancient flying formations on it were extremely intricate, and Huang Xiaolong had to slowly refine every single part of it before he could even think of activating it. He took nearly a year to refine the Black Dragon Throne. After refining all 3 treasures, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. His body slowly soared into the air, and a thought formed in his heart. The Black Dragon Divine Armor split into hundreds of pieces and surrounded his body. They fused together to form a complete armor in a flash, and all the exposed parts of his body were covered. The Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle turned into a black dragon and wrapped itself on his left pinky. From afar, it looked like an ordinary ring with a black dragon design. As for the throne, it appeared before Huang Xiaolong's body, and he slowly lowered himself onto it. Huang Xiaolong looked just like someone from the Black Dragon clan, and he was the Black Dragon King. High above the rest, with the Black Dragon Divine Armor on him and the Black Dragon Throne beneath him. He emitted the might and prestige of the King of Dragons. He circulated his Darkness God Force and infused it into all 3 treasures at once, and the Black Dragon Throne beneath him turned into a stream of black light. It shattered the space and brought Huang Xiaolong into the space within the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. Even though Huang Xiaolong tried his best to overestimate the Black Dragon Throne's speed, he was still shocked when he experienced it for himself. Quick! It was too damn quick! This was 10,000 times faster than the Dragon Shark flying ship. If he took the Dragon Shark flying ship, it would take him several days to enter the Grand Mist Galaxy. However, he probably only needed 2 minutes if he took the Black Dragon Throne. It was more than likely he wouldn't even take 2 minutes. Moreover, everything seemed to come to a standstill around him, and he wasn't affected by the flow of space currents in the space when the Black Dragon Throne soared through it. It was as though he was standing on flat ground. A burst of joy filled Huang Xiaolong's heart, and he activated the formations in the Black Dragon Throne once again. He left the primordial Black Dragon statue behind and appeared in the space above the ruins. After flying for a short while, Huang Xiaolong became much more familiar with the Black Dragon Throne. After familiarizing himself with the Black Dragon Throne, he then started getting used to the Black Dragon Divine Armor and the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. Huang Xiaolong infused his God Force into the Black Dragon Divine Armor and turned it into several hundred fragments that spinned continuously around his body like knives. As he passed through the area, everything in his way was turned into dust. There was nothing the Black Dragon Divine Armor couldn't do. After transforming it back into the plaques, he could use the armor to slay his enemies. The Black Dragon Divine Armor was divine indeed. It could be used to protect himself and attack his enemies at the same time. After witnessing the might of the Black Dragon Divine Armor, Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in content. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the dark energy the plaques released would be able to corrode his enemy's body. It was extremely overbearing to say the least. After staying at the ruins of the Black Dragon clan for a few more days and familiarizing himself with the Black Dragon Divine Armor and Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle, Huang Xiaolong finally decided to head over to Hell. Hell! Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself, and the light in his eyes flickered. As he had learned the Azura tactics, he was able to summon the gates of Hell and enter directly through it. Otherwise, it would take him nearly forever to travel there, even with the assistance of the Black Dragon Throne. Originally, he had planned to investigate the barbarian space, but he felt that something like that would take too long. In the end, Huang Xiaolong decided to do that after the Battle of the Heavenly Court. After all, there were only 70 more years before the start of the Battle of the Heavenly Court. He had to find the inheritance of the King of Hell before then. Not to mention that he had to refine the Chaos Lightning Pool left for him. Huang Xiaolong immediately sat down and revolved his Azura tactics. Since this was his first time using the Azura tactics since he had arrived in the Divine World, he realized that there was something different with it. When he revolved the Azura tactics in the Divine World, he felt a mysterious dark energy seeping out of the void. It surrounded his body and a strange feeling overwhelmed him. Previously, He had not been able to sense the dark energy coming from hell. However, he had grown since then. After revolving the Azura tactics, a dark gate slowly emerged and Huang Xiaolong's eyes flashed with joy. In the lower realm, he had used the gate to enter hell. However, he was so weak that even breathing had become difficult. I wonder how I would fare in hell now. Huang Xiaolong took a step forward and walked into the gate. After his figure entered the gate completely, it closed. The sky spun around him and Huang Xiaolong felt a falling sensation. When he landed, he realized that he was in the middle of a black desert. A burst of cold and dark energy enveloped him. Looking all around, Huang Xiaolong had no doubt that he had entered hell. After some consideration, he decided to activate the Azura bloodline in his body. His whole body started to transform and he turned into an Azura before long. It went without saying that he wasn't able to move about in his human form. If members of the other races found out, he would be chased to the ends of hell. After turning into an Azura, Huang Xiaolong adjusted his strength internally before flying up into the space above. Back when he had first entered hell, he was faced with severe restrictions and moving about had posed to be a difficult task. Right now, he had finally gained the ability to move through hell effortlessly. He was even able to fly as he wished. The first thing Huang Xiaolong had to do was to confirm his location. When he was finally done, he would be able to scout out the area around him. The inheritance of the King of Hell was located in Hell Azura world on the Moh Plain. Huang Xiaolong continued flying as the black desert slowly faded from view. Not long after, a city gradually appeared in Huang Xiaolong's sights. The city was roughly the same size as the ones on the Green Cloud Island when he had first ascended to the divine world. Huang Xiaolong urged himself to fly even faster when he saw the city and he soon arrived before the city gate. Even though the city wasn't too big, there was an endless stream of travelers lining up at the entrance. Most of them were covered in faint scales and had dark green, long, pointy eyes. Their arms were thick and all of them boasted a height of more than 2 meters. They belonged to the most commonly seen race in Hell, the Devils. In the Hell Azura world, despite the presence of thousands of races, members of the Devil race and the Azura race were the most common. The Devil race and Azura race accounted for more than 80% of the population in the Hell Azura world. The remaining races only accounted for less than 20%. Thus, the Devil race and Azura race naturally dominated the Hell Azura world. However, even within the Devil race and Azura race, they separated themselves based on the bloodline flowing through their veins. It went without saying that the ones with the strongest bloodlines were considered royalty, while those with slightly weaker bloodlines were considered nobles. Lords came after that, and the majority of the population was considered commoners. Because of the difference in bloodlines, all of their appearances differed somewhat. For example, the disguise that Huang Xiaolong used had 2 small black horns on his forehead. It was the symbol of nobility in the Azura race. The lords and commoners of the race didn't possess horns on their forehead, and the royal clan members had 2 purple horns. The second Huang Xiaolong entered the crowd. Everyone's gazes turned to him. The members of the Devil, Azura, and the other races parted respectfully. Even the city guards greeted him respectfully before allowing him to enter the city without paying the entrance fee. After Huang Xiaolong entered the city, he discovered that it was extremely prosperous. Not only was there a heavy traffic of people entering and leaving the city, the streets were also surrounded by restaurants and shops. Lords with identity and status were even riding hell beasts as mount. Most of these hell beasts looked extremely vicious, and the most common beast seen was the 3-headed dog. Looking at this bustling and prosperous city, Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of shock in his heart. After all, his impression of hell was pretty bad. In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, there was only massacre and violence in hell. Just when he thought that he had gotten it wrong, a miserable shriek pierced through the air. An Azura race member had a whip in his hand and he swung it around wantonly. Despite him hurting everyone in his surroundings, none of them dared to dodge. Instead, they allowed him to hit them as he pleased. Looking at the 2 black horns on his forehead, he was probably a noble. Huang Xiaolong could feel that he was in the late 10th Order ancient god realm. As he continued to examine the person swinging his whip, Huang Xiaolong noticed a group of guards following closely behind him. Young Master Gu Chengfeng's whipping technique is getting better and better. One of the guards congratulated him happily. Gu Chengfeng smirked. I've been stuck at home for the past few days in secluded cultivation. Now that I'm out, I want to test out my extermination whip art on these people. He infused his god force into the whip and lashed it out again. One of his victims exploded into a rain of blood in the air. Young Master Gu Chengfeng's whipping technique is superb. The guards praised one after another. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Gu Chengfeng laughed madly and lashed out his long whip again. The long whip was like a venomous viper as it curled up and caught dozens of passers-by by the waist. When he retracted his long whip, they were snapped in half. The scent of blood permeated through the air. Even though everyone was terrified, none of them dared to run away. Gu Chengfeng laughed. These lowly peasants are pretty smart. When those peasants ran away the last time, I hunted down all their families and used them as whipping practice. The more blood my extermination whip absorbs, the stronger it becomes. At that time, the power of my extermination whip art will naturally increase. Gu Chengfeng withdrew his whip and stroked it as a brilliant smile broke out on his face. Young Master Gu Chengfeng, I heard that young Master Xianbo from the Azure Gate has returned. One of the guards stepped forward and said cautiously. Gu Chengfeng's face turned frosty as he sneered. He was just lucky enough to pass the examination of a small branch of the Azure Gate in the Brookspring Plain. He's just an outer sect disciple. If he dares to act arrogantly in front of me, watch me take care of him. Yes, how can that Xianbo compare to young Master Gu Chengfeng? He is merely a first-order ancient god realm cultivator. If young Master Gu Chengfeng wants to take care of him, it is as simple as saying a word. That guard fawned. That's right. If our young master were to participate in the Azure Gate Brookspring branch examination, he would pass easily. Moreover, the elder would definitely accept him as a direct disciple. Young master will definitely be favored by an elder for sure. Gu Chengfeng's underlings agreed one after another. Huang Xiaolong's heart was moved as he heard the information. Brookspring's Plain? Azure branch sect? Before coming he had done some research and roughly understood the power distribution in the Hell Azure world. In the Hell Azure world, there weren't as many emperor palaces like the Divine world. Instead, there were only some ancient sects and family clans with long heritage. The power they held wasn't inferior to the emperor palaces in the Divine world. There were 7,000 to 8,000 ancient sects and family clans in the list of superpowers in the Hell Azure world. However, the Azure Gate was one of the top 10 strongest superpowers in the whole of the Hell Azure world, controlling countless galaxies and divine planes. From the looks of things, it seemed that the Brookspring Plane he was on currently was one of the many divine planes that the Azure Gate controlled. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng and his guards made their way towards Huang Xiaolong. What? Gu Chengfeng was surprised to see Huang Xiaolong, a noble, in the middle of the street. He stopped and greeted Huang Xiaolong. Friend, you must not be from our city, right? Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless and he replied indifferently, What do you want? Gu Chengfeng was dumbfounded and rage flashed through his eyes. Huang Xiaolong's expression and tone made him feel as if he was trying to stick his warm face on the other party's cold buttocks. The guards behind him were furious as well. You punk, do you know who our young master is? Not only is our young master a disciple of the Gu family, he is also one of the core disciples there. One of the guards stared coldly at Huang Xiaolong and continued. So what if you are a noble of the Azure race? Even if the Azure Gate's disciple, Xianbo, comes to the Brookspring Plain, he will still need to greet our young master as his big brother. Even though Huang Xiaolong was disguised as a noble from the Azure race and was protected by its laws, it wouldn't be a problem for Gu Chengfeng to kill Huang Xiaolong with the status he had. As such, he disdained to explain anything to Huang Xiaolong. However, Gu Chengfeng raised his hands and stopped his guards. He then looked at Huang Xiaolong and smiled. I'm merely looking for someone to test my extermination whip art on. The lowly peasants just now were simply too weak and were no threat to me. I'm wondering if you will fare any better than them. Will you be able to receive one move of my extermination whip art? As soon as the words left his mouth, his whip shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Under the infusion of his god force, the long whip glowed with red light and it stabbed towards Huang Xiaolong's legs as if it had turned into a long pike. He was planning to cripple Huang Xiaolong's legs before taking his time to play this Azura noble before him to death. As for the consequences for doing so, he wasn't too worried about them. After all, the Gu family was one of the superpowers in the Hell Azura world. Even though he was from a small branch of the Gu family, in the surrounding cities, he was still able to call forth wind and rain whenever he liked. In the past, he had used this method to deal with many families who had status below his. When their elders had come to him for an explanation, he would simply compensate them with spirit stones and the matter would end there. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the incoming whip that was aimed at his legs. Originally, he wanted to avoid attracting trouble after arriving in hell. It was too bad trouble came knocking at his door. As the whip was just about to stab into Huang Xiaolong, it stopped in mid-air. Gu Chengfeng was startled and his face changed. Before he could make another move, he realized that his entire body was locked in place. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes. As for the guards behind him, they were locked in place as well. "Do you know what I hate the most?" Huang Xiaolong asked with a frigid expression as he walked towards Gu Chengfeng. Every step he took, a miserable shriek would pierce through the air, as one of the guards behind Gu Chengfeng would explode into a rain of blood. Gu Chengfeng's eyes betrayed the terror he felt in his heart. Me. However, he soon realized that his throat seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand as he was unable to make a sound. Huang Xiaolong walked calmly and unhurriedly towards him. Eventually, the dozens of guards behind Gu Chengfeng evaporated into a rain of blood and the stench filled the air. When Huang Xiaolong finally arrived before him, Gu Chengfeng discovered that the god force in his body had started to go berserk. His eyes widened and his body started to swell. A pop could be heard and he turned into a rain of blood as well. Huang Xiaolong continued walking down the street as though nothing had happened. The rain of blood in the air finally fell onto the ground after Huang Xiaolong left for quite some time. In the end, Gu Chengfeng died without even knowing what Huang Xiaolong hated the most. Azura Gate. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Should I make a visit to the Azura branch? He had always felt that the Azura Gate in the lower realm was related to the Azura Gate in hell. In fact, he had a faint feeling that his master, Ren Wuquang, should be present somewhere in the Hell Azura world. It was even possible he was a disciple of the Azura branch sect in the divine plane he was on. One surprising fact Huang Xiaolong learned was that the Azura Gate wasn't the strongest force in the Hell Azura world. Instead, it was the Netherworld King's organization. The Netherworld King's organization was extremely mysterious and nobody knew the true master behind it. Even his master, the King of Grand Mist, and the little cow had no idea about it. Did the King of Hell come form the Netherworld King's organization? After all, one of his titles was the Netherworld King. Netherworld King. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered. Before he came to the Hell Azura world, his master, the King of Grand Mist, and the little cow, both had suggested joining the Netherworld King's organization as he would be able to run around unhindered. This Netherworld King's organization was similar to the Alchemy Master Guild in the lower realm. All alchemists from the Alchemy Master Guild received respect and reverence from everyone in the cultivation world. Similarly, joining the Netherworld King's organization would give him a special identity. He would be someone under the Netherworld King and no one would offend him needlessly. Furthermore, there was a lot of freedom even if he joined the Netherworld King's organization. Unlike many of the rules and regulations one had to follow if they joined a superpower sect like the Azura Gate, joining the Netherworld King's organization would grant him freedom. It would be much more convenient for him to continue to search for the King of Hell's inheritance. After he pondered over it for a little longer, Huang Xiaolong decided to join the Netherworld King's organization. Even after he entered the Netherworld King's organization, it wouldn't be too late to join other superpower sections. After all, the Netherworld King's organization didn't have any restrictions regarding this. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to inquire about the location of the Netherworld King's organization branch in the Brookspring Plain, The sound of spack cracking echoed all around him, and hundreds of disciples of the Azure race shot towards him. Huang Xiaolong looked at their attire and knew that the Gu family was there for revenge. Sure enough, they appeared in front of him and surrounded him, blocking off his path of retreat. The few old men who stood at the front glared at him with a frosty expression. "Did you kill our Gu family's disciple, Gu Chengfeng?" One of them asked coldly. "You guys better leave now. I don't feel like killing all of you," Huang Xiaolong said with indifference. Everyone from the Gu family was shocked and furious when they saw Huang Xiaolong dismissing them. Those old men even sneered and replied, "Leave? Kid, in this entire Silver River continent, no one has ever killed my Gu family disciple and acted so arrogantly about it. Who do you think you are? A god king?" The Brookspring Plain was located at a small corner of the Hell Azura world, so he refused to believe that a god king would appear there. The strongest expert in the Silver River continent was their Gu family ancestor, a high-level ancestor god. In the Silver Star continent, they felt that no one else was stronger than them. "Grand Elder, why bother talking so much nonsense with him? Let's just capture him first and bring him back with us before interrogating him," one of the elders said icily. Gu Changxuan looked at the other experts of the Gu family and nodded his head. The surrounding experts of the Gu family charged at Huang Xiaolong simultaneously. However, just when these experts were about to reach Huang Xiaolong, a terrifying wave of darkness emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body and swept them all away. As his terrifying power swept through them, the hundreds of first and second order ancestor god realm cultivators were swept away, not to mention those at the ancient god realm. As the elders of the Gu family watched on, all of them turned into rotting corpses. Even if they died, the bodies of ancient gods and ancestor gods wouldn't decay even after several hundreds of thousands of years. However, after Huang Xiaolong's energy swept past them, those Gu family cultivators perished and their bodies evaporated to nothingness. The most frightening part was that even the armor on their bodies rotted away. These armors were all specially made by the Gu family using 100,000 years old darkness frost crystals. In fact, these armors had ore essence, and even if a middle-level ancestor god used all his power to corrode the armor, it would take them several hours. But look at it now. Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless as he looked at Gu Changxuan's fearful expression. After he had refined the fourth set of restrictions in the Netherworld King's Jade and absorbed all the darkness energy within, the darkness god force produced by his Archdevil Supreme Godhead reached an extremely frightening level. The power of corrosion was merely one of the abilities of his Archdevil Supreme Godhead. Even ordinary high-grade or top-grade chaos spiritual artifacts would turn to dust if he willed it, much less the armor the Gu family cultivators were wearing. In fact, he had only released 1% of his strength previously. Otherwise, even their bones wouldn't be left behind. Huang Xiaolong looked at Gu Changxuan and the others with indifference. You are. Gu Changxuan's voice trembled as he couldn't hide the fear in his heart. "Sorry, but I have already broken through to the God King realm a few decades ago." Huang Xiaolong shrugged. Of course, even though he had broken through to the God King realm a few decades ago, he left out the most important fact. He was already at the 9th Order God King realm. God King! Gu Changxuan and a few others cried out in shock. Never in their wildest imaginations would they have expected to run into a God King expert. From what he said, they felt that he was already a First Order God King realm expert. However, all they wanted to know was the business that had brought a God King realm expert to the Silver River continent. Senior, please have mercy." Gu Changxuan and the rest of them immediately kneeled on the ground and begged for their lives. Huang Xiaolong hooked his finger, and Gu Changxuan and the elders flew towards him. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't resist him. Several rays of purple light flashed through his eyes and entered the space between their eyebrows. In an instant, all of them lost their consciousness. Huang Xiaolong decided to keep a few of them alive to search their souls and look through their memories. As a grand elder in the Gu family, Gu Changxuan would definitely know the location of the Netherworld King's organization in the Brookspring Plain. The memories of the elders flowed into his mind unceasingly. After a few breaths of time, Huang Xiaolong's soul search finally ended. The ghost continent, Mongolia City. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. From the memories he searched, he found out that the branch of the Netherworld King's organization was located in Mongolia City that was located on the ghost continent. After the soul search, Huang Xiaolong gained a deeper understanding of the Brookspring Plane. The strongest expert present on the Brookspring Plane was a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm expert. It was precisely the Gu family's ancestor. As for the Azura Gates branch, it was also located on the Ghost Continent. It was in Wuxia City, right beside Mongolia City, that housed the branch of the Netherworld King's organization. After recollecting himself, Huang Xiaolong flew up and left the city. Summoning the Black Dragon Throne, he turned into a ray of light as he flew towards the Ghost Continent. Based on his current speed, he would be able to arrive at the Ghost Continent in a few minutes. As Huang Xiaolong sat in the Black Dragon Throne, he was deeply moved by the frightening speed of the Black Dragon Throne as it tore through space. Let's hope the Gu family is tactful enough to give up on this matter, Huang Xiaolong inwardly thought. In the end, he had decided not to kill the rest of them. He allowed them to report the incident to the Gu family, and he hoped that after learning of his God King identity, they would sweep the matter under the rug. At the same time, Gu Changxuan and the rest hastily returned to the Gu family's headquarters. What? An early First Order God King realm expert? In the main hall of the Gu family branch, the ancestor yelled in shock. Yes, ancestor, that was what he said. Moreover, his strength was extremely terrifying, and there's no mistake about it, Gu Changxuan replied fearfully. An early First Order God King? Interesting. At this time, a fatty sitting on the main seat of the main hall smiled indifferently. He was the inspector in charge of the hundreds of divine planes in this particular galaxy. He had arrived recently, and he was a Fourth Order God King realm cultivator. The Gu family ancestor, Gu Fei, stood up and said to the inspector, Senior Gu Zhang, how should we handle this matter? Gu Zhang replied with indifference. A mere early First Order God King dares to act so arrogantly in the Brookspring Plane. If I hadn't learned about him, he might have lived for a few more days. It's too bad that I learned of him through you guys. Now that I'm here, I can't allow him to act so arrogantly. Order your men to look for him and report back to me. Gu Fei smiled and said respectfully, Yes, I will pass on the order. He then took out his summoning signal and transmitted the order to the Grand Elders below him. After Gu Fei passed the order, Gu Zhang then continued, Take a seat and let us drink some wine together. Gu Fei bowed respectfully before taking his seat. I have heard that Senior Gu Zhang broke through to the Fourth Order God King realm a few years ago? Gu Fei complimented with a smile. Senior Gu Zhang is extremely talented to be able to become a Fourth Order God King in a few 100,000 years. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you become a heavenly monarch or even an emperor. Gu Zhang laughed and appeared to be in a good mood. Fortunately, with my talent, it is not too difficult to become a heavenly monarch. However, it's too difficult to enter the emperor realm. He shook his head, but a wide smile hung on his face. Is there anyone who doesn't know that Senior Gu Zhang is a rare talent in our Gu family? You're also a direct great-great-grandson of the great ancestor. If Senior Gu Zhang is unable to break through to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid none of the inspectors in the Gu family will be able to do so either. Gu Changxuan flattered. You're right. Senior Gu Zhang would surely become an emperor within 10 million years. I think 8 million years will suffice. The Grand Elders in the main hall competed with one another to curry favor with him. Gu Zheng's fat face seemed to be split apart with how wide he was smiling, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Laughter could be heard in the main hall from time to time as the Grand Elders praised him without end. As they were messing about in the main hall of the Gu family, Huang Xiaolong had already arrived on the Ghost Continent. Putting away the Black Dragon Throne, his figure flashed and he appeared on top of a mountain range. Based on the Gu family elders' memories, this mountain range was called the Kushan Mountain Range and was one of the largest mountain ranges in the whole of the Ghost Continent. There were numerous bandit strongholds, and if he wanted to arrive at Mongolia City, he would have to cross the Kushan Mountain Range. Despite just arriving at the Kushan Mountain Range, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a hurry to go to Mongolia City. The Netherworld King's organization held 2 recruitments every year, and there were still 5 months before the next. He planned on staying in the Kashan mountain range for several months before heading over. Even though the 3 treasures of the primordial black dragon race were already in his hands, he had yet to cultivate the black dragon body art. With the time he had before the next round of recruitment, Huang Xiaolong decided to remain on the Kashan mountain range and study the black dragon body art. Huang Xiaolong expanded his soul outwards before flying towards one of the mountain peaks near him. As he was soaring through the air, a loud yell reverberated through the air. "Stop!" Immediately after, a group of people flew out from the shadows. All of them were dressed in a weird get-up and their strength varied greatly. The strongest member of the group was a mid-first ancestor god realm cultivator, and the weakest of them all was in the 4th order ancient god realm. They must be a group of bandits in the Kashan mountain range. From the looks of it, most of them are from the Azura race, and the rest came from the devil race, ghost race, and the dark monk race. The ghost race was rarely seen in hell, and each one of them had hideous appearances. Even though they had blood and skin just like the Azura and devil race, they didn't have flesh in their bodies. They were extremely thin, but their bodies were lanky. They were twice the height of the members of the Azura race. As for the dark monk race, their bodies were completely black in color. Their eyes and hair were the only parts of their bodies that were white in color, forming a stark contrast to their bodies. "Brat, hand over your..." When one of the bandits in the peak of the late 10th order ancient god realm was about to ask Huang Xiaolong to hand his spirit ring over, all of them were sent flying with a flick of his wrist. They slammed into the distant mountain ranges, but that wasn't the end of it. A shocking suction force came out from Huang Xiaolong's palm, and all of them were dragged before him once again. The hundreds of bandits were terrified when they witnessed Huang Xiaolong's power. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flashed and a purple soul marking appeared and flew into the space between their eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, all of them fell under Huang Xiaolong's control. To control these bandits, Huang Xiaolong didn't even need to use the Grand Mist worms. All he used was the Grand Mist puppetry art. After subduing all the bandits, his figure blurred and he went to all the strongholds around the Kashan mountain range. In half a day, thousands of bandits fell under his control. Even though the bandits weren't very strong, there were still over 400,000 of them. Amongst them, there were about 200 early-stage ancestor gods. In the Brookspring Plain, they could form a considerable force. Of course, the main reason he dealt with all of them was because he didn't want them to interrupt him when he studied the Black Dragon body art. After taking control of all the bandits in the Kashan mountain range, Huang Xiaolong chose one of their hideouts as his temporary residence. Not only were the hideouts well built, but spiritual flowers and grass could also be seen growing around the residences. It was a pity that the materials they used were pretty low grade. Huang Xiaolong took out some of his dragon race essence stone and rebuilt the hideout. After a day's work, the shoddy buildings were no more, and he even set up dozens of ancient restrictions to hide his location. Huang Xiaolong finally settled down to cultivate in peace. In the day, Huang Xiaolong would consume a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual pill and cultivate his Grand Mist parasitic medium. At night, he would transform into the primordial dragon and cultivate the black dragon body art. For months passed in a blink of an eye. One day, Huang Xiaolong left the hideout and stretched his body as he sucked in a breath of fresh air on a mountain peak. From the top, he could see the entire scenery of the mountain range. It's not too bad. Looks pretty. However, in hell, where there was no sunlight the whole year round, nothing seemed especially pleasing to the eye. It's about time for me to go to Mongolia City, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Even though there was still about 10 days left before the recruitment, there was no harm in reaching there early. For the past few days, he had also instructed the bandits under him to look for the Azura branch sect in the Brookspring Plain. From their reports, it seemed as though there wasn't any disciple called Ren Wuquang in the Brookspring branch. Regarding this, Huang Xiaolong wasn't too disappointed either. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of Azura branch sect. Even if his master, Ren Wuquang, was in the Azura sect, it would be too much of a coincidence if he happened to be in the Brookspring branch. Huang Xiaolong left the mountain range on the next day and headed towards Mongolia City. Huang Xiaolong brought along 4 second-order ancestor gods with him in case he needed them to handle some dirty work. Huang Xiaolong didn't ride in the dragon shark flying ship when he made his way to Mongolia City. Instead, he chose 5 mounts and brought the 4 of them along with him as he rode towards the city. Of course, the bandits in the Xianxia mountain range didn't have good mounts. The mounts Huang Xiaolong chose were the best ones they had, but they were barely better than ordinary mounts. The hell beast they were riding on was called the Purple Qilin, and it was a hybrid offspring of a dark Qilin and a purple-winged horse. The dark Qilin was a top-grade ancient divine beast, while the purple-winged horse was a regular beast. As for the 5 beasts they were riding on, the dark Qilin bloodline in them was nearly non-existent. Lucky for them, the purple Qilin they were riding on weren't too slow, and they had cultivation equivalent to a first-order ancestor god. In 6 days, they were able to arrive at Mongolia City. After arriving at the city, Huang Xiaolong ordered 2 of them to purchase a residence in the city. After all, there were still several days before the recruitment and they needed a place to stay. Whatever it was, Huang Xiaolong didn't lack spirit stones. Of course, he didn't plan to use the spirit stones in his possession. With the wealth of the bandits in the Xianxia mountain range, the amount of spirit stones in their possession was more than enough to buy a residence in the city. After giving them the order to buy a residence, Huang Xiaolong headed over to the Netherworld King's organization branch with the 2 other bandits in tow. The branch was located in the middle of the city and it couldn't be easier for him to locate it. In under 2 hours, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the entrance of the branch office of the Netherworld King's organization. When he arrived, Huang Xiaolong felt slightly shocked as the atmosphere there wasn't as lively as he had imagined. It might be because the requirements to join the organization was too harsh and that the passing rate was too little that not many people were there to register. There were 2 guards in black battle armor standing at the entrance and they possessed strength at the early 10th order ancestor god realm. Looking at the word Nether embroidered on their chest, Huang Xiaolong knew that they were the Nether Guards. The Netherworld King's organization was broken up into 2 sections, the Inner Division and the Outer Division. The Inner Division consisted of the Nether Guards. The authority the Nether Guards held in the Netherworld King's organization was similar to the Heavenly Soldiers in the Heavenly Court in the Divine World. However, the Heavenly Soldiers were there to uphold law and order in the Divine World. The Nether Guards were only responsible for the order in the Netherworld King's organization. As for the Nether Guards, they were located in every part of Hell, just like the Netherworld King's organization branches. They were rampant in the Hell Azura world, the world of departed spirits, and the ghost world. As for the total number of Nether Guards, no one knew. However, according to the King of Grand Mist and the Little Cow, the Nether Guards stationed in the 3 worlds would be able to exterminate any one of the worlds with ease. The Nether Guards' army was possibly 3 times stronger than the Heavenly Soldiers in the Divine World. Huang Xiaolong had felt his heart shake when he had heard their evaluation. The Little Cow had even guessed that the Netherworld King's organization was under the King of Hell. In the past, the King of Hell had disappeared for a long period of time, and the Netherworld King's organization had happened to coincidentally form themselves during his absence. According to the Little Cow, anyone who could obtain the King of Hell's inheritance would be able to gain control over the entire organization. With the power the inheritor held, he would be able to dominate all 3 worlds in Hell. After talking about the Inner Division, one had to take note of the Outer Division as well. Those who formed the Outer Division were the experts who passed the test. They were known as the Nether Kings. As for their ranks, they started out from 1 star and rose to the highest rank of 10 stars. As long as one had broken through into the Ancestor God realm, they would be eligible to sign up for the recruitment to be a Nether King. According to the Cultivation, the early, middle, and late stages of a cultivator in the Ancestor God realm would correspond to 1, 2, and 3 stars respectively. As for the 4, 5, and 6 stars Nether Kings, they were ranks given to early, middle, and late-stage God King realm cultivators. From the 7th to 9th star, they were only given to heavenly monarchs. Anyone in the Emperor realm and above were judged to be 10-star Nether Kings. Since 10-star was the highest rank one could get, no matter if one was in the early, middle, or late stages of the Emperor realm, they would be given the 10-star rank. It didn't matter if they were an expert surpassing the Emperor realm. There were no exceptions. Once they passed the recruitment test to enter the Netherworld King's organization, they would be given a rank according to their cultivation level. For example, Huang Xiaoloing was a 9th Order God King. The moment he passed the test, he would be a 6-star Nether King. He didn't need to climb up the ranks after entering the organization. The stronger they were, the more privileges they would be able to receive after entering the organization. The Netherworld King's organization had their own Chamber of Commerce, and it was known as the Netherworld King's Chamber of Commerce. They were located in all 3 worlds, and no other Chamber of Commerce would be able to shake their position at all. The higher one's rank, the more discount they would be able to get when purchasing items from the Netherworld King's Chamber of Commerce. 1 to 3-star Nether Kings would be able to receive a 10% discount. 4 to 6-star Nether Kings would be able to receive a 20% discount. 7 to 9-star Nether Kings would be able to receive a 30% discount. As for a 10-star Nether King, they would be able to enjoy a 40% discount when purchasing items in the Netherworld King's Chamber of Commerce. Nether Kings would also be able to issue missions to the Netherworld King's organization. With the strength and influence of the Netherworld King's organization, the chances of success the moment a mission was issued was practically guaranteed. Huang Xiaolong wanted to use the chance to look for Fang Mingyu and Ren Wuquang using this method. It went without saying that the mission rewards were bountiful. Huang Xiaolong stood before the entrance of the Netherworld King's organization, and complicated thoughts ran through his mind. After some considerations, he finally stepped into the entrance with his 2 new subordinates. The moment he stepped into the entrance, the Gu family received news about him. This brat has finally shown himself. Gu Zheng laughed coldly to himself. It's too bad for you that I've been paying attention all this while. Senior Gu Zheng, according to the reports from Mongolia City, this little brat has entered the Netherworld King's organization's main entrance. From the looks of it, he plans to take the recruitment test to become a Nether King. Gu Fei explained. How many days before the recruitment begins? There are still 5 days before the test will commence. Gu Fei replied respectfully. Gu Zheng nodded his head and said, It's enough time for me to get there. If we take the transmission array, we'll be able to arrive in Mongolia City in 4 days. We have to make our move before he takes the test. Right now, we shall head over to Mongolia City to intercept him. Senior Gu Zheng. Gu Fei chuckled and continued. This brat is pretty unlucky. You were going to leave in a few days, but he had to court trouble by showing himself. I even thought that he would be lying low for the next few years. Among their hearty laughter, they left the Gu family and headed towards the transmission array located in the inner city. As for Huang Xiaolong, he went straight towards the side hall after he entered the entrance to register for the recruitment test. The person in charge of the registration was from the demon race, and he was an early First Order God King realm cultivator. The members of the demon race differed in their appearances based on their bloodline. Their wings shone a different color, and members of their royal family had silver wings. Looking at the person in charge of the registration, his wings shone a brilliant silver. After Huang Xiaolong stated his purpose, he handed over the registration fee of 10,000 grade 7 spirit stones. When everything was done, he led Huang Xiaolong into the inner palace. When they arrived at the inner palace, an extremely huge formation array formed with mysterious symbols was present in the middle of the hall. Stand in the middle and I will activate the formation to test for your bone age and strength. The demon race member pointed towards the formation and instructed Huang Xiaolong. After nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong casually stepped into the middle of the formation. Even though anyone above the Ancestor God realm could apply to be a Nether King, not all experts would pass the test. For example, a God King like Huang Xiaolong had to possess a bone age of less than 200,000 years. Regardless of their cultivation level, they had to also possess an Emperor rank Godhead or higher. If they passed the initial test, the Netherworld King's organization would provide them with a mission, and they would only be accepted if they completed the mission successfully. When Huang Xiaolong stood still at the center of the formation array, the other side activated the array. The array's symbols came to life, flickering brightly as a black pillar of light enveloped Huang Xiaolong. Enveloped by this pillar of black light, Huang Xiaolong felt as if all his secrets were being read. Huang Xiaolong had studied a little bit about this array, It was one of Hell's grand array formations from the Desolate era. Standing in this formation array, even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to hide their cultivation realm. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother to conceal or suppress his strength. In a split second, a line of words appeared above the array. Bone Age. Below 1,000 years. The Netherworld King's organization's branch supervisor stared dazedly at the line of words in the air. Be below. Oh, 1,000. What's going on? The formation array cannot be mistaken. Then, the only explanation was this Azura nobility's bone age was really below 1,000? In the next moment, the branch supervisor's face sank and he deactivated the array. He looked at Huang Xiaolong with hostility and demanded sternly, "You really came here for the Netherworld King's organization's assessment? Taking the Netherworld King's organization's assessment requires a minimum of ancient god realm and above. Your bone age is below 1,000 years. No matter how diligent you've been cultivating, it's impossible to have advanced to ancient god realm in this amount of time, right?" Hence, in his opinion, Huang Xiaolong had come to fool around. Yes. Huang Xiaolong realized what the branch supervisor was thinking from the branch supervisor's expression. Thus stated calmly, "Continue with the assessment." The Netherworld King's organization's branch supervisor's brows were scrunched together as he stressed, "If you leave now, this matter ends here. If you insist to continue but do not have the strength of an ancient god realm, our Netherworld King's organization will imprison you for 10,000 years as penalty. Continue." Huang Xiaolong ordered indifferently. "Fine." The branch supervisor answered after a brief pause. There was a gleam of coldness in his eyes. Even though he wasn't worried that Huang Xiaolong had come to fool around at the Netherworld King's organization, he didn't care what or who Huang Xiaolong really was. If the assessment results showed that Huang Xiaolong did not have the strength of an ancient god realm, he would not hesitate at all to contain Huang Xiaolong. The branch supervisor reactivated the assessment array. Darkness enveloped Huang Xiaolong once more as the Netherworld King's organization's branch supervisor watched on coldly. Lights flickered above the array as a row of words appeared. Cultivation. Early Ninth Order God King Realm. Wa-Ti. The Netherworld King's organization's branch supervisor's eyes involuntarily widened with obvious disbelief as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. God King Realm. Early Ninth Order God King Realm. What's going on? His mind buzzed, standing frozen on the spot. Time halted there and then. "There is one more test. Continue." Huang Xiaolong said indifferently to the dumbfounded branch supervisor. The Netherworld King's organization's branch supervisor snapped to his senses. He was trembling in excitement. Even his tongue was stiff when he spoke. "Yes." Both of his hands were shaking stiffly as he continued to control the array. The last part of the assessment determines the rank of godhead. Soon, the result of Huang Xiaolong's godhead assessment appeared above. Godhead. Above supreme rank. Hidden. ABO above supreme rank. A shiver ran down the Netherworld King's organization's branch supervisor's body, and his breathing became heavy. In the meantime, the black light pillar enveloping Huang Xiaolong gradually dispersed, and Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the array area. According to the Netherworld King's organization's regulations, the assessee's results would be kept secret. Am I right? Huang Xiaolong subtly reminded the branch supervisor. The Netherworld King's organization's branch supervisor came to his senses and hurried to reply. "Rest assured, my lord, the Netherworld King's organization will not breathe a word regarding your assessment results." He was extremely respectful, contrary to his earlier attitude. If it was an Emperor-rank Godhead Ninth Order God King Realm expert, the branch supervisor would not have shown so much respect. Even if the person was a heavenly monarch, he won't be so respectful. However, Huang Xiaolong's godhead was above supreme rank. Above supreme rank. And further details were actually hidden. Generally, the array would not hide results for supreme rank godheads. Only godheads in the top 10 rankings would be concealed by the array. That means, the more the branch supervisor thought about it, the more terrified he was. Getting the guarantee he wanted, Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He felt at ease taking the Netherworld King's organization's assessment just because he had learned that the Netherworld King's organization would not leak the assessment results. Huang Xiaolong walked out from the inner hall with the branch supervisor following half a step behind him. "What's your name?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "My lord, my name is Jia Yuan," the branch supervisor answered. When they reached the side hall outside, the branch supervisor Jia Yuan asked for Huang Xiaolong's name, then branded the name onto a token and handed it to Huang Xiaolong. "Lord Duwei, this is the assessment's token. 5 days later, please come here with this token. I will bring Lord to the assessment's world surface," the branch supervisor Jia Yuan explained. Huang Xiaolong nodded. In hell, of course he could not use his original name Huang Xiaolong anymore, so he simply used the pseudonym Duwei. For the next few decades in the Azura world, Duwei would be his name. Huang Xiaolong accepted the token and did not linger around. He left the Netherworld King's Organizations branch almost immediately. The branch supervisor Jia Yuan respectfully sent Huang Xiaolong to the door and watched Huang Xiaolong leave before going back inside. Those who came to the Netherworld King's Organizations branch to receive or hand in their tasks were shocked stumbling upon this sight. They secretly wondered about Huang Xiaolong's identity amongst themselves. With Jia Yuan's status as a Netherworld King's Organizations branch supervisor, all the ancestor generation characters were courteous towards Jia Yuan. No one had ever seen Jia Yuan being respectful to anyone like today. By the time Huang Xiaolong left the Netherworld King's Organizations branch, his 2 subordinates had already bought a residence. After regrouping with them, Huang Xiaolong headed to the newly bought residence. Back at the Netherworld King's Organizations branch, Jia Yuan was still trying to suppress his shock as he entered the inner hall. A while later, he took out his communication talisman and drafted a report about Duwei's assessment results to his superior. Although he would not leak a word outside about the assessment results, he could report the matter to the higher echelons. At this time, at a place far, far away from the Brookspring Plain, inside a concealed, mysterious space were 4 giant looming figures. These 4 giant looming figures exuded a palpitating pressure. Though the pressure coming from each of them was weaker than the Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong, it was definitely stronger than the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Emperor Mo Shao. All these 4 people were peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts. However, the atmosphere around the 4 people was a little dispirited. "I heard that Guy Lu Kuan has been moving very close to the 9 giant corpse tribe." The brawniest middle-aged man of the 4 spoke first. His voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in the space. His height towers 1,000 zhang, and there were lines of ancient symbols running across his body. These ancient symbols looked like his blood vessels, running all over his body. This middle-aged man's true body was Hell's Desolate Giant. Hell's Desolate Giant was one of Hell's rarer races during the Desolate Era, but the Desolate Giant was also the strongest race at that time. Before Master left, he had the 4 of us take care of the Netherworld King's organization. He had also dictated that if anyone appeared with his Netherworld King's jade and could obtain his heritage, then that person would be our new master. We are to help him take care of Hell's 3 worlds. But so many years have passed, not a shadow of our new master could be found. Another giant figure that physically resembled a golden lion said in a gruff voice. The giant resembling Golden Lion was also a descendant of Hell from the Desolate Era from the Golden Lion Man race. "We have been waiting for the new master to appear for over 10 billion years. A gruff voice sounded from the 3rd giant figure. "But where exactly is the new master? If the new master doesn't show up anytime soon, and if that Lu Kuan happens to break through in the meantime, surpassing the Emperor realm, he would be able to break out of Master's soul prohibitions. I'm afraid at that time." The 3rd giant figure's physical appearance slightly resembled an Azura, yet there were distinctive differences when compared to Hell's Azura race. The scales covering his body were dark golden in color. Furthermore, there were 3 horns on his head instead of 2. There was a thick golden horn growing out from the center of his forehead, and the golden branded symbols on it exuded a suffocating aura. Before the Lord of Hell had left, he had exhorted the 10 of them to oversee the Netherworld King's organization. Although they were loyal due to various reasons, the Lord of Hell had left a soul prohibition in their souls. Restrained by this soul prohibition, it was impossible for them to betray the Lord of Hell. However, if anyone from among the 10 of them surpassed the Emperor realm, then he would be able to get rid of the soul prohibitions. And Lu Kuan was the strongest among the 10 of them. According to the news they had received, in the last 1,000,000 years, Lu Kuan had been crazily collecting numerous grand spiritual herbs to break through to that realm. There was a possibility that Lu Kuan was going to break through, surpassing the Emperor realm. Judging from Lu Kuan's increasingly close cooperations with the 9 giant corpse tribe in recent years, once Lu Kuan surpassed the Emperor realm, then it was almost certain that Lu Kuan would betray the Lord of Hell. The 9 giant corpse ancestor was heavily injured by the ancient heavenly emperor's ancient heavenly court treasure. Not only he didn't die, but his injuries have actually healed and his strength has improved over time. If Lu Kuan surpasses the Emperor realm and joins hands with the 9 giant corpse tribe, he will betray the Lord of Hell. That would be the worst of the worst situations. The last of the 4 giant figures sighed heavily. His appearance resembled that of a devil, but he had 12 wings behind him. Wings the color of reddish-golden blood. I hope the new master appears faster to obtain master's heritage. The desolate giant Taiyu sighed. It's likely Lu Kuan would break through in 10,000 years. 10,000 years is too short a time. If the new master still hasn't appeared by that time, what do we do then? The Golden Lion Man Wan Yutian asked. We will use the Netherworld King's organization's power and begin a wide search? The devil-like Fan Hui suggested. Where and how are we going to find the new master in this boundless universe? Jin Yuan, the figure that looked like an Azura, refuted. Moreover, the master had said before leaving that once the new master gets his hands on the Netherworld King's jade, he would definitely head to the Azura world in search of the heritage left behind by our master over here. Suddenly, desolate giant Taiyu took out his communication talisman. Several emotions flashed visibly across his face, from shocked to amazed to excited. Seeing this, the other 3 exchanged a glance of confusion. Taiyu, what is it? Could it be that Lu Kuan broke through in advance of our prediction? Wan Yutian voiced his doubt. The remaining 2 people also stared fixedly at Taiyu. But Taiyu laughed happily hearing that question, then handed his communication talisman to Wan Yutian and said, Take a look and you'll know. The message is sent by one of the senior commanders under me. He states that he received a report from one of his junior commanders who manages a small area called the Brookspring World. The Brookspring World's branch supervisor reported to him that an Azura noble has just signed up for the Netherworld King's organization assessment. The 10 of them were the Nether King organization's 10 great commanders, and under them were the 10 senior commanders. All 10 senior commanders were high-level Emperor realm experts. Further down the hierarchy, below the senior commanders, were 10 junior commanders consisting of low-level and mid-level Emperor realm experts. And under the 10 junior commanders were various branches supervisors. An Azura nobility signed up for the assessment? Wan Yutian took the communication talisman while asking doubtfully. What was so exciting about an Azura nobility signing up for the assessment? Subsequently, Wan Yutian's divine sense swept over the message. His baffled expression turned to shock, amazement, and finally excitement like Taiyu. Seeing this, Fan Hui and Jin Yuan both were even more baffled, and almost snatched the communication talisman from Wan Yutian's hand. After reading the content, a shiver of excitement ran down their bodies and their eyes widened to the size of a ball. 1,000 years Bone Age. Nin 9th Order God King Realm. Above Supreme Godhead. This. As they had been living for several 100,000,000 years, they had experienced ups and downs and had naturally seen their share of geniuses. Even so, they couldn't help feeling shocked and surprised. Naturally, they were excited because of this Azura nobility's amazing talent. Scary, too scary. In this boundless universe, there is someone who was born with this level of monstrous talent. Even our master's talent was not this frightening. A long time later, desolate giant Taiyu huffed out slowly. Astonishment, excitement, intermingled with complex emotions flickered across his face. This level of talent is definitely the first in the universe in the last several 100,000,000 years. He absolutely is. The Demon King Fan Hui gulped loudly. Say, do you think Could he be? The Azura King Jin Yuan's voice faltered. But Tai Yu and the other two could guess what Jin Yuan was trying to say. The new master. Although they were unable to determine who their future new master was going to be, all four of them were absolutely certain of one point. Their new master definitely had the Supreme Darkness Element Godhead. Only those with Supreme Darkness Element Godhead could refine their master's Netherworld King's Jade and inherit their master's heritage. Thus, for so many years, they had issued a long-standing order for the subordinates below to take note of anyone with Supreme Godhead that appeared in the Azura world. This was also the reason why they were so excited. Then again, at the moment, they were only certain that this Azura noble had above Supreme Rank Godhead. Whether it was a Darkness Element Godhead or not. Even so, they couldn't help being thrilled. Supreme Godhead geniuses were simply too scarce. In the Azura world's last 10 billion years until now, they could count the number of Supreme Godhead geniuses that had appeared with the 10 fingers on both hands. Unfortunately, after so many years of waiting and observing, they had determined that the Supreme Godhead geniuses who had appeared so far were not the new master they had been hoping for. I hope this time around we won't be disappointed, the Golden Lion Man Wan Yutian said in a hopeful tone. They had been waiting for too long for such a day. Wait! This genius Azura noble named Due reminds me of someone. Suddenly, the Demon King Fan Hui exclaimed. Who? The other three demanded. He's a new rising star in the divine world. Fan Hui's words stopped there. Huang Xiaolong. The other three shouted in unison as they thought of the same person simultaneously. Although Huang Xiaolong's reputation in the divine world had just picked up, as a genius with King of Supreme Godhead, he had become various super forces' focus. Huang Xiaolong's performance was simply too dazzling. That's right, Huang Xiaolong. His bone age is also below 1,000 years. Moreover, during the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition several years back, Huang Xiaolong's strength was already close to high-level God-King realm. Not to mention, this Huang Xiaolong also has the Azura bloodline and can transform into an Azura. Fan Hui said all of this in one breath. He can also transform into a primordial divine dragon, Desolate Giant Tai Yu added. On top of everything, I've heard that he went to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace and the Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong sent his personal disciple Lu Rui out to meet him personally. Now, everyone is suspecting that Huang Xiaolong is the Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong's illegitimate son. Azura King Jin Yuan supplemented. Though the rumors may not be entirely true, what do we do if he's really Jianghong's illegitimate son? The Desolate Giant Tai Yu frowned deeply as he asked the others. The Azura King Jin Yuan let out a hearty laughter hearing Tai Yu's question. If our new master is really Jianghong's illegitimate son, all the more better. At that time we'll have Jianghong's support, and even if Lu Kuan's cultivation breaks through, surpassing the Emperor realm, and he joins hands with the Nine Giant Corpse ancestor, we don't need to be afraid of them. Don't forget, there's King of Grand Mist behind Jianghong. That's right, if our new master is Jianghong's illegitimate son, then we would have Jianghong and the King of Grand Mist's assistance. In that case, why would we need to be afraid of Lu Kuan, that egg of a bird? The Demon King Fan Hui laughed wantonly. The Desolate Giant Tai Yu was stunned, looking stupefied, then laughed loudly as he agreed. Ha! Why didn't I think of these? Correct, if that is the case, then we have nothing to be afraid of Lu Kuan joining hands with the Nine Giant Corpse ancestor. The new master would be able to inherit the master's heritage without a glitch, take over master's reign over hell, and the three worlds. But we aren't certain if this Due is Huang Xiaolong or not, much less determine if he's our future new master. The Azura King Jin Yuan added, It's too early to speak of these things right now. We old guys haven't gone out in a long time. The Golden Lion Man Wan Yutian swung his arms around, loosening his muscles as he spoke. Go out. The Demon King Fan Hui repeated dazedly, but his eyes brightened in the next moment as he gushed excitedly. Old Wan, you're suggesting? The Golden Lion Man Wan Yutian laughed readily. That Due will be taking part in the assessment in 5 days. Don't you guys want to watch his performance? The corners of the Azura King Jin Yuan's mouth curved into a meaningful smile as he said, What a suggestion! The four of us should make a trip to that Brookspring Plain and watch Due's performance in the assessment. We can see if he has a darkness element supreme godhead. If he does have a darkness element godhead, it's 50% certain that he's our new master. Good. Then let the four of us antiques take a walk outside. But we won't be able to reach the Brookspring Plain on time even if we fly at our fastest speed, unless we use the Netherking flying ship the old master left us. In the vast universe, there were less than 10 top-grade Grand Mist flying ships. The Lord of Hell had one, named the Netherking flying ship. Moreover, the Netherking flying ship was infinitely close to a Grand Mist treasure. Without delay, the four tore a hole in space and disappeared into the void. A radiant black light flashed and an enormous giant ship appeared in front of them. This enormous flying ship was anchored in space, exuding a palpitating aura like a majestic king overlooking its subjects, domineering, distinguished, and reclusive. Looking at the Netherworld King's jade, there was a complicated expression on their faces, remembering many memories of the past where their old master, the Lord of Hell, had slaughtered through the 10 directions on the Netherking flying ship. That sight made their blood run wild. In the past, even peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts could not withstand one hit from the Netherking flying ship. No one knew how many late 10th Order and peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts' blood had soaked into the body of this Netherking flying ship. The four stared at the Netherking flying ship in silence. Let's go up. A while later, the Azura King Jin Yuan broke the glum atmosphere and boarded the Netherking flying ship in a flicker, appearing in the control hall. Tai Yu, Fan Hui, and Wan Yutian also appeared inside the control hall in a flicker. I really miss following the old master, slaughtering in the 4 directions on this Netherking flying ship. Fan Hui sighed with melancholy. If this Due is really the successor the old master has chosen, we won't have to wait for long. Tai Yu followed. A strong momentum rose from his body, raising a tempest in the surrounding space. It was the most thrilling of times, the 10 of us battling the Devil World's 12 archdevils. Azura King Jin Yuan said nostalgically. The Devil World's archdevil Lord Wu Tian has also been missing for many years. Even the 3 of the 12 archdevils under him are missing. Tai Yu shook his head and went on. All forces are waiting to see the birth of a new archdevil lord, but I wonder who could it be? Even though Hell and the Devil World have fought a lot of battles against each other, we don't really have any deep grudges. On the contrary, remembering the scenes of those battles makes it feel like we're meeting with old friends. Let's go. The 4 of us will work together to drive this flying ship to the Brookspring Plain. Azura King Jin Yuan immediately circulated his Chaos God Force and channeled it into the Netherking flying ship's core array. The Netherking flying ship rumbled, then disappeared in space in a streak of light. In the next second, the flying ship was several 100 million miles away. While the 4 of them headed towards the Brookspring Plain on the Netherking flying ship, Huang Xiaolong was pacing around his newly purchased residence in Mongolia City. Although this residence was not big, the decorations were quite tasteful, with spiritual flowers planted all around which were pleasing to the eyes. Standing in the yard, 2 black glistening blades appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hands in the flash of a light. They were the blades of Azura. Despite several times of reforging, he had maintained the blades of Azura's original shapes as they were in the lower realm. The blade's surface reflected black rays of light and exuded a familiar slaughter chi. Huang Xiaolong traced his finger along the blade's body, muttering absent-mindedly to himself, "Master, where could you be?" After arriving in this universe, he had worshipped several others as master. Each of these masters had treated him well, but he had an unexplainable feelings and a longing for Renhua Kuang, the master he had never seen before. Then, Huang Xiaolong's figure turned blurry as he swung the blades of Azura in his hands. Countless wind blades appeared in the yard, like hell tempest, spinning in the yard. This was the first move from the Azura sword skills, the Tempest of Hell. Huang Xiaolong leaped into the air in the next moment, and the numerous blade lights from the blades of Azura in his hands turned into drops of rain, covering the whole yard. The second move from the Azura sword skills was the Tears of Azura. The third move, the fourth move, Soon, Huang Xiaolong had executed all of the Azura sword skills 18 moves once over. Even though Huang Xiaolong hadn't practiced the Azura sword skills for a long time, every move seemed to have imprinted in his soul that he could execute them easily. Huang Xiaolong's movements became faster, filling the residence with vigorous blade qi. However, these blade qi did not harm any wood, or walls, nor a petal in the residence. Soon, 4 days went by. In these 4 days, Huang Xiaolong studied the Tianwu array records during the days, occasionally practicing his Azura sword skills, while during the night, he would consume Grand Mist spiritual pills and cultivate. When cultivating at night, the black dragon divine armor inside his body would surface by itself in the form of 9 black dragons, swallowing dragon qi from the dragon world that tempered Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique and godheads. With the black dragon divine armor, Huang Xiaolong discovered that his cultivation speed had increased significantly compared to before. On the 4th day, while Huang Xiaolong spent his days immersed in comprehending the Tianwu array records and practicing Azura sword skills, the Mongolia city's transmission array lit up and a group of people stepped out. The person leading this group was the Gu family's inspector Gu Zhang and Gu family's branch family's ancestor Gu Fei. By the time Gu Zhang and Gu Fei emerged from the transmission array, the experts from the Gu family were waiting for them. Greetings to Senior Gu Zhang. Greetings to the ancestor. Seeing Gu Zhang and Gu Fei step out of the transmission array, the expert from the family stepped forward to greet them. Be at ease. Gu Zhang nodded to himself and asked, "Is that brat in Mongolia City?" Replying to Senior Gu Zhang, he is still in Mongolia City. Moreover, the residence he bought is pretty near to this place. One of the experts replied, "That's great. Take us over there right now." Gu Zhang laughed and continued, "When we capture that kid, I will give you a heavy reward." An expression of joy broke out on the expert's face and he yelled, "Thank you, Senior Gu Zhang. Oh right. Get someone to prepare a feast in the best restaurant Mongolia City has to offer. We shall celebrate after I personally capture that brat." Yes, Senior Gu Zhang. Under the lead of the Gu family branch experts in Mongolia City, all of them flew straight towards Huang Xiaolong's residence. When everyone on the streets saw their formidable lineup, discussions broke out in the crowd. "It's the people from the Gu family. That's the Gu family's ancestor. The last time he had appeared was several thousands of years ago. What in the world managed to force him to show his face again? Is that the inspector from the Gu family? Oh my god. It really is him. The aura he emits is really terrifying. All the inspectors from the Gu family are in the God King realm. It's no wonder the ancestor of the branch family is following him around. Things are going to get spicy. Let's follow behind them. All right, let's go." Several experts from other families started to follow behind the people of the Gu family. The Gu family branch was considered one of the top 10 families in the Brookspring Plain. The news of them moving out spread like wildfire, and before long, Mongolia City became the center of attention. As for the person in charge of the Netherworld King's organization in the Brookspring Plain, Jia Yuan, he hastily rushed over to Mongolia City. Why did the Gu family's investigator appear in Mongolia City? Why is Gu Fei following him? Jia Yuan frowned and he asked a nether guard beside him, "Do you know what their business in Mongolia City is?" The nether guard shook his head and replied, "We have no idea what they are doing here. However, from the looks of things, someone probably offended the Gu family and came over to Mongolia City to hide from their pursuit. If the Gu family's inspector and Gu Fei are making a move personally, he has to be someone in the God King realm. This seems a little odd. Other than you, Lord Jia Yuan, no one else in Mongolia City is a God King." God King realm expert? Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed before Jia Yuan's eyes and his expression changed. It's him. Not many people knew about Huang Xiaolong's results in the test, but he happened to be one of the exceptions. A few days ago, he had sent a report to the higher-ups about Huang Xiaolong. He had received a reply almost instantly from the commander above his boss. When he had received a reply from the commander himself, he had cried out in shock and his hands had trembled for half an hour without stopping. The commander's letter couldn't be taken lightly, and he was instructed to protect the Azura noble called Du Wei at all costs. If he made the slightest mistake or if a hair on Du Wei's body was harmed during his stay in Mongolia City, all the Netherguards stationed in the Brookspring Plain would be sentenced to death. Even someone at his level wouldn't be able to avoid death. Hurry up and gather the Netherguards troops. Right now. Gather all of them now. Jia Yuan seemed to turn hysterical and he screamed in terror at the Netherguards captains beside him. They had felt that something was strange when his expression had changed at the start of their conversation. However, they hadn't thought too much about it. But when he started yelling at them, all of them jumped in shock. Yes, Lord Jia Yuan. The captains hastily paid their respects and despite having no clue on what was going on, they rushed to gather their troops. Something big was definitely going down. They had never seen Lord Jia Yuan lose his cool and right now, he was yelling at them with a terrified expression on his face. Gather all the Netherguards. With a single order, the captains gathered all the Netherguards present in Mongolia City. It was too late to gather their army stationed all over the Brookspring Plain, and they could only hastily gather their troops present in Mongolia City. Despite them only gathering the Netherguards present in Mongolia City, the commotion they caused couldn't be considered small. The second they passed down their order, every single Netherguard present in Mongolia City soared into the sky and gathered together. Every single one of the captains had 4,000 troops stationed in Mongolia City, and since there were 5 captains, an astonishing army of 20,000 Netherguards was formed. Even though 20,000 Netherguards couldn't be considered much, all of them were in the later stages of the Ancestor God realm. In the Brookspring Plain, a force like that was terrifyingly powerful. In an instant, all 20,000 Netherguards appeared before their respective captains. Move out! Jia Yuan didn't bother explaining anything to them and ordered them to move out immediately. He charged towards Huang Xiaolong's residence with a formidable army following behind him. As soon as he moved, all 5 captains and the 20,000 Netherguards didn't dare to dally. They flew behind him in battle formation. When Jia Yuan led the army of Netherguards through the city instantly broke out into clamor. With his identity as the person in charge of the Brookspring Plains branch of the Netherworld King's organization, Jia Yuan's identity was far superior to Gu Fei and Gu Zheng. His appearance caused waves to sweep through the city. Not to mention that he had gathered all the Netherguards present in Mongolia City. What in the world was he going to do? What was going on? Lord Jia Yuan seems extremely impatient. Why did he gather all the Netherguards in Mongolia City? Did some reckless idiot offend him? One of the family heads of the prominent families in Mongolia City cried out in shock. Does it have something to do with the Gu family? It can't be a coincidence that Lord Jia Yuan gathered an entire army after the Gu family's inspector, and Gu Fei appeared in Mongolia City. Right? Another Grand Elder suppressed the shock in his heart and he guessed. I don't think so. Even though Gu Fei is able to call forth wind and rain in the Brookspring Plain, he wouldn't have the guts to provoke Lord Jia Yuan. Something strange is going on. We won't be able to see something so interesting in 10,000 years. Let's go and check it out. All the prominent families in Mongolia City seem to have thought of the same thing as their ancestors, and family heads tore through the skies to follow behind the army of Netherguards. Even some of the experts living around Mongolia City rushed over the instant they heard the news. There were even some who used their inherited flying ships to rush over because they didn't want to miss the show. As for Jia Yuan, he didn't remain idle when heading towards Huang Xiaolong's residence. When he was flying through the air, he had already made a report to the commander about the Gu family's actions. In the past, he had never been able to skip his superior to report directly to the commander himself. However, due to Huang Xiaolong's identity, the commander himself had passed down the order to allow Jia Yuan to report to him directly. Before long, he received a reply. The commander was extremely harsh, and in his reply, it stated that if the members of the Gu family dared to touch so much as a strand of hair on Duwei's head, the Netherworld King's organization would mobilize their entire force to wipe out all the Gu family's disciples on the Brookspring Plain. It didn't matter if their disciples' numbers were in the billions. The Netherworld King's organization wouldn't let a single one off. The commander even stated at the end of his reply that he was already on his flying ship, rushing over to the Brookspring Plain. Jia Yuan burst out in cold sweat when he read the reply, and his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Exterminate every single Gu family disciple in the Brookspring Plain. The commander, who hadn't shown his face in tens of millions of years, was rushing to the Brookspring Plain right this instant. Jia Yuan gripped the commander's reply transmission tightly in his hand, and his throat went dry. He didn't know what to say for a moment, and his lips trembled unceasingly. Despite breaking out in cold sweat, Jia Yuan didn't dare to slow down in the slightest. Instead, he pushed himself to the limit as he traveled with unprecedented speed towards Huang Xiaolong's residence. "Quick, hurry up!" Jia Yuan yelled at the army behind him. When the 5 captains heard him, they were so frightened that they nearly crapped their pants. Circulating the God Force in their bodies to the limit, they followed behind Jia Yuan. They turned around and yelled at their troops, "All of you, activate the speed talisman right now." All of the Nether Guards were given a speed talisman, and the moment they used it, their speed would double. The speed talisman was given to them so that they would be able to get out of sticky situations. However, the situation was too urgent, and the captains no longer cared about the consequences. "Yes, Captain." Without the slightest hesitation, all of them infused their God Force into their speed talisman, and light gathered around their bodies. In an instant, their speed doubled. When the big shots of the Brookspring Plain were rushing towards his residence, Huang Xiaolong was still practicing his sword arts in his courtyard. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Huang Xiaolong closed both his eyes and entered a mystical realm. Even though his body wasn't moving, sword qi rolled off his body unceasingly. The sword qi that emerged from his body was fast at times, but slow at others. The sword qi seemed vicious at times, but gentle at others. They seemed to gather together, but they would separate as though they never existed in the next second. The sword qi danced around and seemed to be sentient, forming ancient divine diagrams before scattering to form ancient sword formations. They would even take the shape of ancient sword talismans. Huang Xiaolong's body seemed to turn illusory. He would appear like a sharp sword at times and turn into a trace of sword qi in the next moment. Seemingly able to detect the killing intent that was charging towards him from a distance, Huang Xiaolong's eyes snapped open and 2 rays of terrifyingly sharp sword qi shot out from them. Instead of using his divine soul, a vertical eye opened up in the space between his eyebrows. The vertical eye was blood red, the color of hell itself. It was precisely the eye of hell. The Gu family appeared in his eyes, and Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes when he saw them. Seems like the Gu family hasn't given up. The 4th Order God King realm. Huang Xiaolong's gaze rested on Gu Zheng. No wonder. It was as though a light bulb lit up in Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he instantly understood why the Gu family would dare to cause trouble for him even after learning of his identity as a God King. When he saw the robes on Gu Zheng's body, Huang Xiaolong knew that he was an inspector sent by the main Gu family. A cold sneer appeared on his face. Taking a step forward, Huang Xiaolong appeared in the air above his residence as he waited calmly for the Gu family's arrival. His 4 subordinates appeared behind him before long. Huang Xiaolong didn't need to wait for a long time. The members of the Gu family appeared in his sights, but they hadn't brought too many people with them this time. There were only 70 to 80 of them, but the experts of other families couldn't be said to be sparse in number. There were nearly 10,000 spectators present, and they blotted out the sky. The members of the Gu family saw Huang Xiaolong floating above his residence, and they turned to Gu Zheng. "Senior Gu Zheng, ancestor. That's the kid we're looking for." Gu Zheng stared at Huang Xiaolong and chuckled. "Hee. This kid isn't retarded. He decided to stop running away." Gu Fei laughed as well. "That's because he knows that he won't be able to escape now that Senior Gu Zheng is here. He is even showing his respect by waiting for us to arrive." Gu Zheng couldn't help but break out in laughter. "I hope that's the case. If he kneels down and begs for forgiveness before vowing to serve our Gu family, I might just spare his life. After all, he should be pretty talented to cultivate up to the God King realm. That is because Senior Gu Zheng is merciful. If you spare his life, he will be infinitely thankful to you." They didn't bother hiding the contents of their conversation, and everyone heard what they said, including Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's face turned frosty. By the time they were done speaking, they arrived before Huang Xiaolong. Gu Fei stared at him and started the ball rolling. I believe you heard what Senior Gu Zheng said. You started everything by killing a member of my Gu family and deserve to die. However, Senior Gu Zheng thinks that you have talent for cultivation and decided to spare your life as long as you kneel before him and beg for forgiveness. Gu Zheng folded his hands before him and raised his head to stare at the sky. Huang Xiaolong couldn't hold in his laughter anymore, and he chuckled to himself as he shook his head. Gu Zheng frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Ha ha ha. I bet you're thinking that I'm a first-order God King because I told you that I broke through several tens of years ago. Is that why you're confident of killing me?" Gu Zheng was stunned, but that didn't stop him from laughing after thinking about it. "Kid, you barely broke through to the God King realm several tens of years ago. Are you telling me that you were able to reach the 4th or 5th order God King realm in tens of years? Do you think that you're a match for a 4th order God King like me?" He broke into explosive laughter after speaking. Everyone who had come to watch the confrontation broke out into laughter as well. "All right, I'm too lazy to waste my time with you. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider your options." Gu Zheng sneered and stared at Huang Xiaolong. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to make his move and dispose of all of them, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd behind Gu Zheng, and everyone turned their focus to the space behind Huang Xiaolong. Lord Jia Yuan. All the ancestors and elders who had followed behind the Gu family greeted respectfully. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second, and he turned to look at the space behind him. He saw Jia Yuan rushing towards him at breakneck pace, and there was a huge army behind him. The armor on the bodies of the Netherguards shone blood red, and it caused the hearts of those who saw them to palpitate. A horrifying killing intent filled the area. Everyone felt their hearts go cold. Why is Lord Jia Yuan here? One of the experts couldn't wrap his head around it, and discussion soon followed. Gu Fei was shocked as well, and he asked Gu Zheng, "Did the brat offend Lord Jia Yuan? Is that why he brought the Netherguards here to arrest him?" Gu Zheng nodded his head and said, "I'm afraid that is the case." He couldn't think of another reason why Lord Jia Yuan would lead a grand army to look for Huang Xiaolong. Under the suspicion and trepidation of everyone present, Jia Yuan arrived before Huang Xiaolong. Jia Yuan used all his strength to rush all the way to Huang Xiaolong's residence in order to prevent anything from happening to him. When he saw that Huang Xiaolong was unharmed and that no one was fighting, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was as though a weight was lifted off his heavy heart. "Lord Jia Yuan. We pay our respects to Lord Jia Yuan." Gu Fei hastily flew towards him, and a brilliant smile broke out on his face. Cupping his fists, he greeted respectfully, "Lord Jia Yuan." Gu Zheng hesitated for a moment, and he contemplated not going up to greet Jia Yuan. Before he could move, Jia Yuan stared at Gu Fei with an indifferent expression before turning to Huang Xiaolong. Gu Fei felt a little disappointed when Jia Yuan turned around and ignored his warm greeting, but when he saw that Jia Yuan had called Huang Xiaolong out in front of everyone, a burst of joy emerged in his heart. Under the gazes of everyone present, he slowly walked towards Huang Xiaolong. By the time they could react, Jia Yuan was already standing before Huang Xiaolong. "Lord, are you all right?" Jia Yuan broke into a smile and asked politely, "Lord, Lord." Everyone nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Gu Fei and the members of the Gu family felt their vision spinning as they stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. Everything seemed to fall silent in the instant Jia Yuan addressed Huang Xiaolong as Lord. Everyone looked at Jia Yuan, whose face was about to split apart from his smile, and felt that their world was about to start spinning. This? Gu Fei's mind seemed to have experienced a massive explosion, and he turned muddle-headed in an instant. His previous guess was wrong, and he couldn't be further from the truth. Jia Yuan was indeed there for the brat. But it was unexpected that Jia Yuan wasn't there to capture Huang Xiaolong. His expression changed. Is Lord Jia Yuan here too? If Gu Fei was able to think of it, then all the members of the Gu family were naturally able to reach the same conclusion. Their expression turned sour and their bodies started to tremble. Huang Xiaolong stared at the smiling Jia Yuan, and a trace of suspicion welled up in his heart. Even though his results were extremely terrifying, Someone like Jia Yuan shouldn't have been able to learn of his identity. I'm fine. Huang Xiaolong seemed to be lost in his thoughts as he shook his head at Jia Yuan. By the time the words left his lips, the 5 captains and the Netherguard's army arrived. When their gazes landed on Huang Xiaolong, a look of shock flashed through their eyes. Was Lord Jia Yuan acting as though the sky was collapsing because of this Azura noble? He. It seems like Brother Jia Yuan is already acquainted with him. Gu Zhang snapped back to reality and chuckled. Brother Jiaoan, it has been years since we last met. It seems like you have already risen to the position of the person in charge of the branch in Brookspring Plain. Congratulations. Even though Gu Zhang wasn't related to Jia Yuan, they were old acquaintances. In the past, when Jia Yuan was still at the peak of the late 10th Order Ancestor God realm, he wasn't the person in charge of the Brookspring Plains branch of the Netherworld Kings organization. At that time, Gu Zhang had never thought that Jia Yuan would be able to break into the God King realm in several tens of thousands of years and be sent to the Brookspring Plain by the Netherworld Kings organization. Gu Zhang then turned to Huang Xiaolong and he feigned magnanimity. Since that is the case, I'll pardon you on account of my old brother, Jia Yuan. He cupped his fists and spoke to Jia Yuan. Brother Jia Yuan, you should come over to my place when you're free. We're leaving. As soon as he spoke, he led the members of the Gu family and got ready to leave. He could see that Jia Yuan's relationship with the Azura noble before him wasn't simple. Huang Xiaolong's identity wasn't as simple as he had thought either. After thinking about it, he decided to beat a hasty retreat. Wait! Just when everyone was thinking that everything was over, a casual voice ordered them to stop. Everyone stared in shock and their stunned gazes landed on Huang Xiaolong once again. Gu Zhang turned around as well. I didn't say you could leave, Huang Xiaolong slowly said. A myriad of different expressions filled the faces of the crowd. Gu Zhang's face turned frosty and he chuckled. Brat, do you think that I won't be able to do anything to you just because you know Jia Yuan? Do you think that I won't kill you just because Jia Yuan is here? I'll tell you now, my master is the Grand Elder of the Gu family. Lord Wang Xinan from the Netherworld Kings organization is my master's friend. Lord Wang Xinan is the overseer of hundreds of planes, and even Jia Yuan is only one of his subordinates. Gu Zhang's icy voice resounded through the air. He wanted to tell Huang Xiaolong that if he was still unwilling to let them leave, he could directly eliminate Huang Xiaolong without a care for Jia Yuan's identity. It was just a mere Jia Yuan. With his identity and the relationship Lord Wang Xinan had with his master, Gu Zhang really didn't hold Jia Yuan in high regard. Oh, I see. It's just Lord Wang Xinan. Huang Xiaolong didn't seem flustered in the slightest. Some big shot in the Netherworld Kings organization? A Grand Elder? The authority level in the Netherworld Kings organization was no secret. The person in the highest position was the chief, followed by the senior commanders and the junior commanders. After that came the representatives of the various branches. The representatives of each branch could be considered elders, and there was a Grand Elder above them. Naturally, a Grand Elder held more power and authority than a regular elder. Gu Fei looked at Huang Xiaolong in glee. Are you afraid now, you brat? Lord Wang Xinan can be considered God in the surrounding several hundred divine planes, including this. His words are the law here. In his opinion, our inspector is someone worth taking care of. I forgot to tell you, our inspector is the direct grandson of the Grand Elder of the Gu family's main branch. Gu Zhang raised his head haughtily and interrupted Gu Fei. Brother Jia Yuan, I wanted to show you some respect by letting him off easily. However, I can't do that after what he said to me. A chilly expression appeared on his face and he sneered. I'm feeling very uncomfortable now. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and said, Little brat, you better kneel down and kowtow 10 times right now. Otherwise, what about it? Huang Xiaolong couldn't care less about him. Otherwise, the only other choice is death. A terrifying light flashed through Gu Zhang's eyes and the aura he emitted swelled rapidly. Blood-red chi started to emerge from his body, as though he had turned into a massive crimson dragon. Death! Huang Xiaolong couldn't control himself and broke out in laughter. Even though his laughter seemed a little weird, he didn't bother holding back. Raising his head, a streak of black light shot towards Gu Fei, and the space between his eyebrows seemed to distort for a moment. A huge hole appeared in its place, and Gu Fei, who had a delighted expression on his face, stood rooted to his spot. He stared at Huang Xiaolong with his mouth agape. He couldn't believe what had just happened. In the next moment, he fell towards the earth at record-breaking speed. "Ancestor!" The members of the Gu family yelled in shock. Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned to Gu Zhang and he asked, "Is this what you mean?" Gu Zhang stared at the lifeless Gu Fei and his face turned completely black. Killing intent surged around his body and the aura he emitted seemed to strengthen by many folds. He snapped at Huang Xiaolong. "Since you have chosen death, you can't blame me." A blood-red substance was released from his body and it showed no signs of stopping. All of a sudden, the captains behind Jia Yuan yelled, "Protect the Lord! Everyone in formation!" Even though they already knew of Huang Xiaolong's strength, they had to take all precautions. After all, their orders were to protect Huang Xiaolong from any harm. 20,000 nether guards charged forward and formed a mysterious formation as they surrounded Huang Xiaolong. Looking at the scene before him, Gu Zhang snorted and stared at Jia Yuan. "Jia Yuan, are you sure about this?"